Hello everybody. I'm Hactical. Welcome to Dragon Quest RTA Marathon 2026, Dragon Quest 6. This will be run by Jamirus1500. Very excited for this run. It's going to be a good time. The long run, there's a lot to talk about, but it's pretty comfy. We can get into it, and yeah, I'll talk more about the run once we've started. Let me just give them a countdown, and then we can get started. Let me... Okay. I'm going to do a quick countdown. I'm going to maybe mess with the game volume a little bit. I think Jamirus is talking on their stream, so I might adjust it as we go. But let's do the countdown. Go. Okay. Timer might be a few seconds off, but no big deal. I'm going to give the game a little bit more volume. Jamirus is talking on their stream, so if I need to turn this down, if the two voices are distracting or whatever, let me know, but Dragon Quest 6 has really good music, so I don't want to completely mute the stream. They are talking on their own stream. They have a, you can see the slides on there. There's also some auto translation on their stream that's going on. They're doing their own commentary in Japanese, but I didn't want to capture the auto commentary because it's not always perfect. We'll leave it at that, kind of machine translation sometimes showing things that maybe we don't want to, that are not what's being said, and maybe things that we don't want to show on this channel, so. We will talk a little bit about DQ6 though as we go. Obviously, their slides are being captured so you can see the information that they're presenting as we go. So this Dragon Quest 6 is an interesting game in the way it tells its story, because it sort of starts off here in Medea's Rest, where you don't really know what's happening, but you're in the middle of doing something. So we're sitting around this campfire. There's a party of adventurers, and they're getting on to this dragon to fly them over to Mudo's castle. You're not really expected to understand too much of what's going on. We'll see plenty of Mudo's castle later. As Purple Mario says, song time. This, the music in Dragon Quest VI is pretty interesting, because my feelings when I first played Dragon Quest VI was that the music was very different than a lot of other Dragon Quest entries. It kind of felt, I don't know, yeah, like I said, just kind of not DQ, I guess. But over time, it's really grown on me, and I think it's really, really good now. The entire country is running DQ6. I think the entire country does run some kind of Dragon Quest speedrun, so you're probably not too far off, Bick. Motif-heavy soundtrack. That's a really good way to put it, Boexel. I hadn't really thought of it like that, but I absolutely agree. Visual, the dragon is actually Barbara. Get your Dragon Quest VI lore straight. Anyway, the adventurers are slowly moseying their way into Mudo's castle. Again, we'll circle back to this later, but kind of the gist of what's going on is that there's this evil force in the world, Mudo, and Mudo is the master of the powers of illusion, and everyone in the country kind of just wants to be able to stop Mudo and there are a few specific things that happen where Mudo is kind of causing chaos and sort of infiltrating various kingdoms, and the heroes are here to stop him. But as we mentioned, Mudo has the power of illusions. So as soon as we enter Mudo's throne room, they're gripped by this power of Mudo's, this illusion. They definitely, the developers definitely wanted to show off the effect, like the power of the Super Nintendo with this game. So a little bit of background here, right? So in the West, we did not get any Dragon Quest games for the Super Nintendo, but in Japan, they got Dragon Quest V, and then a remake of Dragon Quest 1 and 2 built on the DQ5 engine, and then Dragon Quest 6, and then a remake of Dragon Quest 3 built on the DQ6 engine. So, a lot of SFC games, and this one came out, I don't want to say super late in the SFC's life, but 95 maybe? I don't remember the exact year. It was on one of the earlier slides. But SFC had been out for a while, and they wanted to show off like all the Mode 7 and all of like the overlay stuff, like the visual effects that were going on in Mudo's throne room and everything. So anyway, after Mudo attacks us, we wake up back in the hometown. This is the town of Life Cod, and Jamirus is going to pick up a few important items: leather hat, defense seed. And basically what's happening is there's this this festival that's about to happen, or festival is not the right word, like ceremony. It's supposed to happen soon, but in order to do that, they need this this crown that was made by a craftsman in the nearby town of Sienna. So the mayor asks you to go to the town and pick up the item and bring it back, so that way the ceremony can proceed. Life Cod's kind of at the top of this mountain, so starting by going down the mountain, grabbing a medical herb and a club. And there's not really any reason to fight anything at this point in time. You can opt to fight. There are a couple enemies in here, like if you get a single spot slime, I've seen people opt to fight them instead of run. But in general, you just kind of run from everything until you get to Sienna. The stuff on this mountain is not scary at all. There are a couple enemies in the overworld that we'll be going to shortly here that are actually a little bit scary. You only have the one herb that we just picked up in the Jamirus just picked up in the mountain. Is the only source of healing that you have, so if you get some bad luck with running away, then it can be a problem. Speaking of running away, like most Dragon Quest games, it's a progressive run system. I think Dragon Quest 6 is 50% to run, and if you fail, it's 50% again, and then 75. And then I think it's 87.5. I don't think you're ever guaranteed, but maybe 4th try run is guaranteed in this game. I'm kind of like DQ5, you're never guaranteed to run, but I don't remember in this game with 100% certainty. But anyway, the mayor gave you this valuable item to come down here and sell in order to be able to afford. 4th tries 100%. That might be right. The mayor gave you this this valuable item to come down here and barter to get money to buy the crown from the craftsman here. So there are two guys that want to buy it that you kind of just go back and forth and haggle between. And you haggle all the way up until you get 480 gold for it. And then picking up a couple other items here. scale shield, agility seed. And then this is kind of funny because you buy the thief key from that vendor that's in the bottom right hand corner for 470 gold, just a little bit less than we haggled that item for. And use that to go down into the basement and grab that Chimera wing. And 250 gold. And then you come back up and you just immediately resell the thief key for 352 gold back. So it's like the only game, I think, where you can actually sell the thief key. It's just really interesting that it's a buy and sellable item. So you buy it to get the stuff in this town, and then you just immediately resell it back. So stocking up on a couple Chimera wings, getting a scale armor here. And then the craftsman is not in town. He's missing. So we're going to explore a little bit and go find him. Basically, there's this weird hole in the world over here to the west. You can see through the land below. We'll be seeing more of these later. But there is build day. And we're gonna help rescue him to not fall down, but in the process, we're falling through the hole ourselves. And we survive, but we're now look a little bit different. We now have this kind of ghosty appearance to us. And if you try to interact with people, they can't see you. So grab a life seed and then a wooden hat. $20 gold. The early gold here is very, very important. Gold is very strictly routed all the way up until we buy a very important item. So walked into that town there. We saw a little bit of a scene. The dog knows somebody's there, even though the people can't tell. And that's sort of starting a side quest that'll happen later, but it's faster to go in there and trigger the start of it now. We'll be back to that town later, though. So exploring around, there's this well here that's got this weird glow coming from it. And when you examine the well and jump in the well, we are no longer all spiritual and stuff. I hope you like wells. There are a lot of them in this game. Not Wells the person. I mean, I hope you like Wells the person too. There's only one of him. He's not in Dragon Quest 6 as far as I know. Hey, Wells. Alright, so now that we're back here, Built-A's like, what happened? You fell down, but alright, sure. You're here to collect the MacGuffin, the crown, Laurel Crown. I think it is. I don't know. Here you go. So we grab that, we wing back to town, and we deliver it to the mayor. And we don't really talk about what happened when we fell through the world. More items to grab here. There are a couple things that you can, if you happen to, like, die earlier, there are a couple of these things that you can sell to kind of recover and get back on your money route. But thankfully that did not happen, and everything's good. You're sure you're not the dog? You know, when it comes to the DQ6 story, I don't know if I'm really sure of anything. They probably shouldn't let me on here talking about DQ6, but here I am. Alright, so there's your sister Tanya wearing the crown here. Is that Tanya? I think that's Tanya. Here to hear about the story? Oh no. I'm gonna disappoint you, Ash, because I don't know any of it. Oh yeah, Jamirus is confirming that it is Tanya, the hero's younger sister, specifically younger sister. Alright, so we're going into the church, and this is going to be kind of like a prayer to the goddess, sort of what this ritual is about. I don't really remember all the details of this ritual, but it's not going to go exactly the way it usually does. I'll also mention, it's not relevant to anything right now. You're wondering what the 0 is in the upper right-hand corner. That's a calculator. We'll be talking more about the calculator later. Well, that depends, Callie. This game does not have more demon lords than the original version of 7. But it does have more demon lords than the remake of Dragon Quest 7. So yeah, anyway, during this ritual, the goddess appears to the main character through Tanya. It's unclear as to whether, like, Tanya is acting as the goddess or whether this is actually, like, a separate vision of the goddess. But the goddess gives you some kind of obscure hint about, I don't know, you being the savior of the world or something. I'm probably making that up, but gives you some kind of plot reason to not stay here. And now that the ceremony is done, we celebrate! Hooray! It's not quite Dragon Quest VII's Fish Festival song, but this is definitely a bit of a banger. Alright, so we're going here to the mayor. He's telling us to go to Ryok, the Kingdom of Ryok. And then we're gonna just come over here and spy real quick on Tanya and Lando. Having a, well, Lando hopes it's a romantic conversation, but Tanya kind of shuts him down. Sadly. No, if it were a DQ8 reference, it would be a Banger Z. But I can't reference those because I'm not allowed to reference any of the memes. Yeah, after this intro section, things will pick up a little bit. The start of this run's definitely kind of slow and comfy. So we're going to bed even though the party's continuing deep into the night. I feel like these fireworks are being let off, like, way too close to the town. Like, they're directly over the houses. Can't believe they're not gonna, like, set the houses on fire or anything. Could you imagine if Life Cod burned down? Alright. It's morning. We're gonna wing back to Sienna. And take a little jaunt over to Ryok.
これがレイドックのお城ですね。ここで兵士になるために試験を受けます。
Alright, so we get to Ryok, and we find that they are currently recruiting soldiers to join their army. We're going to talk to the guard and see what's involved with becoming a soldier in Rydok's army, and then we're going to come over here and buy a weapon. We're going to buy the boomerang for 420 gold, and you notice that Jamirus had 421 gold. Like exactly enough, basically, to buy the boomerang. That's why I said earlier that early shopping and like deaths and things like that are very specifically routed. So we're gonna walk through the town a little bit. Over here in the church we find Hassan. We'll be seeing plenty more of our good friend Hassan. But he's also trying to become a soldier of Ryok, so... But now that the bell went off, that means that the presentation, basically we're going to be given a challenge that we have to complete in order to become a soldier. And so they told us to wait for the bell went off, we come up here, and now we get given the challenge. Hassan was in the intro. Correct. Alright, so there's this Tower of Trials that we were told that we need to get to the top of. And the first one to get to the top basically becomes a soldier. So now that we have the boomerang hits all enemies on the screen. It's a very powerful weapon. We'll be using a few boomerangs throughout the run. Jamirus will be using a few boomerangs throughout the run. I like saying we, even though I'm doing absolutely nothing but sitting here rambling about DQ6. And the goal here is level 3. Before going to the tower. If you're very, very close, you could take a fight in the tower, but goal here is level 3. Take advantage of this boomerang to kill things pretty quickly. Alright, now we're in the trials. And Jamirus is just gonna leave. See ya. This automatically fails the trial. But it's fine. It won't matter. What that does is it lets us skip an additional boss fight that would happen at the top of the tower. So we just skipped a fight by skipping that. We do have to still do the tower though. Like the tower doesn't go away, it just means that you don't have to do the final fight at the end. Alright, now it's time for the first boss, quote-unquote, of the game, which is the Tower Guard. The Tower Guard can either attack or build up power. And if he's doing normal attacks, if you're below 18 HP, if you're 18 HP or below, then you need to heal. And if he builds up power, then you need to heal if you are 22 or below. Sort of basically you want to be able to cover what happens if he attacks twice. So in classic DQ fashion, agility rolls in this game are kind of made up. Especially early on. Like you're only level 3, your agility's low, their enemy's agility's low. So you can't really have any assumption of going first or second. So you just have to kind of and in fact, maybe in this fight specifically, maybe you're even more likely to go second. But you have to assume that you're going to get hit twice, so you're just hedging your bets against that. What you really want to see is this boss to build up power multiple times in a row. Because even when he's building up power, like right there, he just built up power a second time in a row, a third time in a row. That power increase doesn't stack, it still only applies once. So those extra actions are just wasted turns. Dodge isn't great. You also want to see what just happened there, which is on turns where you're healing, where you're using an herb to heal, you want the boss to go first. That way you get more value out of that healing. So that went absolutely fine. The only way you lose that fight is by running out of herbs. It's very predictable per turn. But if you get bad turn order on your heal turns, and you do not get many, like, multiple build-up powers or things like that, then you can burn through your healing, and actually, it is possible to lose to that fight. It feels really, really bad, but it's very rare. But it can happen. Alright. Hassan's already chilling out here at the top, but we're just going to walk by him. And now, we get the first... Sorry. Second. No, that is the first. Sorry. It is the first of the mini-medals. So, mini-medals have existed in Dragon Quest for a while at this point. They were introduced with Dragon Warrior 4. But every game kind of handles them a little bit differently, right? Like in Dragon Warrior 4, mini-medals were kind of used as a currency. Where there's a mini-medal shop, and you can trade in repeatedly X number of mini-medals for an item, right? 6 mini-medals and you'll get a Sword of Miracles. And if you want another Sword of Miracles, then you bring them 6 more mini-medals, right? In this game, it's a threshold system, so every 10 or so mini-medals, for example, you might get a new reward. So at 10, you might get a magic water. At 20, you might get an iron shield. You know, these sorts of things. I'm making up the rewards here because the early ones are not super relevant. But this route is going to collect a lot of mini-medals. So we'll see plenty more of them. Assuming Jamirus is getting 70? We'll see. So, lots of mini-medals. There are some very, very good rewards from them. And if you miss one, if you get to the end, and you are exactly one short, good luck remembering where you missed it. Another mini-medal. There's 2. Yeah, so Jamirus stocked up on some Chimera Wings, grabbed the mini-medal, and now is heading back out to the overworld. And Hassan decides to team up with us. So we find out that there's a guy in the castle courtyard who has a wagon, but he has no horse to tow the wagon with. And we find out from the people in town that there is a wild horse out to the west that no one can tame. And Hassan happens to be an expert horse tamer. So, taking a few fights along the way. Trying to get a couple levels here for Hiro and Hassan. Alright. Here's the horse. Falin. It's too fast though. It's just gonna keep running in circles. But Hassan has a good idea. I'm gonna pincer attack. Alright, Falin has been successfully cornered. Well, the slides also say Carver. I apologize to nobody, but I'm using the Super Famicom names for things, and not the DS name for things. These slides seem to be using the DS localization, but I don't know any of the DS localization because I don't play the DS version. I play this version, so I know the Japanese names. So yeah, trying to kind of get Hassan level 4 along the way, taking advantage of the boomerang.
このおじいさんに馬を引き渡します。そうすると
Jamirus did a little movement tech there to move Falin closer to the old man before talking to him.
今見えている金髪の男ですが、彼はソルリーさんという人で、これから何度も関わることになります。
And then
彼はね、物語が進むと
we get a little bit of dialogue here. Captain comes and brings us to see the royal family.
真ん中にいるのがこのお城の王様です。王様からラーの鏡を取ってくるように頼まれます。
King of Ryok here starts talking to us about Mudo.
ラーの鏡を探す旅が始まります。
Notice the queen is nowhere to be seen.
で、レイドッ
We're gonna rob their bedroom before we leave.
これからね、ファーバー
That's kind of what we do in Dragon Quest games. Especially like royalty. Royalty always has really good stuff just like lying around in their bedroom. Gotta scoop that up whenever you can.
一旦で終わらなかった。防御しなきゃ一旦で終わるから殴ったけど、ずっと防御されましたね。
Alright, so we're just kind of exploring the world at this point.
一旦で終わるんだったら逃げるより倒した方が早いことがあるのでね。
On a quest to,
逃げミスすると
I don't know,
倒した方が
find Mudo and see what he's up to. Sort of the
こ
general
れは無理です。
goal.
右の青いモンスター
What are we
がとても
calculating?
強いです。
The calculator will be used to track boss hit points.
はい、
Many runners of Dragon Quest VI use a calculator because knowing when you're going to transition between phases or when you're at a winning point in the fight or something like that is good speed tech.
この木こりにね、ラーの鏡の情報を聞こうと思うのですが、
Oh yeah, we are looking for Amir. It does say that right on the screen.
親を立ててくれた。
But it all leads to the Mudo thing, right? Like, so we're looking for Ramir because Ramir is supposed to have the power to dispel illusions, and as mentioned earlier, Mudo is sort of the master of illusions. So it's a thing that leads to another thing. We're gonna get a little scene here of Hassan building a hut. Some of the Japanese runners will actually sing a little song to this. No song today, though. I think this scene right here is the entire reason that they... I don't know the song. I think this scene right here is the entire reason they decided to name Hassan as Carver in the DS version. Alright, so the woodcutter there is gonna, now that we've helped him out, is gonna tell us about this, this secret passage over here. Very conspicuous secret passage. That'll let us cross the river through the underground. So, at this point, Jamirus wants to be paying attention to their hit points and their poison status, so one character got poisoned during that fight. And at a point where you don't want to die in this section, obviously, but there is a decision point soon where you can choose to take a death warp to save a little bit of time if you're at sufficiently low hit points. So there's sort of a balancing act between, you know, how much resources are you using to heal? Are you going to take the death warp? What is a death warp? It's when you die and get warped somewhere. And lose half your gold. That is true. Sometimes it's on purpose. Sometimes it is not on purpose. And unlike the modern Dragon Quest remakes, like the one that you may have just seen on stream here, before this run, the old versions of Dragon Quest do not have any sort of autosave, rematch, retry, continue from last save option. Like, all the modern games have many choices for what to do when you die. But in this game, you simply get set back somewhere. And it's usually the last place you saved. But there are a couple of cases where the last place you saved is not available. And in that case, there might be a fixed location that the game sends you to instead. Yeah, as Error said, it's pretty common in Dragon Quest, because of losing half your gold when you die, you tend to hoard your valuable items and only sell them when you're actually going to need to spend your money. And the gold that you get from fighting enemies in DQ is usually mostly inconsequential. Alright, so we're going to come over here to this other hole in the ground. Jump down, and then, very importantly, grab the return point. And then take a death warp. Yes, this game does have a bank. The bank existed before this game, though. This game did not invent the bank. But yes, it did introduce the bag. The bag in this game is a little bit different than the bag in some later games. But anyway, we have the death warp, which brings us to this town, Sim Marina. This town is just like a little bit to the west. It's a pretty short walk, honestly, from all trades. It's just a little bit faster to do the death warp. I just called it all trades, didn't I? From Dharma. Grab an iron claw on the ground. And yeah, we're in the spirit form again, obviously, since we fell through the hole in the world, just like what happened earlier. And we're gonna overhear this dialogue with Sandy and Joseph, and then we're gonna come over here to the mayor's house. Sandy is a maid for the mayor. Pretending to be a maid for the mayor. I'm gonna leave, and then here comes Amanda. So Sandy's kind of messing with some stuff, and Amanda's like, "Oh, time to feed the dog." And then just grabs the dog that Sandy was, the dog food that Sandy was messing with. Woof woof. Pero
そして
pero.
犬は毒が入った餌を食べてしまいます。そして倒れてしまいます。ですが、この犬は命が助かります。
The dog has been poisoned.
よかったですね。
Oh, Amanda's the one who poisoned the food. Okay. I always
これ
get
で
that kind
犬
of
が死ん
backwards
だ
as
ら
to which
とても
one's
嫌な話になりますからね。
the good one and which one's the bad one. Yeah, it's like a love triangle thing going on.
で、さっき
Eh.
毒を入れた女はこのことをずっと反省しないんですね。最悪です。
There's a lot of stuff like that in this game where like 80% confident of what's happening, but I
という
get
ことで、
details
このイベン
confused.
トが終わったら港に行きましょう。
I don't really put like a whole lot of stock into Dragon Quest VI's story. It's kind of absurd.
港に行くとミレイユ、
It's a really fun
ミ
speedrun,
リーが待ってます。
but it's pretty low on my list of casual Dragon
彼
Quest
女は
games.
主人公たちが来ることを知っていたみたいですね。ここにミリーがいます。
It's
彼女に話しかけたら
possibly better than Dragon Quest VII's story.
ここでハッサンが
Oh.
カ
Hmm.
ーバーが生きていると少しセリフが
It's
あり
different than Dragon Quest VII's story. Dragon Quest VII definitely has a better payoff. I think this game is a better build-up, but I think Dragon Quest VII is a better payoff. Anyway, after that whole dog poisoning thing, we walk through the story again, or through the town again, and we run into this girl here, Mileyu, who's able to see us, despite the fact that we're in this spirit form. And she says that her grandma can help us out. So grandma's over here is going to tell us that we can recover the dream drop, and she'll be able to use that, or dream dew, be able to use that to make us visible. So, a little bit of inventory management here going on. So this is one thing, if anyone's seen speedruns of Dragon Quest III Super Famicom, this DQ3 SFC is built on the same engine as this game, but the menus in this game and like the way it plays are actually a lot different. So for example, the general like confirm interact button on all the rest of the Super Famicom games is X. In this game, it's Y. Why? I don't know. But it is. The menus in this game are a little bit slow. They're closer to like Dragon Quest V's menus from like a speed standpoint. But both like going in and out of sub-menus in battle, trading items around, things like that, they're all pretty slow. Items in your bag, I mentioned the bag being a little bit different. DQ5's menus feel faster. They might be. They're definitely faster with the turbo up and down thing. I mentioned the bag being different in this game. So you cannot use items from the bag in this game. So if you have like a bunch of medical herbs or antidote herbs or anything like that, you have to actually give them to somebody and then use them from a character. The bag cannot use them directly. The bag automatically sorts in this game. Anything that goes to the bag is just sort of automatically sorted. This is unfortunate. So, those baby goyles are terrifying. They are the scariest enemy in this cave. I'm actually kind of curious to see how this is going to go. Oops, all baby goyles. By the way. 4 encounters in a row of them.
とても厳しいですが、勝つこと自体はできます。やめて。あ、終わった。
Still alive.
ちょっと待ってよ。これ4つだよね。
Yeah, so one thing I didn't mention when Jamirus was in Grandma's house, they picked up a couple items, an MP seed for one, but then also an item called a Lucida Shard. So the Lucida Shard exists in a few different Dragon Quest games, and always has effects related to confusion. In many DQ games, it cures you of confusion. In this game, you can use it to cause confusion. And that will be very relevant on the boss coming up here. Normally, does the hero get a revive or anything? Like, I don't think so. No, looks like just the Hassan's gonna have the Lucida Shard. Okay. I've never done this fight with just one character alive. So, yeah, anyway, you're gonna use the Lucida Shard onto Bloody Paw here. Next major boss. Bloody Paw can do a few different things. Bloody Paw's attack can paralyze you, which is very scary. There was a confuse hit. He can also raise his own defense. And then when he's confused, he can hit himself out of confuse. And he can do that. He can run away. That was very good. That's what you hope for this fight, is you hope that he just, you confuse him until he runs away. This fight can become borderline unwinnable if he buffs his defense and then while confused, paralyzes himself. It's actually faster to like reset to a save and come back. In a lot of cases when that happens. But yeah, my notes don't have a... Do I have a different notes file? Want to look up the percents of what he does there. Okay, my longer notes do have that. So... Oh, my notes don't actually have the run percent. Attack 33, swipe 16%, glare 16, sap 16, upper 16. So yeah, I don't know what the run chance is, but it's like a 50% chance, I think, to confuse him, and then when he gets hit, it's got a 25% chance to break out. So anyway, we got the Dream Drop. Grab another quick chest for Fur Mantle before Death Warping. And then Grandma's is going to use the Dream Drop to restore us to visibility in this world. And we get a little bit extra that we can use if we find anybody else in a similar situation. And then Mileyu's going to ask to come travel with us. So she's going to join our party. Mileyu is... So the hero is like a lot of DQ heroes, right? Where he's kind of just like a physical guy. He knows... It's a little bit of magic. Things like that. He'll learn lightning magic later on, you know. Kind of a typical DQ hero. Hassan is your bulky physical guy, kind of like a martial artist type. He gets like some unique like punch and kick attacks. And then Mileyu is she's like half priest but also like half magic user. I don't know, she's sort of like what you'd get if you combined Christo and Bray. DQ4 into one character, right? Like she'll know Ice Bolt, she'll get Upper, she'll get Heal. You know, she gets kind of those combination of abilities. So Dragon Quest VI is a little bit interesting in that a lot of characters, or all characters really, have some set of base abilities that they learn. And Dragon Quest VII is the same way. But then, once you get to a certain point in the run, you unlock like a class system. And pretty quickly, like, the characters just stop learning new innate abilities and rely on the classes to give them new abilities. So what these characters are like matters a lot for the start of the run, but doesn't really matter for the long-term impact. I mean, obviously, like, they all have their own unique base stats and everything, but, like, Mileyu learning Ice Bolt, for example, is just not... It's not, like, a long-term significant impact. Doesn't continue to learn, you know, Haruruko and Mahiado and the Hyadain, all the upgraded ice spells. Not naturally. Alright, so anyway, we're gonna head back to Ryok now and kind of check in over there. Yeah, learning lightning is more or less required. Might be actually required. Might just be like part of the scene. I don't know if it's skippable, but... Alright, so now that we're back to Ryok, we're gonna sneak our way into the castle. Jamirus does the shopping here a little bit differently than I do. Not a problem. I think she bought the... Rebought the thief key and got the gold bracelets already. But the most important thing here now is getting these royal clothes. Will allow you to be allowed into the castle because you look a lot like the prince. Look a lot like royalty. Before we go up to visit the king and queen, we're going to come down to the jail and talk to this dude. Because it wouldn't be a Dragon Quest game without a few visits to a jail. But yeah, putting on the royal clothes makes the hero look an awful lot like the prince. And so they recognize us when we walk in and they say, "Hey, come on up." We loot their dresser again. We talk to the maid next to the bed. But the king, this time, there is both a king and queen here. But they're both just kind of in a permanent sleep where they're not waking up. So everything's like kind of the same as the last time we were in Ryok, but everything's like a little bit different. And the gist here is that this game has like a real world and a dream world thing going on. And I'm horrible about keeping track of what happens in each world, so I'm not even really going to try. There are a few things. Basically, the more absurd the game gets, the more likely you are that you're in the dream world. But it's not a hard and fast rule. And, yeah, they kick us out. They realize, hey, you're not really the prince. Go away. Okay, so she must have bought the... I don't know. I don't know what she did at that first shop. I was not really paying attention. Anyway, at this merchant, you get to rebuy the thief key. The one that we bought and sold earlier. And then buy 3 gold bracelets, 1 to each character. The gold bracelet is a really strong defensive accessory. Especially at this point in the run. And will get used to some extent throughout the entire run. Yeah, and there are a lot of little like inventory management things you can see Jamirus doing here. Because of the way like the bag works and the way like item pickups always go to the character in front unless their inventory is full, and then it goes to the character behind. There are cases where like you want a certain character in front with open inventory slots to get an item that you're going to pick up. Like this bug knife up here. And then there are times where you want a character to have like a full inventory, so an item actually either goes to the bag or goes to the next character in line. There's a lot of little... This game has a lot of little optimizations like that with your inventory management. Especially because the menuing in this game is pretty slow. And there's not really like trading items conveniently, like swapping items conveniently. So like whenever you make a mistake, it's just... It's all kind of tedious to correct it. And there are going to be later on in the run a lot of usable items in combat. Like obviously you have herbs and stuff now, but later on there's going to be a lot of equipment that's usable, like repeatedly usable, like the Lucida Shard, but much more impactful. And having those in a consistent place that you can menu to quickly in your inventory is a big part of being fast in this run. So, anyway, Jamirus is over here in the town of Amore. Getting blocked by NPCs in the classic Dragon Quest fashion. And staff may as well be another party member. That is very true. This is another town where there's a lot of like dream world, real world stuff going on that I'm a bit fuzzy on as to what like the actual impetus is for anything happening in this world. When we're in the dream world, things will get very obvious. We're going to talk to everybody in town and see what's up. Then we're going to take a nap. Grab another mini medal. That's mini medal number 5. Or should be. And yeah, we'll know this is the dream world because suddenly the river is all going to turn into blood. Rivers don't really just do that. The lady there that we talked to when we went to sleep has some like history of like being in love with a guy and he like went missing or I don't really remember what happened, but like,
ハッサン今持ち物いっぱいだったっけ。あーどうしようかな。何を渡せばいいんだ。
so anyway, so in the dream world now.
服渡しちゃダメだよな。
I'll circle back to the lady and the love interest there shortly after this cave. But yeah, we're gonna follow the source of the bloody river up to this cave. Jamirus did walk into the cave on the way to town. I haven't talked about encounter canceling. So the way encounters in this game work, like a lot of Dragon Quest games, but not all, is random encounters work off of a depletion kind of system. So when you're walking in a dungeon or on the overworld or whatever, when you enter a place, the game generates a random number, and every time you take a step, the game subtracts from that number. And depending on the type of tile you're walking on, like if you're in a dungeon or if you're walking on grass, forest, mountain, whatever, how much it subtracts from that number will be a different value. And then when it hits 0, you get an encounter. But if you walk in and out of an area where you get a fight and leave a fight or whatever, it sort of regenerates that random number. So you'll often see... Metal Slime runs away. You will often see going up and down staircases or going in and out of a cave or something like that. And when you see that, just like immediately go down and back up. Or in and then immediately back out. That's to reset the encounter depletion rate, to generate a new number. So like that right there, that was an encounter reset. And over the course of the run, that ends up saving many, many, many random encounters. Okay, so there's the blade boomerang. So we now have an upgraded version of the boomerang. And yeah, from this point, Jamirus is going to be doing a little bit of grinding, as the slides say. Level 7 to learn sap is the goal for this grind. The grind isn't super dangerous, but it can be a little slow at times. Metal slimes speed it up significantly. Now, one thing you see, Dragon Quest over the years has played around a lot with the tactics system for party control. And this game has a tactic, Fight Wisely, which is well known to be a run from the baby oils. Well known to be very overpowered. The Fight Wisely tactic, the enemies know all about like monster strengths and weaknesses and like HP levels and things like that. They just have a lot of knowledge of the enemies. So Fight Wisely in this game is very, very good. But you can also do basic offensive, defensive, focus on healing, things like that. The hero never follows tactics, the hero is always manual control. But the rest of the party will follow them. It is a party level choice in this game, not a per character choice. But it's very useful when doing these type of grinds because it saves you from having to manually input commands on every character on every turn. Man, Jamirus is seeing a lot of baby goyles in this run. Both in Bloody Paw Cave and then again in this Amore Cave. It's just nothing but baby goyles everywhere. It'd be really nice to see a metal slime and have it stick around. That's sort of the dream of this place, is to get a quick metal slime, and you can actually end up being like a little bit short on gold if you end up getting metal slimes like too quickly and you don't kill much random stuff. It can actually affect your gold routing a little bit. But I've only seen one metal slime so far, and it has run away pretty quickly. Metal slimes in this game have more HP than in a lot of other DQ games. I think they can have up to 6 in DQ6, rather than, like, you know, in a lot of games, metal slimes have 3 to 4 HP. A little bit harder to kill in this game, but they don't run as often either. I agree. It is rare to be short on gold, but it can be an impact. That's all. It's also worth noting that from a longer-term standpoint, it's not really relevant for this grind unless, like, the game just showers you in a million metal slimes. It is possible to over-level in the early parts of this run. Talk about that a little bit more when we get to the class system. I don't think it's going to be relevant here at all. But if you get too many metal slimes, or if you have to refight Mudo 2 too often without resetting, you can end up a little bit over-leveled for the initial class grind. Again, not relevant right now. Like, we're not being showered in metal slimes, so it's not going to matter. But just pointing out that it is a possibility. And in terms of the gold, it also... The gold thing depends a little bit, because there are a couple of different shopping routes that you can do after this cave. I've seen a couple different shopping routes around this point in the run. So there's a little bit of relativity to how likely or unlikely you are to be short on gold. I don't remember the details of all the different routes that I've seen. So, okay. Heroes level 7, heroes learn Drukani, Sap. Mileyu learns outside. And now we can continue on. No reason to fight anything else now. You want to save your resources for the boss fight. The boss fight coming up is going to be the Horror Beast. See, somebody's already in a fight with it when we get here. So the Horror Beast has a 3-turn rotation. So you'll find that rotations are a pretty common method of, like, enemy and boss actions in this era of Dragon Quest. So you can see it on screen on the slides, but first action is either Metapani Dance or a strong attack. Second action is either Metapani Dance or Bright Lights. The third attack is either a strong attack or a regular attack. So you want the hero to use Sap, which we just learned, twice to lower his defense. Mileyu is going to cast Buff on everybody. Mileyu often gets 2. Doesn't show that on her slide, but often Mileyu gets 2. She can heal if she needs to. It's more important that people stay alive rather than get the upper. That was a very fast fight. And worth noting, that's kind of the first fight where it's relevant, that Mileyu is... The fight was over very quickly, but Mileyu is immune to confusion. So she can't get confused. And that boss also has an ability that will come back later on, where some of his attacks actually focus on the lowest HP character. So if your confused character... In general, you want your confused characters to be at lower HP and Mileyu to stay at high HP so she doesn't get targeted. And you want your... The idea being, if somebody gets confused, you want them to get hit to knock them out of that confusion. Did not end up being relevant for that fight at all. Just went really quick, but there's a little bit of nuance that goes on in there. Can go on in there. And you'll see stuff like that kind of, again, throughout the run, where there are certain patterns and certain like conditions that happen where you want to prepare for them in a certain way. And the bosses do get much harder than these early bosses do. And those tactics matter a lot more. Alright, so we've saved Iria from the horror beast. Reunited him with Janna. Very important that you take a step before casting outside there. If you do not take a step and you immediately try to cast outside, it will fail, and you'll waste the MP. And Mileyu probably spent all of her MP between the grind and that boss fight and not be able to cast a second one. So then you have to walk out again. Alright, let's see what the shop looks like. Sells the scale shield. Sells the iron claw. Buys iron shield. Hero. And a second iron shield to Hassan. Okay. Pretty normal shop. I have seen alternative shopping there. Alright, so we're gonna go back to sleep down here, and Gina is back to her old lady form, despite being a young woman in the cave as we just saw her. And suddenly, Iria walks through the door. And Iria and Gina are reunited after all this time apart because of the actions that we took in the dream world with the horror beast. So, yeah, even though there's a dream world and a real world, they have effects on each other. Sort of an interesting ebb and flow throughout this run. And in return for... I don't know if it's in return for helping out or just like... whatever. Gina now gives us the mirror key. Kagami no Kagi. Which allows the party to get into Mirror Tower. Because again, we're still searching for the Mirror of Ra in order to battle Mudo. Boss name? You mean poison zombies? Alright, so Mileyu grabs some half-plate armor from the basement there, and then you can kind of figure out, based on looking at the reflections here, that one part of that mirrored wall is false. And now there's this poison zombie fight. It's kind of a boss fight. but mostly just because they have a lot of HP. The goal is to start spamming sap on them, and you want to keep sapping until sap hits one target twice, basically, and then you just go in on attacks. These guys have shared rotation, so it's similar to the last boss where it had like different action phases. So there's 6 actions in the rotation, but it's shared among however many are alive. So they attack, poison breath, strong attack, poison attack, attack, and then heal. So every other turn, they're going to cast a heal spell early on until one of them dies, then it'll be every 3rd turn, and then it'll be every 6th turn. But you actually kind of hope that poison from the poison breath hits people, because the poison attack does actually like an envenomed type poison. So normal poison, like most DQ games, only ticks outside of combat, but the envenomed form will actually damage you in combat. So Mileyu should heal the envenom with her tactics. Someone gets hit by it, but not heal poison. And being poisoned will prevent you from being envenomed, because you already have a poison effect. And then the envenom will just turn into a regular poison after the battle ends if you do have envenom on. But yeah, so it's kind of just a, you're spamming sap to lower their defense. Mileyu is using upper to buff your defense. And then you're kind of just attacking them down. There's not really... Strategically, there's not really a whole lot going on in this fight. It's pretty easy. These guys just have a lot of HP. They have 350 HP each. So, it just kind of takes a while to burn through it all. There is a little bit of, in terms of how fast this fight goes, there is a little bit of, when you're using the boomerang, like it hits left to right, right? So, if you end up hitting sap twice on the rightmost zombie, like right away, it takes less damage because the boomerang kind of decreases for every target it hits. So you might choose to keep sapping more early on or whatever. It could kind of affect the speed of the fight, is just how your saps land. Really is what I'm going for. But more of a speed thing than a, strategically different thing. Yep, life force, not drop. No Chinoki no me. Alright, curing all that poison, healing up, and then progressing through Mirror Tower. So, skipped the, there's a 200 gold chest that you could have opted to get past those stairs at right after the boss. She decided to skip that. Did get the string seed though, of course. So yeah, Mirror Tower is split into kind of 2 separate towers, 2 separate spires. If you go up the right side, and you can see here the encounter rate's pretty low. She hasn't gotten a single encounter yet. The encounters aren't really too scary here. We are going to see this this ghosty form here, who has no reflection. But we're just going to walk by them. You can talk to her, but you don't need to talk to her, so. So yeah, you can see these enemies here really just aren't very threatening. Jamirus is choosing to manually heal instead of using Monton just to sort of optimize MP usage a little bit.
強いからやめて
The introduction of the Flower Man enemy.
強いから一回で逃げられるように祈りましょう
Alright, so at the top, there are these orbs that are being reflected in the mirror. And as soon as you push them outside the mirror, they break. And there's this kind of this central platform that's being suspended in midair. So the idea is that you need to break all 4 of the orbs, 2 from each side of the tower, in order to lower that central platform. And that is where the Mirror of Ra will be, which is the mirror that we've been looking for, as evidenced by the fact that this is called Mirror Tower and we use the mirror key to get in here. You know, very, very obvious.
一歩無駄に歩くとその一歩で敵が出てきたりしますだから必ず
Looking at the slides, it looks like they called this tower the Moon Mirror Tower in DS. I don't really know what's moony about it. I think Dragon Quest just likes adding moon to everything. Yeah. Anyway, now it's time for the left side of the tower. The left side of this tower has a higher encounter rate and notably stronger enemies. So, even though this tower has been going real smooth so far, anything can happen over here. Otherwise, it's, you know, a mirror of the other side. The 4th floor has an agility seed instead of a strength seed, which Jamirus seems to be skipping. These guys are casting Boggy. So Boggy is Infernos or Whoosh, which is a pretty notorious Dragon Quest spell. It has a very random damage range. It's kind of important to pay attention to MP usage through here. Again, manually healing instead of using Monton in order to optimize that usage. Now you can see, like, right below here, when we get out of this fight, there's a mirror with some stairs. They're not visible, but we can... It's kind of the cue to examine the tile for the hidden stairs. The game insists on showing you this scene every time you break every orb. Yeah, Jamirus is doing their own commentary. On their stream, they have an automatic translation, like speech to text with auto translation going on for subtitles. It's questionably accurate at times, so that's why I'm not capturing it on this marathon stream. But their stream does have that auto translation on there. And of course, Jamirus is providing all of the slides that you're seeing on screen. Jamirus. Alright, now that we've lowered this platform, the girl that we saw earlier, Barbara, is now present. looking at this mirror. So Barbara was looking for this mirror, hoping that it would return her to a full, like, real solid form. But it was not. Because this mirror, again, is supposed to have the power to dispel illusions. But we have the right tool for it. We have the dream drop left over from Grandma's after we returned ourselves to solidity. So we were able to use that extra dream drop on Barbara. Now it's very important that after Barbara joins, you pick up the mirror. Everybody who's run this game has accidentally cast outside here before picking up the mirror at least once. Or left and cast return, I guess. Not outside, but has left the tower without picking up the mirror, I should say. Alright, so we're returning back to the ruins here of Dharma. Taking it back to the dream world. And oh yeah, there's an optional little fight over here. Okay. Usually this is fought. A little optional side quest thing for a string seed that you can get. And you get a bit of XP from this too. My notes say optional, definitely do it if hero is less than level 9. But it's a pretty long game, so stat seeds really kind of add up over the course of the run. And especially on your strong characters, that your damage dealers that are going to be attacking for the entire run, like Hassan. Getting them all these strength seeds is surprisingly worth the investment. One strength. Alright, so we're going back to the castle with the Mirror of Ra. And we'll show the mirror to the king. See what they have to say. A little bit of war tactics going on, but now we'll come back up here to the throne room. Now that the rest of the people are gone. Now we show the king, Ra no Kagami. And you see the power of the Mirror of Ra to dispel illusions. What will the mirror reveal? What's going on with the king? The king was the queen! The queen wasn't missing this whole time, the king is missing! Da, 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 da. Thought the king was a troll. Not in this one. Different king, different game. But, that does happen.
ことでいきましょう。この前に主人公のレベルが
Alright,
8なの
so
で、レベルを9に上げましょう。
now it's time to take this mirror to
そうしないと次
head
の
towards
ボスを
Mudo to
撃ち
confront
ないので
Mudo.
危険です。
Need a little bit more XP here. Intentionally taking a little bit more XP here. There we go, hero level 9. That was, simple enough. A lot of equipment stuff going on here. Inventory
こ
management.
れでちょうどいいはず。バーバラに薬草を8個、
So,
8つ持たせて
generally speaking, Mileyu gets that agility
一
ring.
緒に入りま
Her
しょう。
gold bracelet goes to Barbara.
そしてここで休みましょう。
And then Barbara stocks up on herbs and give a couple extra herbs to Hassan.
目が覚めたら
Sort of
セー
kind
ブ
of
を
the
しましょ
general
う。
gist of
このセーブはものす
how you
ご
want
い
your
大
inventory
切
set up.
なことです。
Jamirus is taking a safety save
次の
here.
ボスもダンジョンに出てく
The
るモンスター
upcoming
は
boss
強いので
is not...
やられてもここからリスタート
It's a little scary, but it's not that
セーブを
bad.
しておき
But the cave does have some dangerous enemies in it, so having the safety save before
誰か一人でも
going into the
死んで
cave
し
can
まったら
be
やり直しです。
can be a very good thing. While Jamirus goes to the cave, I'm actually going to stand up for just a quick minute. I will preemptively explain Mudo 1 when I get back, but I just need to stand up for just a minute.
うわ、めっちゃ歩いた。応援歌はすごいな。あ、でもここが早いわ。この敵は全体攻撃を持っています。大丈夫かな。あ、よかったよかった。回復ラインは60です。バーバラはちょっと違うことがあるけど、安全に進んでいきましょう。で、鉄兜を回収して、やめて、めんどくさいからやめて。あー、そうか。そうしないとバーバラがとても危ないです。やられてしまいます。一機のモンスターはターゲット能力を持っています。エンカウントが決まった瞬間、誰を攻撃するかターゲットを決めます。
Got to grab a big monster energy drink from the fridge that I'll be sipping out over the next 6 hours because it'll be 4 a.m. 4:30 a.m. by the time this run is done. Okay. Yeah. Tell me about it, Beck. Exactly. It's all good. This doesn't really work. This is fun. Now, if I were playing the game... Alright, so anyway, Jamirus is making their way through Evil Cave in order to confront Mudo. There is a little bit of a puzzle floor with like a dark pathway coming up here near the end of the floor. These gargoyle enemies, these stone beasts, they are called Argyles in the DS version. They're the one enemy that I remember the name of, because they show up from this cave. You'll see them like 3 hours from now. They show up over a huge swath of the run, and they were very scary when you first see them. And they stay scary for kind of a while. Yeah, anyway, there's like a invisible platform thing that's going to be cheesed here in a minute. We'll kind of just gloss over that, but you can watch Jamirus' movement for it And then at the end of that, there's going to be the first confrontation against Mudo. Mudo 1. Mudo 1 has 900 HP, has a 3-turn rotation. First turn is Flame Breath or Attack. Second turn is Upper or Attack. And the third turn is Blazemore or Strategy Change. It'll cause you to use a random strategy. Important if that happens. Oh! Jamirus fell down. Okay. I'll go back up and try that again. The strategy change is really important if that happens to make sure you notice it to correct your strategy, because if you go into your next action, your characters can do bad things. But the general play is just going to be to use Sap. Have Mileyu upper herself, and then in general Mileyu just kind of heals whoever gets attacked. Everybody else is going to be doing damage. If he does a Flame Breath on phase 1, then everybody needs to heal themselves, including Hassan, as long as he has herbs. He will run out of herbs if it happens too often in the fight. And then if a Blazemore happens, typically you need to double up on the healing with Mileyu and Barbara. And if he does upper, obviously you need to resap him. You can choose to use tactics once your setup is sort of active with sap and upper and everything, but don't use tactics after Flame Breath. Make sure that everybody is correctly healing themselves. With Flame Breath, you'll notice that Mileyu and Barbara are cross-healing each other due to agility values, so Mileyu heals Barbara sooner, that way Barbara doesn't get sniped before she gets her heal off. So in general, this fight is pretty easy. If you get a lot of Flame Breaths and a lot of Blazemores, you can end up with like resource issues. If you run out of herbs and stuff, characters can die. Yeah, so Mileyu got hit by Blazemore there, so she defended and was getting double herbed. Strategy change. Mudo uses upper. It's fine, just resap. Barbara has tons of MP, so like redoing sap is not an issue. There we go, using the healing tactic, like I mentioned earlier. It is also worth paying attention to Mileyu's MP during this fight. It's not, like, really an issue, but you want her to keep at least 8 MP if possible. So that way she can cast outside after this fight. Otherwise you have to use a magic water for outside, which is a little silly. Yes, that is Jamirus speaking Japanese in the background. They're speaking on their own stream. on their stream they have like a speech to text with auto translation subtitle thing going on. I'm not capturing that on this stream because there have been a couple things I've seen on there that have been a little bit questionable. I'd rather just not leave it to machine translation for what shows up on the RPG Limit Break stream. Anyway, Mudo is now weakened, incapacitated, and we can use the Mirror of Ra to discover that it's the King of Ryok.
この王様は別の世界の王様ですが、なぜかこちらの世界で魔王になっていたようですね。そして王様はこちらの世界が夢の世界だと言います。
I am, however, including the if anyone wants to see Jamirus' translations, you can obviously open their stream up on the side also. I am including their slides, though, on this layout. Jamirus is doing a much better job narrating what's happening with the story than I am. Sorry, had to open my energy drink and muted my mic for a second. Which is not a high bar. It's a very low bar to explain it better than I do. But Jamirus is definitely doing better. Alright, so the royalty of Ryok in this world, the dream world, I think this is the dream world, 90% sure, is now restored to its normal state.
Thank you.
So if this wasn't the real Mudo that we stopped, if we're in the dream world, and this wasn't really Mudo that we stopped, it was the king, I guess next up we need to find the real Mudo and try to stop the real Mudo, right? Like, the obvious next thing to do. Jamirus used a holy water there in order to block encounters in this walk. My notes don't actually do that. Interesting. And then, yeah, we're going to fall back through the hole in the world, back to the real world. Grab a mini medal from the well in Taruka. So this is the town that we went into earlier, near the very beginning of the game, in spirit form. And if you remember when we came in, the dog came up and barked at us. Well, we come in again and the dog barks at us again. But because we've been here before, the dog, I think recognizes us to some extent. And, yeah, so this guy gives us a quest where his daughter has been kidnapped and is being ransomed, and basically says, here's 5,000, we'll give you $5,000, bring her back. And you kind of get the option of, like, you use that $5,000 to pay the ransom, or do you beat up the goons that are kidnapping her and keep the 5,000 for yourself? And, spoiler alert, we want that $5,000. So we're going to check back in with the real world Ryok, and they're going to be like, we told you to go away, You were impersonating the prince last time you were here. Like, what are you doing? You're going to jail. Come on, come with us. There is a schedule. It should be right there. The marathon will be running all weekend. Well, until Sunday evening. There will be a big Dragon Quest relay race going on for a big chunk of it. It's very exciting. The Chunsoft relay, including all games that were made by Chunsoft. It'll be a mix of some Japanese runners, some Western runners, various versions of games. Should be a really good time. Thank you for bringing the big cat energy to the stream, Kirby. As always. Alright, so we're explaining here to the royalty of the real world Ryok, like, everything that was going on in the dream world. Mudo and, like, fake Mudo and all that stuff. And the king here is going to give us a missive to get to the town of Ghent. Excuse me. And Ghent has a boat that we could use to try to sail to Mudo's island, because right now Mudo's kind of just where we suspect Mudo to be is sort of not assailable with our current means. But we think that island is where Mudo's hiding, so we're gonna go up to Ghent to get a boat. Check it out. And we won't only get a boat. No. That'd be too simple. We're also going to get another character, Chamorro. Slides say Nevin. That's his DS name. We're going to ignore that. He is Chamorro. And Chamorro is going to join the party with an item called the Ghent Staff. Ghent no Tsue. The Ghent Staff is incredibly overpowered. We will use it for the entire run. It is an item that anybody can use that effectively does heal more. No mana. Matter if you're stop spelled. Can go on Hassan. Can go on Chamorro. Can go on future characters. Can go on anybody. Super, super good. Looks like Jamirus is doing a little bit of shopping here. Grab some iron armor for Hassan. Tetsuno Yoroi. I'm sorry, Purple Mario, there is no character named Carver in this game. No, I'm providing commentary. I'm not... So, there are a couple cases, like during the shopping and stuff like that, where there are various routes. Some people do shopping a little bit differently, or, do different equipment. So there are definitely cases where I don't know the exact route Jamirus uses, so I'm paying attention to what Jamirus is doing in order to sort of follow along. And in those cases, it's, just like reading the items and stuff like that. I have my notes for the speedrun. I've done a speedrun of this game. I've only completed one. I didn't run it for very long. But I have my speedrun notes up on the side. So I'm trying to cross-reference what my notes say. Look at my notes and it says, oh, go to the armor shop, Barbara sells Thorn Whip. Barbara sells cute dress, Barbara sells hairband. Buy iron armor, 1200 gold to Hassan. Right? That's what my notes say. But I don't know if that's exactly what Jamirus is doing. So I'm trying to kind of follow along with what Jamirus is doing, what her slides say, what my notes say, and then like try to remember the story as I go along. It's been a long time since I've played this game casually. When I run this game, it's in Japanese, right? Or when I watch this run, so I don't know what's happening with the story. I can't read the story. I don't speak Japanese. I recognize a lot of like the Japanese item names and spell names and things like that, but I'm not fluent in Japanese, so I can't read the story to go along with it. So I'm like really digging deep into the memory sometimes to try to remember what's happening and remember what the plot beats are. It's also late at night and I'm tired. So, doing my best. It's what you got. Alright, so Chamorro joins. We get the boat. And we're gonna sail off. Back to this Mudo evil island place. This will be where Mudo's castle is, but there is a little bit of a dungeon to go through beforehand, just like there was leading up to the Mudo 1 fight. This dungeon is a little bit scary. You do get a full revive and a full heal at the end of the dungeon before going to Mudo's castle. The dungeon has kind of like a fire and water thing going on. So it starts off with these lava tiles. It's kind of interesting. Usually you just walk through the lava. So Jamirus is doing things a little bit different. Slightly different path than I do. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know what the encounter rate is like. You can definitely run into a case where, like, if you take more steps, you could end up getting more encounters, which is riskier than taking some guaranteed lava damage. This is completely different. I've never come up this way. At least not in speedrun. Looks like there's a chest up here that she wants to grab. Yeah, again, at the end of this dungeon there is a full heal and a full revive, so it's just a matter of surviving through it, but there are some scary enemies with AoE attacks like these. I think those stone beasts show up again in the later part of the dungeon. Life Seed. For the hero. And then near the end of the dungeon there are mudmen that can cast the beat spell, which is an instant death. Okay, now this is a path I'm familiar with, so I guess she just wanted the life seed for a little bit of extra safety. Mudo 3 is a extremely notorious fight. Mudo 2 is tough, and then Mudo 3 is an extremely notorious wall. So, taking extra safeties, if you're going to take a safety, like, this is the part of the run to do it.
1グループで3体以上出
But
た
we're
ら
not quite to Mudo 3 yet. Even when we get to Mudo's castle,
ミレイユのラリフォームを使って眠らせてから逃げます。
as you can see
このモンスターはラリフォー
in
ム
the slides, it lists 2 things to do next. One is to defeat the real Mudo, the other is obtain the Fire Claw. We're basically going to be going to Mudo's castle to get the Fire Claw, and then we're going to be leaving to do a little bit more setup before we come back to fight Mudo. So
誰か一人でも行ってゴール
we
に
got
た
a
ど
few
り着けば
minutes
OK です。
before we get there. All right, these are the Mudrons. These are the guys that
回復します。
can cast Beat. Hope not to see it. Good so far.
リレミト注意。
Scariest part of going out of the way there.
やめ
They're the
て。
stone beasts.
さっきのモンスター
Scariest part of going out of the way there for that life seed. Error mentioned this earlier. Is so this game has like memory cursors when you're on your spell menu. So Jamirus got the life seed and then cast outside. But when she just went to heal, the memory cursor was still on outside. And these Japanese Super Famicom runs are typically run with a turbo controller. And if you're in the habit of like turboing into heal, and your cursor is somewhat unexpectedly on outside, you can accidentally turbo into outside and kick yourself all the way back out of the dungeon. And everyone who's run a DQ game has done that at some dungeon or another. Probably more than once. So this route just has an extra step of the memory cursor ending up on outside. No, you don't turn off turbo. There's 2 different confirm buttons you can use. In menus, you can use either A or X to confirm. So the typical way that you play is to turbo. Well, I guess in this game it'd be Y. Maybe in battle you can still use X. I think in battle you can still use X. Anyway, the typical setup is you leave A as non-turbo, and then you turbo X, Y, and B. Because who cares if you turbo cancel? It's actually really good for progressing dialogue. Sometimes you want to turbo your use or interact menu, and if you ever want to do just like a single input, you just use the non-turbo A button. But anyway, we are now back here at this fire scene, this campfire. If you were around at the start of the run, this might look familiar. This is the same scene as the start of the run.
オープニングではヒーロー、カーバー、ミリーの3人しかいませんでしたけど、今はね、
But
チャモロがいます。
at the start of the run, Chamorro was not
忘れたわ。
was not here. It was just Mileyu, Hiro, and Hassan.
本当の魔王との
So
決戦です。
it's a little bit different, but it is
めちゃくちゃ強い
generally speaking the same scene.
ドラクエス
Up here, we're gonna fly on the dragons over
一番強い
to
と言われているぐらい強いです。本当に強いです。
over to Mudo's castle.
どれだけ上手な人が戦っても勝てる確率は 70% を超えません。運任せです。
You may notice that Barbara is no longer with
と
us
ても恐ろしいです。
since our return to the
純粋な
Real
強
world
さだけだったら、このドラクエ6のラスボス、デスタムーアの方が強いんです
and
が、
I don't know if
勝てる
it's
確率になったら
real lore or if it's
間違いなく
made up clear tonic lore,
本当の無道の方が
but there is a theory. Maybe it's true. This dragon is actually Barbara.
運が悪いと絶対に勝てません。勝てないようになっています。このボスにね、
I'm not like committing that I believe this or disbelieve this.
戦いを挑みます。これからまず強い道具を手に入れます。
I mean, I definitely said that when it was shown in the intro,
ファイヤークロー、
but
ファイヤークローを手に入れます。
We didn't know who Barbara was at the time.
このファイヤークローがメインウェポンになりますね。ということで。
But if you mean it's actually referenced in-game like that, maybe? I don't know.
恐ろしいモンスターがたくさん出てきます。
Anyway, let your own personal headcanon be whatever it wants to be for,
魔王より強い
Barbara's true identity.
魔王より強いエンカウントもあり
Anyway, we've now flown to Mudo's castle. So it's time to pick up some stuff. Get an iron mask here. 1800 gold.
なのでやられないようにしっかりと
Tomorrow isn't a dragon, he's following us in our party.
このフロアからモンスターが出てきます。
And he wouldn't be a dragon, he would be the boat.
やめて。やめて。
So these wizard guys are pretty scary. They've got Blazemore. And they can also cast Bykill, which doubles the damage of other enemies. The enemies in this dungeon in general are pretty scary.
並びが変になっちゃった。
It is nice that in the intro part of the game, you had to walk through here at walking speed. Very slowly. But you get actual run speed here. Now that you're here for realsies.
モンスターが一番怖いです。最大で一ターンに70、80
Hey, devil armors.
を放ってきます。やめてって。やめてって。
Just don't kill Mileyu here.
さっきのデビルアーマーは魔王より攻撃力が高いです。化け物です。
Alright, so Jamirus is going to take the side path over here. There are a couple of... Ooh, 2 wizards.
あ、それだけやって。
There's the Bykill.
それだけやって。
Alright.
やっちゃったかな。
So we're going to fight these stone statues. There's a couple of these to fight. These hell beasts. They can cast Sleep more, which is very likely to put somebody to sleep and is quite annoying. But otherwise you just kind of sap them and use some tactics to fight them down.
主人公のルカニを2回使って倒します。
Rukanon lowered the defense of everyone in the party. Not a big deal though. So this game does have a... This game and DQ3 SFC both have a... I'll call it a glitch. So this run is nominally glitchless. There are a couple of... I'll say unintended behaviors that are abused at times. Some of them relating to defense power. So, if you go into your equip menu on a character in combat, in the combat menu, you'll reset all of their defense, bonuses, and penalties. So if you cast upper on somebody and then go into that menu, it removes the upper. But if an enemy casts sap or defense on you and lowers your defense, you can restore your defense by going into that menu. In Dragon Quest 3, on the same engine, you actually have to, like, equip an item, and it could be something you already have equipped. Yeah, all stat bonuses. Yes, it is more than just upper. But that's, like, it's the main use for it. A couple times in DQ3, it also gets used on agility rolls, but and yeah, like the Bykill thing matters at the end of this run. It does not remove, though, building up power. But yeah, anyway. So when you see these guys use Rukanon, it doesn't really matter for this fight, but there are sometimes you'll see enemies use defense abilities, and Jamirus will probably go into the menu to change that. In DQ3, you actually have to, like, equip an item, and it can even be re-equipping something you already have equipped. You have to select something. But in this game, you can just back out of the screen. Anyway, this chest down here had the Fire Claw, which was the objective for coming down here. The Fire Claw is obviously a claw-type weapon, but more importantly, the Fire Claw can be used as an item in battle, just like the Gent Staff can be. and the Fire Claw will cast the Blazemore spell for free when used as an item. And again, anybody can use it. So we now have Blazemore and Healmore that are both just available for free as permanent items that can go on any character we want them to. And both of those items will get traded around a lot. But now that we have the Fire Claw, we're done in here for now. Not getting baited by this PM. And so we're just going to Death Warp out. Because we're not ready to fight Mudo yet. Got a couple things to do first. So, it is nice that when we die at a Mudo's castle, it kicks us back to Ghent. And the Elder of Ghent will fully restore our party for free. You don't need to worry about paying a priest to revive or anything like that. Just go up, talk to the Elder here, and everybody's revived for free. You do still lose the gold on death. Tomorrow's gonna eat some agility seeds. Stat seeds can roll 1 to 3. The main stat seeds can roll 1 to 3, so HP seeds are 4 to 6, MP seeds are 3 to 5. And then like strength, agility, etc. are 1 to 3. So I think those agility rolls a 1 and then a 3. So average in the end. Okay, so now we're coming up here. So I mentioned earlier we'd gotten the side quest for this mayor's daughter that was kidnapped. And so we're going to come up here to rescue her. And obviously we don't have the money to pay the ransom, and we're not going to pay the ransom. But we are going to fight Big and Smock. And here we get to see the power of this Fire Claw. And see Hassan is hitting for like 20 damage, and then this Fire Claw is doing like 70 to 80. 84. Big should be almost dead. So Big and Smock are gone. And Eliza's gonna be like, I know you didn't pay the ransom, but you wanna just like take the 5,000 anyway? You wanna say you paid the ransom? So that way, you can get your money. And we're like, yeah, we definitely paid it. We didn't beat them up. The dude's like, oh, okay, here's the 5,000. Now, XP in DQ6 doesn't funnel. Most DQ games, XP does not funnel. Dragon Quest 3, Dragon Quest 9, those are like the main games that have funneling XP, but yeah, in this case it's just a case of, you bring the characters you need for the fight. Other characters, like when the hero's Fire Claw is doing 4 times what other characters are doing, you want to get as many Fire Claw uses as you possibly can
で、よかった
per time usage. And bringing other characters just does not help that. And then you need to try to keep them alive, and it's just not worth it. And they'll still get XP in the wagon. Like, Barbara got a level up off of that fight, even though she was not with the party.
はい、これから魔王と
So
の決戦です。何回か負ける可能性はあります。
brought that 5,000 to Life Cod and bought the Spirit Armor. Sold a couple things, bought the Spirit Armor for 7,000 gold.
なので、
Spirit Armor is very good at this point in the run.
負けるのはしょうがないです。これはもう誰がやってもしょうがない時はしょうがないからね。
It is technically optional. I think the very fastest runs skip the Spirit Armor.
ここの雑魚敵もやばいね。
But coming up to Mudo 2 and Mudo 3 here, which is the most random part of the run, the most likely to die part of the run. I'm being very careful not to say the hardest part of the run, because it was asked earlier, and as Error had responded at the time, Deathmore is the hardest fight in the run, but this fight is the one that's most likely to kill you. So, before we get up to Mudo 2, we're going to find the statue of Hassan here. And this is sort of the callback to, you know, what happened at the start of the game when we all were sent into the dream world. But upon finding the statue, Hassan's able to merge with his dream self with his real self, and he learns his ultimate ability, Spirit Punch. Alright. So going up to Mudo 2. Mudo 2 has 500 HP. He regens about 20 a turn. Like 16 to 23 or 17 to 23. Forget the 16 to 24 maybe. 16 to 24 sounds right. But about 20 turn. And he's got 2 clowns with him, Piero. And Mudo's pattern is random. He can Fire Breath at 33%. He can attack at 16%. He can call for a Piero assistance at 16%. He can call for a Devil Armor assistance at 16%. And he can cast the defense spell at 16%. So, basically there are 6 action slots for enemies, right? So sometimes things will be on a 6 action rotation, sometimes things will be on a 3 action rotation with 2 actions per, sometimes it's just 6 slots. So in this case he has 2 slots used for Fire Breath. Mudo tries to again send us into the dream world, but this time the Mirror of Ra is able to protect us and kick us back out. Now there are 2 approaches to how to handle Mudo 2. The most common one is that you try to take out the Pieros first, and then you focus Mudo down and you deal with the ads as they spawn. It's also a valid option to instead buff up your defense and leave the Pieros alive. They don't really do very much as long as you have your defense built up. But it is slow. It is slower in that, like, they're taking actions every turn that you have to deal with. And you need a little bit more defense to set up. But it's also faster in the sense that in this route that it looks like Jamirus is doing, you need to constantly kill the ads as they get summoned, and when that happens, Mudo has an opportunity to regen hit points. So you get fewer Piero actions by killing them off, but you end up having to deal with the Mudo stuff a little bit more. So in general, yeah, see, you've got Jamirus here going into that equip menu in order to reset the defense spell. In general, you can always kill the Piero with a combination of Fire Claw Ice Bolt, and Boggy from Chamorro. Those 3 should always kill it. If you get a Devil Armor, it usually dies to Fire Claw plus Ice Bolt. Is not like a 100% guarantee. It is still a little bit of a range, but usually. The Devil Armor can summon a Heal Slime like that. This is some somewhat unfortunate luck. I'm gonna Ice Bolt the Heal Slime to get rid of it. Right? No? Maybe just leave the Heal Slime for now. Yeah, Era and I have had this argument a few times about which approach is better for this fight. Typically the consensus is generally that leaving the ads alive can be done a little bit more safely, but killing the ads is usually faster, or at least faster on a good run. Era doesn't believe me, but that's okay. This is the route that I typically see people take. I think Pop is the only Japanese runner that I remember seeing leave the ads alive instead as their strategy when he was first learning it, but it's not a run I watch super often, so. I don't really know like what the meta is in terms of dealing with the Heal Slime. Yeah, this fight... Yeah, it does... It might block one of the summons. He can still summon one more, though, here. It might block the left side summon. The one thing that, when you're doing this route, the one, like, difficult or, like, real consideration to it, which is also sort of an attention span thing, which is also probably why Error prefers his route, is that you really do want to... When Mudo is close to dead, and this is what you can see the calculator go on here, right? Like on the top right corner of the screen. That's kind of roughly tracking Mudo's HP. And you want an ad up when Mudo dies. Because Mudo 3 is the very, very difficult fight. That's the very random fight. And so, if possible, you want there to be an ad up when Mudo dies. That way you can leave that one ad to take a couple turns to, like, build up your, like, make sure everybody's at full health. You know, build up your status before going into Mudo 3. I'm not going to argue about it again, Error. We've had this discussion a few times. It is what it is. I don't agree, and you're not going to convince me, because I've also tested it. So anyway, now we're down to just Piero. So Jamirus is going to try to get her HP as high as possible on everybody to set up for Mudo 3. So Mudo 3 is the run killer boss. Mudo 3 has 900 HP. He takes 1 to 2 actions per turn. So that's a big source of randomness, is how many actions is he taking. He's on a 3-turn cycle, or 3-action cycle, with action 1 being Ice Breath, which is very strong. Strong AoE, or single target physical. Turn 2 is a AoE Lightning, which is damaging, or a single target physical. And turn 3 is either guaranteed to put someone to sleep or surround people. Sleep is very scary. Surround does nothing, because our damage is going to all come from the Fire Claw. So the general gist is that Hassan is going to spam the Gent Staff. So Hassan is the tankiest character and also has, some reliability with his turn order. So Hassan is going to spam the Gent Staff, and the hero is going to spam the Fire Claw, and hope to do 900 damage. Mileyu and Chamorro are going to generally provide support. They've got a lot of resources right now, which is going to give them a good opportunity to cast some healing to eat up some physical attacks. They could possibly... Mileyu could possibly cast Upper to boost Hero or Hassan's defense. It's not a critical spell for this phase, but it can be the difference maker if you get the opportunity to use it. And once into the fight a little bit, Jamirus will likely put Mileyu and Chamorro in the front to make them more likely to be hit by physical attacks. So, it's a general mechanic of DQ that I haven't talked about in this run yet, but generally the people who are at the top of the party order are more likely to be targeted by physicals than people at the back. So, in DQ6, I think it's 40%, 30, 20, 10. If it's not that, it's like very close to that. It's not the exact case in every game. Some games, like the front two, are identical. 30, 30, 25, 15, for example, or, whatever. 35, 35, 20, 10, But in this game, it's just straight top to bottom. So, right now, at the beginning of the fight, Jamirus is protecting Mileyu and Chamorro to try to get some value out of their actions. But as the fight goes on, it's likely that those characters will switch positions in order to protect Hero and Hassan, who are the two that are actually needed for the fight. Chamorro and Mileyu, they don't really provide anything useful for the fight besides being more targets. They might get put to sleep, they might get physical attacked, but they're not, contributing towards getting Mudo dead. They're just helping heal and helping be fodder. Right now, Hassan got put to sleep. You can see in the first position there. This is a good opportunity where, Mileyu or Chamorro could cast some heal spells. So Chamorro heals Hassan. They'll do the same on the next turn, and this kind of protects against Hassan being asleep. Jamirus is definitely protecting Chamorro and Mileyu more than I expect. A little bit more than I expect. But them being alive has also been a significant benefit. So there's a little bit of swapping, even leaving Mileyu in the back, right? Swapping which character between Hassan and Hero is out front, with the idea that if you're healing, you're usually if you're healing the lower HP target and they're in front, they're more likely to get hit and then get healed for the damage they just got hit by. So they're more likely to end the turn at higher HP, rather than leaving the higher HP person in front. And then you have two characters that are This is very scary. Yeah. Lights. Ice breath. That was a lot of ice breath. Okay, well. That's Mudo 3.
あれは無理だわ。はい、落ち着いていきましょう。ここでね、負けたらここでセーブします。
So, importantly, Jamirus saved after dying there. He's gonna go back to the Elder and recover and try again. You do have to refight Mudo 2 every time before Mudo 3. They're always back to back. So it's a pretty... This is the run killer, right? Like, this is the biggest run killer in the game. Kept the level up, yes, but that's also why saving is really important. Because you don't want to repeatedly wipe to Mudo 2 and repeatedly gain level ups. You don't want to be over level 14? A little fuzzy on the exact number. I don't know if it's you don't want to be 14 or you don't want to be over 14 for the class grind that will take place. What's going to happen is defeating Mudo and defeating any of the like generals in the world. There are a few like major bosses that are like generals. Will fill in some of those holes in the world that we were finding before. In the spirit world. It'll fill those in. And when you beat Mudo, it fills in the one above Dharma, All Trades Abbey, and unlocks the job system. So, as soon as this fight is done, this fight is like super trolly because you don't really have anything you can do here. You have all the best gear. You can gain a couple more levels, but it doesn't help that much. You could do the casino for like a dragon shield or some resistance equipment, but realistically, there's just not much you can really do at this point in the run. And when you're playing casually, you're going to be really tempted to just grind and be like, oh, I'm just gonna grind a bunch of XP to power through the fight. The way the class system works, and I'll repeat this once we get there, is that the class system tracks the number of fights that you defeat while you are part of a class, and then every so many fights you rank up in that class, which teaches you new abilities. The class system in this game, the class level in this game, and DQ7, is really more important than your overall character level. And I say it tracks the number of fights, but like, it tracks the number of relevant fights. So if you way out level an area, if you go back to the very first part of the game with just standard blue slimes, you don't get class XP. And there's no like, it's not like say a Final Fantasy V or something, like where you get varying job points. It's just like, you defeated a battle. Doesn't matter if that battle had one enemy, if it had 5 enemies, whatever. If it's within your level range, if you defeat one battle, it is worth one battle. So the way for a speedrun we're going to want to grind is by going to the weakest area we possibly can that's still within the level range that the class XP counts. And if you gain too much XP before Mudo 2, or before you beat Mudo, like for example by wiping to Mudo 2 and gaining XP over and over and over again, then you can potentially outlevel that optimal grinding spot. It's not really a concern right now, but it can be a concern if you get a bunch of metal slimes and then like you die to Mudo 2 a couple times. One more Mudo 2 is probably safe here. Probably safe to keep, but And like, it's not like the run is over if you screw up the grinding. You just have to go to a different grind spot. And it could be a case where like you tick over to that partway through your grind and then you have to move mid-grind or something like that. So it's less optimal. But there are workarounds for it. But yeah, usually it only happens if you get a bunch of metal slimes. But yeah, so that's why saving after you wipe is kind of important, because then you can just reset to your save and you don't have to worry about like, well, I died, I lost more gold, I got more XP. You know, your game state changes a bit when that happens. And you can kind of bypass that by doing that save. So. Mudo 2 is going well. She'll probably leave that Piero up now. Yep. Mudo will survive this turn, but will die next turn. Nice try, Hassan. It's sort of interesting. Often the strategy on this fight is to, when you get an opportunity to, or the way I play the fight, is to have Mileyu, there we go, get like an upper and it be out front. She's kind of the least important. And it's most important to have Hero and Hassan at full going into this next one. Alright, Mudo 3, take 2. So I was talking about attack priority earlier, and like party order formation and things like that. It's worth noting that that only applies to standard attacks. There are also some monsters that will ignore that or have their own targeting AI, like the Horror Beast earlier. Hassan's asleep already. Like the Horror Beast earlier that attempts to concentrate on the lowest HP. Lightning. The Japanese is Jamirus themselves. They are doing their own commentary on their stream. On their stream, they have like a Japanese subtitle, like a speech to text with an auto translation. So if you watch their stream, you can maybe follow along with their commentary if you'd like to. I do not have it captured on the stream because I've seen the auto translation put up some things that are maybe not great to show on stream due to like mistakes and things like that. So it's not part of the capture, but it's part of the stream that I'm capturing, so the audio is there. Yeah, generally speaking, it's 12 Fire Claws to 12 or 13. Might depend on damage rolls. To take out Mudo 3 here. Yeah, honestly, the speech to text thing is just it's very good. It's not perfect, but it's good. I just didn't want it part of the capture. Because again, there were a couple cases where it was not very good. Swap here to the front. Same thing, Fire Claw against staff. Go for the upper. Okay. Reasonable. Chamorro heals himself. The XP for Chamorro or Mileyu or whatever doesn't matter here again. You kind of just expect. You kind of just expect them to die during this fight. But the longer they stay alive, the more benefit they're providing, or the more, like, reliability. They provide some amount of benefit. Yeah, there are a lot of little things, like, with regards to, like, this turn, where Jamirus is just trying to find, like, a few percent here or there of likelihood of beating the fight by taking things, like, slightly differently. Like, who should get healed, who shouldn't get healed. Hero got put to sleep. Is very unfortunate. Hero in front makes him more likely to get hit by a physical and knocked out of it. Has to decide for Chamorro whether he heals, defends, heals himself, heals Hero. Okay. Oh, he has no MP. Never mind. There is no more healing for Chamorro. Okay, Chamorro went to sleep that time. That's absolutely fine. 3 more Fire Claws. Single action. Good. Hassan just needs to throw that Gent Staff at Hero. Lightning. Lights. Good. Yep. Nice outspeed. Alright, Mudo 3 down. Second try. That's absolutely fine. Very well played. That was, you know, obviously for a PB attempt, you want a first try, but for a marathon run, a second try Mudo 3 like that, you take it. I don't know what I would say the success rate is for Mudo 3. It's probably less than 50%. Maybe 40? 40%? Maybe 35%? 43.57? Sure.
Right? これで世界が平和になったと思われますが、まだ冒険は続きます。しかし RTA プレイヤー、スピードランナーとしてはさっきの大魔王を倒すと、
Alright.
もう
So
7割方
next up,
スピードランは
we're
終
gonna
わ
get
って
another
いる
party
と
member.
言っても過言ではありません。
This is the town of Monstora.
あのボスが一番の障害ですからね。
A couple more tiny medals here. These should be numbers 9 and 10.
あのボスさえいなければすごく快適で楽しいスピードラン
And yeah, basically the gist with this town is that nobody goes out at night because there's a monster that rampages around town at night. And then there's this guy over here, Amos, who has been injured fighting that monster. So no one goes out at night because of that monster. But there's supposed to be this herb or seed or whatever in this nearby mountain that might be able to stop the monster from attacking. So just a quick little detour. You know, we need to do again, beating Mudo
出てこないパターンが結構
generally
出てきたん
unlocks the
で
class system.
テンプレ通りに
But we want to make sure that we have all the party members that we want before doing the class grinding, right? It wouldn't make sense to
テン
do
プレートにないよう
any
な
class grinding now or even go get the classes
何回かあ
now
ったから
and then come over here and then go back to change that person's class. Because you can only change classes at Dharma. So
しんどかった
to consolidate all the class changing and the class grinding and all that stuff,
本当にしんどい
popping over here to get
あのボ
Amos
ス
first. It's a really quick little side quest, so there's no bosses or anything involved, and all the random fights are run from.
理不尽だから運が良くないと勝てないからねいやー疲れたもうエネルギーの8割ぐらい使い切りましたねさっきのボス戦でほんと
Jamirus is getting a fair bit of encounters in this
この後ねしば
in
ら
this
く
mountain, which is
まったりとした時間が続くのでまったりしてください
not unusual, but kind of unfortunate. Again,
この後はね
you don't want to fight anything here, so any random encounters are just kind of time losses. But
あんなボスは出てこないです。もう二度とあんなボスは出てこない。まあ最後のね、ラスボスは強いですけど、あそこまで理不尽ではない。
there are some dungeons that I mentioned earlier, right? The depletion system in this game, it generates a number and it lowers it every step you
安心
take.
できますね。
And there are some dungeons that just have a very high depletion
クリア
rate,
できないとまずいから。
or how quickly it lowers your depletion.
これだけでいいか。
In a little while, Jamirus will get access to
この山の
the tiptoe spell,
理
Shinobiyashi,
性の種というアイテムがあり
which
ます。
will have your depletion rate.
それをこの先に
And because of the way like the encounter resetting works, that actually ends up being like
食べさせ
you end
る
up getting about a
状態が
third of the encounters you would otherwise rather than half. Because you can cancel many of them. It gives you that little boost.
もうエンカウントすんの早すぎないか今でここのダンジョンはとてもモンスターが出てきますこのゲームで一番出てくるかもしれませんモンスターが
This encounter rate is
なんか私が悪い
bananas.
余計に歩いたからただこのダンジョンは誰か一人でも生きていれば大丈夫です全滅しなければ OK です
Alright,
この
made it to the top.
理性の種を
Grab one of the seeds that fell off the plant. Rise no tane.
そしてモンストルに帰ってバーバラ短期にして
Put solo Barbara in the party.
これからねイベントを
And now we wait till night. We want to see this monster that's rampaging around.
夜になります夜になるとさっきのアモスが魔物に変わってしまいます
There is a
これがアモスです
antidote herb in one of those pots, which sometimes people get.
彼はモンスターと戦
Alright,
った
here's the monster.
時にお尻を噛まれてしまい
Barbara's just going to run away. The idea here is just to die as quickly as possible. That's why a solo
で夜になると
unequipped
魔物に
Barbara is
変身して
brought in
しまい
here.
ます
This is more of a scripted event than it is
彼はそのことを知りません
like you're not going to lose your gold and get kicked back to a church and all that stuff.
がこれから彼に理性の
And
種を
now we're
与
going to
える
go
と
check in with Amos.
モンスターになっても正気を保つことができます
And this is actually like a really annoying scene casually. If you choose the wrong options here, so like Amos turns into the monster,
モンスターに
you realize that he's the one who's been rampaging around the whole time. And
仲間になってくれます。
you choose the wrong dialogue options here, like telling him the truth versus lying to him about like what's going on and all that stuff. He can just end up leaving forever and never being able to join your party. You can lock yourself out of getting him.
彼も貴重なメンバーです。この後、最後
But
まで
obviously for a
一緒に
speedrun,
旅をします。
we know the right options. So
これから
now that Amos is in the party,
ダーマの神殿に
time
行
for
っ
the
て
first set of class changes.
メンバー全員転職します。
You can kind of see them all on screen there, but that includes multiple sets of class changes. So the first set is going to be Barber Jester. Hero and Hassan go to Cleric. They go to Cleric because they both want the upper spell or buff
遊びに
Sakata. Mileyu will become a fighter. He gets a couple fighter abilities that will she's got like 1 or 2 important fights where she needs to be able to do some damage. Chamorro will become a thief. I mentioned Tiptoe earlier, Shinobi Ashi, reducing your depletion rate. That's a thief skill. So
次にハッ
Chamorro is going to stay thief for a while until he learns Tiptoe. And then Amos will become a warrior.
でハッサンも僧侶。
And warriors generally get good offensive abilities. So the class system in this game has a couple of effects. I mentioned how the leveling up the classes works, where
次はミレイユ
for every battle that you complete
武闘
as
家
that class, you get a battle point. And after so many battles, you rank up the class, and then you gain new abilities for that class. So every class has a set of abilities. Every class is like a max rank it can go up to. And
盗賊
it doesn't matter what your character level is to learn those abilities. It's all based on your class level. In addition, being a class, at the act of being a class, gives you a stat modifier. So
アモスを
every
戦士
character in this game has fixed stat growth. But
これで
when you change them to a different
2人の
class,
転職は終わり
it
です
gives them a modifier. So if somebody has 100 hit points, and you put them on a character that's like a
という
fighter
ことでこれ
that
から
maybe gets
熟
plus
練度を
10%
稼いでい
HP,
きます
they'll have 110. Right?
その前に
And
ちょっと準備
in the background, whenever you level up, you're still gaining stats off of your base rate for that character.
えー
And so if you like unequip the class or you change classes or whatever, it's still modifying your base
精霊よりも
stats.
アモスに
So it's not a case. Some games are like, oh, if you level up
装備して
10 times while you are a warrior
ハッサンに
and then change to a mage, you'll end up with more HP because you've got those level ups on the higher modifier class. That's not the case for this. It's really still leveling up your base stat rate. But while you are that class, it does give you a stat modification.
マーズの館に飛びまして
And there are a few times where that will be important, especially at the very end of the
前に
run.
言ったね洞窟に行きますそこで熟練度を上げます
For the moment, don't really worry about the stat thing.
と
It's all about learning abilities.
アモスと書いて
And
でハッサンアモスで
Learning those abilities will transfer even when you change your
レベル
class.
14か
So
ちょっとやだな
Hero and Hassan are great examples of that, right? They're both going priest and then they're turning into warrior. They're going into priest to get upper,
レイドック行かなきゃ
and when they change into warrior, they will still have upper,
ここで一回
even though they are no
戦い
longer a priest.
これから
So Jamirus is going down into this
この地下
cave.
2階にこもって
This is the Cave of Dreams where we got the dream drop earlier. And this has some of the better areas to grind fights on, and there are also a couple of worthwhile chests to pick up in here. A defense seed, and then another chest with 230 gold.
ゲームクリアまで持っていきます
The battles will be done with just Hassan and Amos using
この技
the
でこれから先の
boomerang and
モンスター
the
ボスを
the blade boomerang and the fire claw. The fire claw is a pretty good weapon, and also will like proc a fire damage. And as you can see, like what happened right there, the fire damage can actually hit a different target if the first one dies. So it's just sort of a good way to clear things out. These are the two strongest characters. You do carry the wagon into the party or into the dungeon. Like, your wagon members are gaining the class levels in the background. So even though it's only Hassan and Amos out here, everybody is getting class XP. And yeah, the general goal here for upper is 36 battles. After 11 battles, Barbara, as a jester, will learn Whistle, which allows you to immediately summon an encounter without having to walk for it, which makes the grinding faster. So once you get 11 battles and get both of the chests that you want here, you can just start whistling. And then after that point, there's going to be another round of class changes, and then a little bit more battling, while slowly progressing to the next area of the game. So, going to be here for a little bit, but it's not going to be super long. It's a much shorter grind than like the ones that are in Dragon Warrior 7, for example. That run has a much longer class grind. The PlayStation version of Dragon Warrior 7 has a much longer class grind. The character is a level 14 or 15. Maybe it's 16? 16 is the cutoff? I don't know. I just remember watching a run once where somebody overleveled the grinding area, and I remember it happening to me once in practice. I had to figure out where backup areas would be. I think it was Mileyu specifically. It was like the highest level that ended up being shorted on class XP. It might only be that one fight area. I think it is possible to overlevel this cave though. If you it might not be this cave. It might be the like the outside area, outside Dharma when you're walking to the boat. One of the two. I'm pretty sure I've seen people outlevel it, but it might just be the one Blazemore fight. I don't know. It's been a while since I've seen it happen. You can see here, Barbara's whistling now, which is much faster to get these encounters. If anybody in chat needs to run their errands at midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., whatever time it is in your time zone, the next 10-15 minutes is a good chat runs their errands split. I'm actually going to use this myself as a quick opportunity to stand up and stretch my legs for a moment.
ハッサンの HP が減ってきたので、念のため回復しましょうか。ほとんど回復はいらないんですけど、運が悪いとね、やられてしまったりするから。やられてしまうと、補正させてもう一回ここに来なきゃいけないから、それは良くないんですね。主人公14か。ギリギリハッサン大丈夫かな。レベル多分15になるんだろうけど、一オツだったら大丈夫だったっけ。メタル食べてないから多分大丈夫だと思うけど、まあやってみなきゃわかんない。あと10回ぐらいですかね。
Sort of the nice thing about this game,
レベル確認しとかないとな。
because of using turbo, there are a lot of
レベル見えるから。
there are a lot of dialogues in this game that take
14だったら
40, 50, 60 seconds. So if you need to like ever get up while playing the game while running it, if you ever need to get up and like grab a drink or a snack or use the bathroom or something like that, there are usually some pretty good opportunities for it. There are not very many long breaks. If you need a break that's more than a minute, the game doesn't really have a whole lot of that going for you. But if you want a bunch of like 40, 50, 60 second breaks, you can kind of get as many of those as you want. Obviously, it's a little bit different doing commentary than it is running the game, because parts that have something to talk about, like this is kind of downtime, but when you're playing the game, you gotta keep whistling.
なんか3匹が多いよな。一番確率が高いんだろうな。あ、覚えた。脱出。
Okay, so learned upper on both Hassan and Hero.
回転職します。
Time to go back to Dharma. Use the well to get back into the dream world. And do another class change. These will be the classes that we're sticking with for quite a while.
あ、間違えた。
There'll be a couple little class changes here and there mixed in, but yeah, so Hassan and Hero are both going to go to Warrior now. Barbara is going to turn into a Cleric, and Mileyu is going to turn into a Mage. Oh, there will actually be, Mileyu will actually do one more class change. It's going to take literally one fight on Mileyu. And then change her into no class.
ミレイユが魔法使い。
For now, she's a mage.
違ってないよね。戦士ね。で、バーバラが僧侶。もしここでミレイユのレベルが14より高ければ、別のところでね、熟練度稼ぎをします。1回だけね。で、転職が終わったら、
It's kind of funny, there are a few things to pick up in Dharma, like just
メダルを取ります。
inside Dharma itself. And you get one or two of them the first time you do the class change, like a seed or two. Then you get that mini medal the second time. It's just like every time you go in there, you're picking up a different item. Just because it's faster to grab one thing and then outside out than it is to like run from place to place and do it all in one trip.
ミレイユがメラミを覚えました。なので転職します。
Alright, anyway.
をやめる。
I could have sworn I read Barbara learning something on that menu, but maybe it was both of them.
これで終わり。
That one fight, anyway, gets Mileyu a mage rank,
下に降りましょう。
which gives you the Blazemore spell, which doesn't get a ton of use, but it does get,
血の木の実を回収。
there's another seed,
食べて。
but it does get some important use, and it's only one fight. And then Mileyu removes her class because
移動を
really Mileyu just doesn't really provide that much long-term value beyond what she already
ここから
has.
一歩ずつ歩きながら
Um,
熟練度を稼いでいきます。
she's sort of like, again, earlier I kind of compared her to like
で
a,
左上に
I compared her to like a mix of Crystal and Bray. Maybe you could also compare her to like a Prince Sama from Dragon Quest 2, where she's got a lot of different things. She can kind of she can kind of use some weapons. She kind of has some healing abilities. She kind of has some magic abilities, but she isn't really good at any of
も
them.
うちょっと時間がかかります
So,
ね。
sadly, like from a long-term optimization
この
standpoint,
モンスターはとても嫌
she's
な
got some pretty niche use.
防御をするから防御されたら1ターンで終わらないからね。だから
Oh yeah, my notes do have that one
こういう
fight
ね
being the level
倒せる
14 threshold,
エンカウントが来るように
as Arrow
お祈りですね。
corrected me on when I was when I couldn't remember.
うん
Yeah, if Malay is
防御しない
14
んだ
plus, she
った
does
らい
not
いんですけどね。
get that one mage level and needs to go somewhere else for it.
結構高確率で防御してくるから。
So yeah, this is sort of an interesting like just way of counting. You just take one whistle
と
on every step you go
3
on
分の2ぐらいかな
until you get to the
まあ
boat,
最悪です
and then you
ね
need
一番時間が
a couple more once you actually get there.
うん
But just taking one fight per step
これはどうしても
just makes counting it
タ
easier.
ーンで倒せないですかね。まあだからシールドの敵が出ないようにひたすら祈りましょう。あれが出るとね、1体だけならいいんですけど、2体3体出ると結構時間かかっちゃいますから。バブルスライム
But really, this is the
すぐ倒せるやつ
this is the last. Like, this is the only real class grinding in this run.
2体とかね
Characters are still earning class XP throughout the run.
とありがたい。
You won't have all the abilities you need at the end of this. But this is the only real class grind in the run. There will be one XP grind at the very end of the run, right before the final boss, basically. But that's it. This run actually does not have a whole lot of grinding. Got that little bit of early grinding. 3 for the Tower of Trials, 7 for Horror Beast. A little bit of grinding when Hassan joins to get him level 4. Level 9 for Mudo 1. And then you're doing this class grinding. So a lot of that's just like killing stuff as you go, and then... And this is one of the only 2 real sections of like... sit somewhere and grind for a significant length of time. The pacing of this run is actually pretty good. It's sort of interesting. I find the pacing of this run to be like objectively good. Like you're always constantly moving, like the split between like story beats, shopping, bosses is all pretty good. Something about this run still just kind of feels slow to me. Like obviously the total length is long. Like I don't know, the like sluggish overworld movement, sluggish menus. It all just like I use the word sluggish very loosely compared to some other games like DQ3 on this same engine. I don't know. It's a really technical run. This is a really good run. I like the run quite a bit, but it just doesn't always click. And you get past like the Mudo 3 RNG wall, and then you immediately sit here grinding for 20 minutes. But it's all good. Jamirus will take a couple more fights here before getting on the boat. One more after this? Maybe one more. He was a step short, yeah. This should be the last one. No? Yes. Okay. You don't end on a specific ability learning on that grind. But you want enough fights that during the course of natural required fights, Chamorro will learn tiptoe at a certain point. So. Alright. Comfy sail and walk. The couple more mudrons there, but didn't get hit by beat at all. And now we're up to the town of Arkbolt. Yeah, Arkbolt's where we're gonna run into everybody's favorite Dragon Quest character, Terry. Gonna sell this blade boomerang that has served us so well. Buy a battle axe for Hassan. Do a little bit of trading stuff around. In particular, this whole section, the Gent staff and the Fire Claw, get traded around like a bunch. If I don't have my notes, I always forget who's supposed to hold what because every fight is like got a very specific setup. But yeah, we're gonna have to fight a few, I don't want to call it a gauntlet, but a few different like guards in a row in order to get an audience with the king. The first one here is Garcia. Garcia is really easy. He's got a brutal hit that he can do. Attack, jump kick, flame slash. Evasion leg? I don't know what that ability is. But, anyway, now we start to see, like, the power of the class setup. So, the warriors here, Amos and Hassan, have a build-up power ability that over doubles their damage. I don't know the exact number, like 2.2 times, maybe. And then they both have a lunge ability, which you see Amos using, which is like the double edge attack, where it hurts you, so you do damage to them, but then you take some recoil damage. Hassan also has that, but Hassan also has his unique Spirit Punch ability that he learned before going up to Mudo 2. Spirit Punch doesn't work against every enemy, so you kind of alternate which one he's using based on enemy resistances. And then obviously, you know, Hero gets the Fire Claw. Mileyu can use her Blaze more if she has the opportunity to. Hero can sap, stuff like that. But yeah, that first fight's pretty easy.
ために、この
Taking a quick in to restore before the next fight, which is Scott and Holiday.
なのでこれから倒していきましょ
I
う。
want to come back to the build-up thing, though.
宿屋に泊まって、
So Scott and Holiday, this is a double
彼
battle.
に話しかけ
They're
て、
both on fixed rotations. 6 actions. Can heal a little bit. They can protect each other. Desperate attacks. They can buy kill. So Scott can buy kill on turn 2. And it's worth paying attention to which character gets hit by buy kill, if it's Scott or Holiday. In general, there's going to be a little bit of chip against Scott and then a little bit of focus against Holiday. But depending on where this buy kill ends up... Okay, the buy kill went on to Holiday. So the focus is definitely going to be to get Holiday dead. Holiday usually dies first anyway because he's got his protectability. He does here on turn 3. And he does it again on turn 6. He's usually the focus anyway. So yeah, I was talking about Lunge. So Lunge has 2 effects. Lunge has 1 effect, which is it increases the next damage of the next attack by a certain amount. Like, again, I think it's like 2.2 times or something. But the other benefit to Lunge is that you're doing 1 big hit. You're only applying the enemy's defense to that 1 big hit, right? Versus if you did 2 regular attacks on separate turns, the enemy would be getting their defense power applied to both hits. So you're effectively over doubling your damage and having the benefit the enemy is getting from their defense by doing the build-up strategies, which is kind of what makes that such a powerful ability in a lot of the DQ games. Holiday's dead. Desperate attack here.
でこのターン敵のダメージが2倍になります。
Big deal.
なので一気にやっつけてしまいます。
Easy peasy.
捨て身という技を敵が使うんですけども、この技を使うとダメージが2倍になってしまいます。受けるダメージがね。
This gets us up to the throne room. There is 1 more guard we're going to have to beat to sort of prove our worth here. So in typical DQ fashion, right? We've been experiencing this all along, but you know, you go from town to town and every town sort of has a unique problem, like a vignette. Each town is sort of a vignette where each town has its own problem, and then you help solve that problem, and then as a reward you get some kind of means of progression, right? So this town has a monster in a nearby cave that's sort of terrorizing the area, but before the king's sort of like offering rewards to adventurers who can stop the monster, but before he'll give you, like officially give you the mission to stop the monster, you have to prove your worth here. So now we're on to Blast. Blast is the hardest of the 3. Of the 3 guard fights, he's on a 3-turn rotation. Turn 1 is Rain Slash or Vacuum Wave. You just saw him use Rain Slash. Turn 2 is Defense or Spirit Punch, and then turn 3 is Falcon Slash or Roundhouse Kick. So there's some like AoE damage, there's some single target damage, there's lowering your defense power. You know, he's got a variety of things that he can do to you. Sap missed there. Is a little bit unfortunate. You really want to get him sapped so his defense gets lowered. It's not really a big deal if Mileyu dies for this. You kind of expect her to die at some point during this fight. It's not worth your time trying to keep her alive. really, Hero's mostly here for getting the saps landed. Amos and Hassan are going to, like, be the guys that are doing this fight. Everyone else is just kind of getting their status effects up. So Amos is doing the build-up lunge combo. Hassan has the Gent staff. So Hassan is the main healer. So Hassan doesn't really have turns to do like a build-up combo. So instead he's just using his desperate attack type ability to Timmy. To chip damage when he doesn't need to heal. But now that it's just Amos and Hassan, he's going to be healing basically every turn. This guy's got 1800 HP. So, like, for comparison, again, remember, Mudo 2 had 500 with a little bit of regen. Mudo 3 had 900. This guy's got 1800. So he's got double what Mudo had. So it's not like a sharp difficulty increase per se, because this guy is not as hard as Mudo 3 is. It does not do as much damage as Mudo 3 does. But, you know, there's a noteworthy jump in, because the game expects you to get the class system and to take some time grinding and get your class levels and get some XP and things like that. Honey medal number 12. Alright. And now that we've proven our worth, they will give us the big coffin from the Chancellor here. The goal being that we should go defeat the monster in the cave and use the coffin to bring it back. Getting tired. Getting tired, and we're not even halfway through the run. Alright, so now we're going to head over here to Arcbolt Cave. Before we can go in the cave, there's no real boss fight in this cave, actually. But before we can even go in the cave, there are a couple of monsters that are blocking the entrance. A horror walker and a fighting panther. They're pretty easy. Got very low HP, but they can actually do a lot of damage. The horror walker can do some AoE, and then the panther can hit pretty hard individually. So it is actually possible to like have characters die to this, even though it's two very low HP enemies. But that was a really good turn one, so it's fine. A brand new coffin. Is it really brand new? Are there any coffins that have not had Prince Sama? Give them a try first. I think he's like the official coffin tester. Who knows? He could even jump out of this one right now. Like a portal between different Dragon Quest dimensions. That Sama can teleport through at will. Alright, so after that fight, I actually was not paying attention, but Chamorro should have learned Tiptoe. Have the depletion rate and significantly reduce the number of encounters. The floors are big enough in the dungeons and like the overworld blocking and stuff like that that it's not 0 encounters. But it is a very strong ability from a speedrun standpoint, and even a casual standpoint. I think in the DS version of the game, but maybe not in this version. I think in the DS version, Tiptoe increases your chance of getting ambushed when you get an encounter while it's active. I'm a little bit fuzzy on this, but I'm pretty sure that's a thing in at least some version of this game. Dr. DW2 practice because the gremlins ambushed in Lianport, sleep-locked the party, and killed Sama turn 2. That is awful. As we're getting near the bottom of the cave, there's a bunch of eggs around here, so not only is it a monster, it's Mama Monster. And look, it's Northrex. He's here. But Terry got here first. He's so cool. Look at how strong Terry is. He's dodging all this stuff. Dodging fire, dodging lightning. A pow. And the Battle Rex has been incapacitated. So Terry's like, he's trying to find the super sword. I think that's what the Arc Bolt promised, like a cool sword or something. But it's not the super sword Terry wants. Not the correct super sword. Now that Northrex is dead, or incapacitated, should say. He does get the Thunder Sword, but not really like the end of his adventure. Right, like he wants the real super sword. Now that the Battle Rex is incapacitated, all of the random encounters in this area have stopped, so you can freely collect the treasure. Some pretty good stuff in those chests. Battle axe, bunch of money, a defense seed. Quick jaunt back to Arc Bolt to report in on the outcome. There's Terry leaving as we go in. Jamirus pointing out how important it is to use that in. It's a little bit of a walk until we get to the next boss, but it's not really like a built-in recovery between there. Alright, so now that the monsters are clear, the guards that are guarding this this pass through the mountains where the cave just was are no longer there, and the path is now open. So we can continue onwards. Small little town over here that you can stop by. Grab another tiny metal. Number 14.
伸び足。
Go up the stairs that are just in the middle of this field, which
下に洞窟があるので、
puts you back
ここに
into,
向かいます。
I forget what world we're in. It puts you into the other world.
並び替え。
I'm imagining stairs in the middle of the world means it was the dream world and that we're now in the real world, but I don't know that for sure.
メダルを回収してから
Grab another mini metal.
出。もう一回入って、
Yeah, no way.
次の目的地に行きましょうね。
You shouldn't trust me anything. I don't know. Anyway, I don't know anything about this game.
ちょっと保険セーブしますね。ここで。本当は絶
I
対
fully
やらないん
admit
だ
it.
けど、アクシデントがあった時に、もし今アクシデントが起こると、もう一
I mean,
回
that might be
元
true.
を倒
I
さな
have
きゃい
run
けないので、
some version of all of the mainline games.
それは絶対嫌だから。
This has definitely been one of the
ここで
one of
セー
the
ブし
the the less played projects though. I completed one run of the game.
ここで保険のセーブをします。もし何か
I tried a few more, but
データが
Mudo 3 is too strong,
気になる
man.
ならここからリスタートです。
I guess this must be the
そうすればなんとかね
this must be the
走り切れ
dream
ます
world.
から最後まで。
So anyway, we're in this town of Krakado,
なのでやります。
and
リスクを回避。
we're learning about people that are going off to this
次にね、次の奏者の方
island at
がいら
nighttime.
っしゃるので、この人に確実に
So just talk to everybody in the town and get some info about what's going on.
ここでセーブ
This game's got this in a few different spots where like the progression beat is just like
やられ
talk
た
to
ら
everyone.
ここからやり直します。
6 random people in this town you gotta talk to or something.
これで安心ですね。だいぶ安心です。
Quick safety save.
何かハプニングが起こっても
Not that anything will go wrong with Jamirus.
やり直せますから。もうムドを倒してますからね。
But yeah, anyway, now that we've talked to people, it's nighttime, so we're gonna go see what's going on.
ムドを
We're gonna go over here to this floating island
倒すとか嫌でしょ。
that's carrying people away.
嫌なんですよ。嫌だからセーブをします。彼に話しかけて中に入る。
Insert more DQ6. Absurdity. The floating island that's being like actually steered and controlled by people. Not just like a randomly floating island. No, this is like an actual boat. It's just an island boat. We fall asleep at the bar and get woken up by these demons that are going to take us off to see Jamirus. Jamirus. The namesake of the runner. It's like the Spider-Man meme. It's going to be Jamirus pointing at Jamirus. Alright. So Jamirus takes 1 to 2 actions per turn. They have a biased attack pattern, so stronger chance of heavy attack, then flame breath, then attack, then fire claw. From high to low.
ここが
Hero is going to try to get multiple Jamirus.
モンスターは人間をさらって魂を抜いて捕らえています。なのでやっつけましょう。
Here's gonna try to get some saps.
幻冬
Mileyu is gonna try to do some uppers. Amos is gonna be doing the healing. And Hassan is gonna be going for build up and spirit punch. Now, it is like an 85% to land spirit punch, so you can actually get some bad luck if you resist it multiple times. Sap's a 50-50. First one hit, which is really good. Jamirus in general is not too bad of a fight, but if you miss your early saps, that can really hurt. And then like if hero dies before getting the saps off, that can kind of ruin your day. Second sap missed, but not a big deal. Really, Amos is focusing on Hassan and himself. So you really hope to not really need healing on Hero or Mileyu. Mileyu can toss out a little bit like that, but in general, this is the part of the game where like Amos and Hassan are they're just too good. The early warrior skills in particular, combined with like the weapons that are available at this point in the run, are just really strong in combination. Fire Claw, Fire Breath. Fire Claw, Fire Breath. A lot of fire damage. Jamirus has been pretty nice. Fair bit of one action turns. It's taking a lot of 2 action turns now, but pretty close to dead. It's gonna be 2 more attacks though. There's Mileyu, which is fine. Okay, he's chilling out with the double actions. One more build up. Hero dies on the last turn. Alright. Jamirus beat Jamirus. Yep. It's when they say the thing. Good fight. Jamirus is honestly usually like just not that bad of a fight, but every now and then he'll just resist sap and take double actions and just kind of just ruin your day from the start. Yeah, so I mentioned earlier that Mudo was one of the 4, I think it's 4, one of like the major generals of one of the major generals that's like kind of blocking off some of the parts of like the spirit world with those holes in the earth, right? So beating Mudo filled in the hole that was Dharma, where the class system happens. Beating Jamirus unlocks the Metal King. All the MIDI medals that we've been collecting so far. We don't have enough to get anything like really good out of them yet, so we're not going to go turn them in yet. But the true Jamirus. Yes. So now we have the floating island as a boat.
ミレイユ一人にして
It's how you know you're in the dream world, because
下に行くと
this would not be a viable real-world vehicle. And this is sort of where, like, the part of the love it or hate it thing happens with Dragon Quest VI, is that
で次の目的地に進み
gain access to you gain access to a lot of these vehicles. Like, you get the boat, you get the floating island, you'll get a carpet and another similarly silly vehicle
ここでメダ
a
ル
little
を
bit later.
入手
You get the ability to go underwater. There's just like, there's so many different forms of transportation. And a lot of times you'll have access to them in one world, but not in the alternate world. And it's kind of confusing to keep track of like where you are and what modes of transportation you have at a given time. Obviously in a speedrun, you know what you have, but
そしてここの後ろに
when playing casually, it can be really confusing to figure out where to go because again, you might have like a mixed ability in different worlds. Well, thank you. I'm doing my best. It's been a while since I played this game. I'm getting tired and will slowly become more and more delirious as the next few hours go on. But DQ6 is a really cool speedrun, so I'm happy to ramble about it. Alright, so we're over here to Holstock, and the prince here, Prince Horus, is being charged with completing the 3 trials that are needed to, like, I don't know, like, make him eligible for ruling. You know, it's just something he has to go through as being the prince. But Prince Horus is kind of a little bit of a coward. He doesn't want to do it. He's afraid of the monsters. So he keeps hiding. And so the king asks us to, like, escort him through these trials and help him out. And we can't even get him to come with us to the trials. He's hiding in barrels and things like that. But eventually we track him down and fine, he'll come with us. Yeah, proto-charmless. That's definitely a very close comparison. Aiden's related to everything. I love Aiden Chronicles. It's such a good game. I'm glad that people enjoyed watching that run. I recently, I didn't stream it, but I recently did a playthrough of Aiden Chronicles using only Aileron. I don't think I'll be speedrunning it, but it was in the back of my mind. Alright, off to the Cave of Trials. Prince is following us. We got this. Oh. So, Jamirus was very fast. As we're walking up there, Prince Horus, like, just bolted and started running away. And so you gotta leave and go find him again. So, not quite at the trials yet. Faked out. He's actually hiding in the nearby town of Hakata. Thankfully, there are a couple of tiny medals that we want to get here anyway. That was number 20. I think what we actually need for this kid is like a more accepting kingdom that does not require all of their royal lineage to go through these
と
trials.
いうことで、今度こそ洞窟に行きます。
But, you know, this is what we got.
この
So,
プリンスはかなり怖がりです。
back to the cave again. Alright, so this first trial
ここ
here,
はミレイユ一人で
this
行きます。
ghosty guy that's on
一
screen
人じゃないと
on the slides. Got
大変な
1000
目に遭い
HP.
ます。
This guy's super easy. He's got a 78% chance of doing Confusion Dance. And I mentioned this way earlier, and it was only marginally relevant, but
ここは
Mileyu is
彼女
immune to
一人で
confusion,
戦います。
so she could not be confused.
こ
So
の理由ですが、
the idea is just to
このモンス
mostly
ター
go
は
into
こ
tactics here.
ちらのキャラクターを
He's going to be using
混乱
this
させる技を使
this
って
wind attack, wind slash, whatever,
ミレイユ
that she learned from her few levels as a fighter earlier.
100%
One of the
混乱し
reasons
ます。
for getting her those levels of fighter while doing the class grinding.
彼女は混乱に対する
Now, this guy can also do a few other things. He can do Fireball, Gira. He can do Blaze, Meta, which he did right there.
彼女以外の
There's
パーティー
Gira.
メンバーを
He can do Infernos. He can do Bang. All these things are relatively low damage.
全員混乱さ
But
せられてしまいます。
he can also do Intense
パー
Flame.
ティーメンバーが混乱
So
して
if
し
you've
まう
played
と
like Dragon Quest 3 and you're familiar with Baramos, for example, he's got like that really strong breath attack. This guy's got Baramos
だ
breath.
からここは彼女一
Just
人で
randomly do it.
戦う必
It's a
要が
0.4% chance, which is very, very low.
だし、
But it'll do like, it can do like
この
70,
敵
80
には
damage.
一人で勝てますが、
So, you do sometimes have to heal
この
yourself
洞
up.
窟にはモンスターが出てきます。
Just guard against the.
このモンスターに
the half a
彼女がやられ
percent
てしま
chance.
うと、
In the meantime, while fighting him, Prince Horus ran off again. But not too far this time. He's still in the cave.
たまにさっきの敵からここに来るまでに
So popping out of the cave
や
real
られる
quick.
ことがあります。運
So
が
that
悪い
way-
とやられてしまいます。
Can swap around the party.
そうならないように祈りましょう。
As a general rule, in a lot of these Dragon Quest games,
本当にそれはしょうがないです。
if you're wondering, like,
彼女一人ではまと
all
もに
these games work a
行動
little
で
bit
きない
differently with how, like, the wagon works and what's available inside dungeons or not. But a good general rule is, like, if it's a small cave, you do not get the
真ん
wagon.
中の敵がとても
And if it's a
危険です。
wide, like, double width cave, then you do have access to the wagon inside the cave. In this game and some others, you do get access to the wagon spells, even if the wagon isn't with you. But not necessarily, like, being able to reorder all of your party, pull in new members. So a quick little outside there to
嫌だ、嫌なとこでエンカウントした。
get the party in the right order.
あーメタルだけだったら倒したい。
See a metal slime.
メタルだけだったら
Alright,
倒したい。
trial 2. So this guy starts with the bounce ability active, so you can't hit him with spells. Got kind of a random attack between attack, wind slash, building up power, or sleep eyes. Guaranteed sleep attack. He generally focuses the lowest HP target. If tied, it'll be the one in front. And Mileyu can use her leg sweep ability that she also has from being a fighter to make him lose turns, lose actions. So Mileyu is going to generally be doing some, just kind of spamming that. Hero and Hassan started off using their upper ability that they got as a cleric to increase defense. And yeah, otherwise it's just kind of standard build up lunge, build up spirit punch. Hero can either do some healing or some fire claw.
48
And Mileyu is just spamming. But yeah, so since this guy's attacks tend to focus the lowest HP character, Mileyu gets all the uppers. And if anybody else gets lower HP, either due to attacks that don't concentrate, like that one, or due to just recoil damage from lunge, then you want to heal them up to keep her as the lowest HP. Take advantage of that. Upper stacking. Yeah, the wind slash attack ignores the concentrated stuff. It's really the regular attacks that you have to worry about that focus the low HP characters. But yeah, second trial's not too bad. Can be a little tedious, but... And once again, Prince Horus has run off. If you mean the ones that are on stream, that's Jamirus themselves. That is on their stream. And yes, they're very good. Oh, the mirror turned into Mileyu. Alright, so now towards Trial 3. Trial 3 is like the actual boss of this, of these trials. So, this unicorn boss gets 2 actions per turn. Action 1 is always defense. It lowers your entire party's defense. Action 2 is either strong attack, a regular attack, AoE lightning, or bounce. Well, reflect. A bounce that reflects one attack. So if you pop it, it won't stay active. And in general, every turn, Amos and Hassan are going to need to use the equip glitch to reset their defense, because he starts off with a defense every turn. You can choose to do this with Hero and Mileyu also. They're not as critical to the fight, so it's pretty common to do it early, but kind of stop doing it as the fight goes on. Amos is going to be doing his build-up lunge thing. Hassan is going to be using the Gent staff, and sometimes doing some attacking. Hero's going to be tossing out some fire claws. If the unicorn uses reflect, Hero will actually use expel, which doesn't do anything to this guy, but it will pop reflect. Basically, if he has reflect up, he won't try to cast it again. So you want to pop it whenever he uses it in order to make him more likely to just waste actions redoing it. And then Mileyu just tosses out some Amore on Wind Slash. Mileyu dying is not too uncommon. You want to keep Hero alive as long as you can, if possible, to like be able to get rid of his bounce status when he uses it, but Hero and Mileyu are just not super critical to the fight, so like you can see that Jamirus is not resetting the defense on Hero and Mileyu. I do see people do it sometimes as a safety, but it's just not really necessary to do. But it definitely is every turn on Amos and Hassan. Haven't seen any bounce yet. Lots of lightning though. One thing that's kind of important here is like watching the ebb and flow of the HP range. There it is. Watching the ebb and flow of like the HP thresholds for Amos, because if he's going to be attacking with a built-up lunge, he's going to take more damage on that turn. So, you want to be careful about, like, what if he gets attacked and takes recoil damage on one turn. So, generally healing him, like, every other turn is pretty common because it keeps you in that rhythm of just, like, healing him on build-up turns when he's not going to take the recoil damage. Okay. Good third trial. Third trial is not... It's not a fight that's going to kill you very often, unless you misplay. But if you, like, forget to defense cancel, or you get, like, a really bad first couple turns, with, like, Hero and Mileyu dying really, really early or something, that fight can go pretty badly. One common theme in this section of the run, really a lot of this run, but kind of this whole mid-game, is a lot of these boss fights will kind of just hinge on, like, turn 1, turn 2. Do you get your uppers off? You know, do you not have, like, a key character die on turn 1? And once your setup is rolling, the bosses are usually pretty consistent. But before you have your setup on turn 1 and turn 2, you tend to be pretty vulnerable. And there are a couple fights, like this one and then where I'll go a little bit later, where they're on very much repeating patterns. And if you get yourself, like, off cycle of those patterns, or you don't react to them correctly, you can, like, it's pretty easy to make mistakes, just because, like, every other turn you're doing something slightly different. And flip-flopping. And it's just easy to get it wrong. But Jamirus is good. They did not get it wrong. Alright, so that's a reward for completing this. You'll get the magic key. So in classic DQ fashion, you've got, you know, the 3 main keys. The Thief Key, the Magic Key, and the Ultimate Key. Gozoku no Kagi, Maho no Kagi, Saigo no Kagi. And then some, you know, off-brand keys like the Mirror Key earlier. But Magic Key provides the next source of progression. There it is, Maho no Kagi. Going back to this little underground section for one more mini medal. Hiding out over here in this little corner where no one's ever gonna look. That's another thing that I was talking earlier about how, like, your vehicles are different between the different worlds. It also kind of messes with your return points. If you have different return points in each world, you can't directly return between worlds. The return menu is different. This little house over here has another well in it. Well, well, well. It's got a monster. Monster's really nothing to speak of, though. There are a few different well monsters in this game. Kind of not really sure why. I think it's an interesting looking monster though. Kind of a cool design. But also why?
HP が削れたんで2回本にしようかな。
Alright, we're back to the real world, I think.
で精霊の鎧のおかげで魔法耐性もあるので一番
I
強
think
い
this version's the real world. No, soon enough. Yeah, we're heading over to the town of Clearvale.
彼一人に任せて逃げるのもよしです。圧倒的に強いです。パーティーメンバーの中でね。
Tiny Metal number 24.
で、クリアベールという町に行きましたが、これからね、もう一回違う世界のクリアベールに行きます。あ、引火したか。あ、全体攻撃持ちがいるときは。
So Clearvale has a thing going on where there's I'm kind of like forgetting some of the details between like the real world and the spirit world. There was like this kid in like this. There's like this sick kid. I think he died in the real world. And in the spirit world, he wanted like a token to be more courageous. Something along those lines. I don't know. I'm a little bit fuzzy on the details. But the point is, we need to find a way to get this this courage chip. So Jamirus grabbed mini medal number 25, hopefully, and then is heading up to this wall of destiny. This is sort of an interesting dungeon. There's no boss of this dungeon, but like it's almost more of like a puzzle dungeon. Like you have these rocks that you can climb on, obviously that you're seeing out here. This is where you're going to get the golden pickaxe. The golden pickaxe will allow you to break through certain like rock formations, certain barriers. Think of it kind of like Rock Smash from Pokemon, I guess. The movement, this movement is like pretty fast, and it's actually kind of easy to get wrong. There are a couple spots where you can drop off of this wall, like while you're moving, right there, to land on like a lower platform. Yep, there's the golden pickaxe. So yeah, movement through this place, like I said, it's kind of more of a puzzle dungeon where it's like, how do you move around and get where you need to go? I sadly have to menu to the golden pickaxe every time you want to use it. Metal Slime Knights. Metal Rider.
50% ぐらいの確率でモンスターが出ないんですが、 多分50%ぐらいだと。
Like I said, not too much going on in this dungeon, kind of just running from
効
encounters
率
and,
がいいかもしれないけど、
and working your way through to the
あん
top.
まり敵が出てこない場所なん
In
で、
general, we're not going to be fighting really any more random
もう
encounters.
3回
anywhere in the
モンスターが
run,
出てきますね。
Dungeons mostly
運がいいと
turn into a
1回
case of just
で済みます。
optimizing your movement,
もっと運がいいと0回で
running
済
from
むかもしれない。
encounters. Every now and then you might like
運が悪いとここ
put
まで
encounters to sleep before you run or something, but at this point in the run, I think even that's mostly stopped.
まあこんなもんでしょうか。ちょっと運が悪かったねぐらいかな。
Alright,
で、ここ
top of
で
the mountain,
勇気のかけらというアイテムを
dig
手
up
に
the
入れま
courage
す。
chip,
これを持ってクリアベールに戻りましょう。
heroism chip,
で、クリアベールには10歳で亡くなってしまった男の子の家があります。この
Now
男
let's
の子
go
はさっき手に入れた勇気のかけらが欲しい。
progress some of the story here.
これからね、
These are the sick kid's parents that are kind of
こ
like
の
praying
少
for
年
his
の
health
両親
here.
です。このペアレントのね、ペアレンツのね、
I think it's the parents anyway.
亡くなった男の子が欲しがっていたアイテムを渡しましょう。
This is a town where like you kind of just do everything out of order. You kind of just, you know what to do. You go get that courage chip before actually coming to the town and seeing the scene and talking to the kid who wants it.
これが彼のお父さんです。彼の息子が欲しがっていたアイテムを渡します。すると、少年のベッドで彼の息子のベッドに泊まっていってくれと言われます。
Alright, so we told Harris that we got the
ちょっ
chip.
と奇妙ですね。です
Courage
が、
chip.
これをやらないと話が進まないので、しょうがなくやります。
And then we're
少
gonna
年のベッドで
sleep in the
眠る
kid's
と
bed.
夢の世界にワープします。これがその夢の世界ですね。
and
なんとベッドが浮かびました。空
then
飛
the
ぶベッ
bed
ド
starts to fly. I really don't remember
不気味な空間を飛んでいますね。
all of
これ
the
どこなんだろう。はい、彼が
all the
亡くなった
motivations for the
少
kid.
年
Like
ジョンです。
he dreamed about flying or something like that, and now we're flying because
渡したアイ
it
テム
was
の
his
お礼
dream
と
and we
して
brought the
主
courage
人
chip
公
or
たちに
something.
こ
I
の
don't
空
know.
飛ぶベッドをくれます。
There's
このベッドに乗ると空を飛べるようになり、
a whole thing.
これまで行けなかった
But
い
yeah,
ろん
clearly
な場所
the
に行くことがで
the
きる
bed here, this flying bed,
ということで、
means we're now in the dream world.
いろんな場所に行きましょう。
We got the courage chip in the real world.
ドラクエ6のストーリーでもね、
Then we get the bed in the dream world.
行けるようになり
And this acts sort of like the magic carpets will later,
まずは
where it lets you cross like shallow rivers and things like that.
小さなメダル。
Does not let you go over mountains or fly anywhere you want, but it does let you cross certain terrain obstacles.
に飛んで、またベッドに乗る。
Can't fly through like trees or mountains with
下
it.
に降りて、親
You
に
need to find the grass patches like that.
ああ、ちょっと着地が。メダル。
Tiny metal 26.
で、レイドックに飛んで、ベッドに乗ります。で、アモールの町に行きます。これは前のクエストで出てきた少年たちなんですけど、この下の子供ですね。前のクエス
So
トで
we're back over
出
to
てきたリリアとジーナ
Amore.
です。
It's kind of showing a flashback, not a flashback scene, but like a dream scene
もう亡くなってしまってるんですけど、
Gina and
こ
Iria,
の夢の世界でね、新しい
which are the
命として
ones that
生まれ変わったみたいです。
earlier in the dream world, we like reunited them in the
でこの井戸に入
the
って
horror beast cave. And then like they became reunited again in the real world. Now they're children in this dream world, and they were hiding some stuff, digging it in the ground.
キエイキエイルカニメラミ
And so now we're gonna go to the real world and check the spot where
キエイルカニメラミ
they were digging.
あー聞かないかちょっと待って
Hello, Dr. Mr. Holmes. Thank you for the raid.
あ防御する確認あ聞かあこれはちょっと待ってよあ普通に
Let's get another one of these well monsters here. Same as the first well monster.
こうかなこれどうしよう回復アモス3回ホイミ念入れにや
So
り
yeah,
ましょう
getting that scene in the dream world of Amore, like I said, it unlocks. There will be an item there when we go back there in the real world, but
強いモンスターが出てくるので
first removing some actual progress. We're not getting that right away. So just remember that that scene happened in that dream
回
world.
復しておいてあこいつらはまだマシこいつらはまだマシ
But we're continuing on over to the kingdom of Phone. Doing a little bit of shopping here to get a sleep sword for Amos. The sleep sword is pretty decent in this game. It's okay in DQ5. Neither one are... If you're used to, like... If anyone's watched Dragon Warrior 4 speedruns before, and you know how overpowered the sleep sword is in that game, it is not nearly as strong in this game. But on the upcoming boss fight, Moralgo, the sleep sword actually can be pretty decently useful at times. So, this kingdom's kind of famous for this, like, princess that's stuck in a mirror down here. And because we have the Mirror of Ra, we are going to actually try using the... We want to tell them that we can use the Mirror of Ra, and maybe it'll help figure out what's happening with the princess. So we're going to go up here and tell the king, like, hey, I got this mirror. Can do some cool stuff, like... King's like, alright, I guess I'll let you in down there. Because the king is, like, obsessed with this princess that's caught in the mirror, wants to free her. Alright, I'm gonna use the mirror. I love that little jingle. It's so good. Like, what? That is like quintessential DQ6. Anyway, the mirror didn't work, so it's not an illusion, right? So remember, the mirror has the power to dispel illusions. That's why it was so effective against Mudo. But all it really does is prove that this mirror thing is not an illusion. It must be some kind of curse or something like that instead. So you have to figure out
助けに行きます
who might have cursed her.
倒しに行きます
Take, be stuck in that mirror.
この前に
Okay.
アモー
Get mini medal number 30. We're gonna do a little bit of item collection here before continuing on. So
場所を調べ
first things first, we're gonna go to Amore where Gina and Iria were playing and get the meteorite armband.
腕輪が落ちています
The meteorite armband is an accessory that significantly increases your agility. I don't know if it's double in this game or 50%. I assume it's double. It's a lot. It's a lot of agility.
でそこから
Helps make turn order a lot more consistent if you have a character that you want to go fast.
ここのね宿屋さっきの宿屋
Generally,
は
like one of the better accessories in a lot of the earlier DQ games when it's available.
じゃないと次のボスに勝てないからね
And now we're going to go visit the Metal King. So we unlocked the Metal King earlier, as mentioned, when defeating Jamirus. But there was no real reason to go there. But now that we have 30 mini medals, we can collect the first 3 tiers of rewards, which include some pretty good stuff. Wind Staff, it's kind of whatever. Power Ruby, which is another accessory that increases attack.
ここでちょうど30枚になっているはずで
Senbotsu no Sue, it's Wind Staff.
ちゃんと取っている
Ikura no Ruby, Ruby of Strength. And then the Platinum Sword.
この
Literally
ア
just
イテ
called
ムを
Platinum
後
Sword.
から装備します
The Platinum Sword's cool in that I think
魔物を倒しに
I always get this confused with the sword and the mail. One of the two,
セーブして
I
も
think
よか
it's
った
the
かな
Platinum Sword.
まあいいや
No, it's the Platinum Mail. Never mind. The Platinum Mail increases your agility when it's equipped. And I always think it's the sword that does it. But
セーブしといた方がよかったか
it's still a really good weapon.
な万が一
And it's also a very stylish weapon.
何が起こるかわかんないからね
So yeah. Off to Moralgo's tower. There's a little bit of a puzzle to get inside. There's somebody that
この塔の最上
somebody that gives you a hint towards it or whatever, but basically there's a password to get inside. And the password is you have to cast Impasse, which is the X-ray spell
うん今一回
at the door, which normally does nothing, right? But it's like a magical
メタルだけ
type lock that lets you in. Oh, she's gonna go for him. Metal slime. Metalu. Only 1 damage. Shell slimes are casting sleep. 2, 3. And it's
あー逃げちゃ
gone.
ったかこれは食べたかったな
Darn.
逃げましょう
I'm glad she tried for
ス
it.
ライムを倒すと
They're not.
この先
Metal slimes aren't really
の
needed, like the XP isn't super useful at this point in time.
おーい
But,
悪かった
you know, it's a Dragon Quest speedrun. You gotta go for the metal slimes when they show up, right? Even if it's just to. Especially for a marathon or something, like,
なの
if it's a
で
PB
狙いに
attempt,
行きました
there's a decent chance that you just run from that.
ちょっとだけ
But for a
ね
marathon,
強く
like,
なるのでメタルスライムを倒すと
gotta just do it.
安全に行くのなら倒すのをおすすめしますほんのちょっと一回りパワーアップしますキャラクターがね
And maybe there is some threshold where it can, save you a turn here or there.
狙いで
Alright. Anyway, continuing to climb the tower. And at the top of this tower will be the wizard Moralgo. And Moralgo's an interesting fight. The Moralgo takes 1 action per turn. But alternates like his actions. So turn 1 he's always going to cast bounce. Turn 2 he's always going to either summon a genie or cast Fire Volt, big fire AoE, or attack. or blaze more,
簡単したよね。
and then go back to reflect, and then go back to the attack turn. So
魔法の聖水を見に
it's a very specific cycle of actions here. Interesting, she immediately used that magic water. A very specific cycle of actions here in that on the reflect turn, you want to be charging up. You want to be building up power on your damage dealers and healing with your other characters. Turn 1, obviously you don't need to heal, but in general, Amos and Hassan will be building up, and then Mileyu and Hero are going to be doing healing. On turn 2, on the damage turns, you're going to want to put Fight Wisely tactics on, and Hero is going to manually cast Expel. If Hero does not manually cast Expel, he skips this reflect turn, and he just keeps spamming his damage turns, which you can't keep up with. The reason that you use the Fight Wisely tactic on this damage turn, instead of manually inputting your damage abilities, is that if he summons a genie friend, your built-up characters will kill the genie friend before it gets to act immediately. And it basically turns that phase into, or that cycle into just kind of like a wasted turn. It slows things down, but it keeps the fight from getting out of hand, whereas if the genies stay alive, the fight can really get out of hand because they start contributing extra damage. Now, that sleep sword that Jamirus purchased recently is actually useful for this fight because it can put the genies to sleep. And there is a chance that even with your built-up power and your blaze mores and all that, there is a chance that the genie does not die in one hit. And sometimes having that sleep sword can actually protect you against the genie getting some extra actions to contribute damage. So the main thing is just remembering you need to switch your tactics every turn. On reflect turns, manual control, do your build-ups, do your heals. On the damage turn, fight wisely. Or, I think it's fight wisely. Whatever the top one is. I actually get the tactic names a little bit mixed up sometimes. Okay. Lower damage rolls, but that actually might be a benefit of getting a metal slime in this tower, is maybe the metal slime reduces the chance that the genie does not die on a genie summon turn. Makes you
危なかった今。
guaranteed or at least more likely to kill it. That could actually be a really good reason for getting a metal slime there. It's funny, this fight really isn't like strategically complex. You know, you can see it's kind of just the same set of actions.
これで倒せますかね。
But it's very easy to lose track of where you are and make a mistake, especially with tactic switching or forgetting to expel. Excellent fight. Very good. And I've seen, even just not counting that, I've seen multiple runners.
あ、よかった。
I saw it happen to Tonic multiple times, for example. Just losing runs to Moralgo
ちょっと後で
because of like not killing genies, and then the genies pile up, and then you just can't keep up with it all.
あのボスはね、交代交代に、魔法ターンという魔法を跳ね返す
Alright, so
デモンと
Moralgo in the dream world
いろいろやってきます。その交互に動いてき
has
ます。
been defeated. And that's why nobody could
だから彼が
stop this curse that was
魔
on
法ターンを唱えた次
the
に
princess here.
こちらがね
Was because Moralgo, who cursed her, was hiding away in the dream world.
この魔法を無効化します。
Yeah, the slideshow is really good.
その間
Jamirus
に
obviously put a lot of effort into
ハ
it.
ッサンとアモスが気合を貯めて、この次で自動戦闘にします。そうすると、さっきのボスは仲間を呼ぶんですけど、その呼んだ
I've seen a few
瞬間に倒
Japanese
してくれます
runners do the slideshow type thing to go along with their streams, but
そうしないととても危ないです。
yeah, this one in particular is just very good. There are a lot of slides too, just really every plot beat.
全滅します。というのが理由です。これで鏡の中の
So with the
姫
defeat
が
of Moralgo,
助かります。この王様とこの
Utica
姫様は
is able to
何千年
escape
前から結ばれている運命の関係だそ
her
うです。
curse, escape the mirror,
で、王様は姫が鏡から出てくるとすぐに彼女にプロポーズをします。That sounds very weird. You propose a girl just from
and then the king just kind of walks off. But we're gonna go talk to him, and what we're gonna get from the king is you have to walk like back up and down from that room like 3 times. It's kind of silly. But we're gonna talk to the king, and he's gonna give us the floodgate key. So there are a couple of locked doors in the ocean. Maybe just one. Maybe there are 2. And this floodgate key is going to allow opening the that locked water door. With a water gate key, or the sluice key, whatever you want to call it. Sing a little key song.
タイムが変わったりします。彼女はこの先マダンテを打つのですが、この威力に関係あるので、彼女の MP が多ければ多いほどいいです。
Open the gate and immediately just return away. As you do in Dragon Quest sometimes.
なので、彼女の MP はとても大事です。はい、新しい目的地ペスカニという村にやってきました。
Now we're coming over here to the town of Pescani.
ここには人魚が潜んでいます。
So this is sort of like the, I don't know, I don't want to say like pirate town, but it's like a fishing town, right? Tell by the name, Pescani. And there's this guy that's been acting like real shady. And what we're gonna do is, yeah, Unda. I bet her last name is Dasi. What we're gonna do is we're gonna follow this shady dude through this cave. And it's like a little bit of a stealth sequence. It's actually, I don't know. I don't like stealth sequences in most games. Some very, very rare exceptions. This is just kind of very tedious. If you get caught, you have to start this whole cave sneaking thing over again. But we're gonna follow him through this cave and figure out what he's been hiding, what he's been up to. And while this sneaking is happening, I'm gonna stand up and stretch my legs for a minute. It's 1 a.m. I need regular breaks to try to stay awake.
隠し部屋があります。彼はその隠し部屋のボタンを押して中に入ります。なので我々もボタンを押して隠し部屋に入りましょう。で、いいえ。はいはい。この人魚はこの男を助けてここに迷い込んでしまいます。なので彼女を家族のもとに返してあげましょう。ということでこれから彼女を連れて海を泳ぎます。泳ぎはしない。これからね、船で彼女を一緒に彼女を連れて
Okay, I'm back
彼女の
again.
ね、故郷へ
So yeah,
お家へ戻
found
してあ
out
げます。
that secret that Rob has been hiding and what he's been sneaking off to is this mermaid who's ended up in this cave away from home. They've got a little bit of a fling going on, but he knows that she can't stay here with him. Like,
準備は完了。
can't really survive here and
この人魚とこの男はこの後
belongs to be with her
恋愛を
people.
します。
And we're like, hey, we got a boat. We can help her get back to Mermaid Rock.
この後ね、この人魚のお家に行くん
So
です
she's just gonna
そこに行くと
awkwardly float behind our boat
現れるように
as
な
if
る
she's a wagon.
ここですね。
And we're gonna bring her back to Mermaid Rock.
ここが人魚の住処です。
This is a bad idea. This is fine. This is
この人魚をここに連れてくると
this is
彼
not
女のお姉
DQ11's
さんから
mermaid,
マー
thankfully.
メイドハープというアイテムをもらいます。このハープを船の
So in
上に
exchange for bringing
使う
back
と
the
海の中に潜る
The Lost Mermaid, we acquire the Mermaid Harp. And the Mermaid Harp is an item that allows you to descend below the water. So we can check out what's below the shoreline.
アモスで星フル装備してハープを弾いて海に潜りましょう。海に潜ると今まで行けなかったところに行けるようになります。
So this lets you do a few things. This lets you... The Mermaid Harp lets you get below things like shoals that might be blocking progress at the upper water level. And it also... there are also some spots where there are actually things to discover under the ocean, at the bottom of the ocean. So, Mermaid Harp has multiple purposes. But for now, we're just using it to get past a set of shoals and head over towards Mount Snow. Now, sort of our goal at the moment here... I'm going to take a little bit of a step back, right? So, back when we beat Mudo, a couple hours ago, remember in Mudo's castle we found like the statue of Hassan, and like, Hassan was able to like reunite with his statue and stuff. So, I think there was also one for Mileyu. But what there is not is there's not been any statue for the hero. So there's a general objective of like trying to reunite the hero with his... between his dream and his real self. We don't really know how to do that, but there's a general objective of that. Sort of one of our overarching aims. And in addition to that, we're also going to, at this point, start trying to acquire the the legendary equipment. So this game being part of the quote-unquote Zenithian trilogy, right, is it's got, you know, the armor, the helmet, the shield, and the sword that are all legendary, and you need to acquire all 4 of the legendary pieces of equipment. So we're going to be working towards both of those objectives kind of as we go along. So Mount Snow is required for progress towards getting the legendary sword. And there's Terry here looking for it. He's still looking for powerful swords. He wants the super sword. And this town here, outside of Mount Snow, is like, everyone's frozen. And it's because that old man down there found this Snow Queen lady, and she made him promise not to tell anyone about her. And then he broke that promise and started telling people about her. And so she got revenge by freezing the whole town. So we are going to try to convince her to unfreeze the town. A lot of walking back and forth between the shrine here. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a similar plot beat, Crystalinda, I guess. Not really the same motivations behind it, but similar outcome. Good spot to revive characters if you need reviving. Alright, again, bunch of random objectives that are all kind of happening in parallel right now, so it's kind of hard to follow any sort of specific story progress, but we're coming down here now to this sunken ship. And there are a couple of key items, literally, that are needed from the sunken ship. So, tiny metal number 35 was grabbed. There's going to be a glass slipper. Sells for quite a bit of money. And then also the final key, the Saigo no Kagi. Open more doors and chests and junk. Well, I guess doors. There's the key. Oh, she did not pick up the... Did she? You might not have grabbed the glass slipper. Maybe I missed it. Doesn't matter. I'm sure she knows her money routing. Sail over here to this little cave, or this little well, I guess. It's not being a well that takes you to the spirit world. This is just a well with stuff down it. And then sail up north to this mysterious cave. This mysterious cave is going to have one of the pieces of legendary equipment in it. This is another kind of like puzzle dungeon. Sort of like Lost Woods-esque. When you go certain ways, it sort of changes the path as you go. At least on this first floor. Rude random encounter. Almost crit down here, eh?
略したいから MP ね、見たでしょ。危ないんですよここ。
Yeah, depending on which path you take, you might end up with a different route when you go through those
一
transitions.
発でノックアウトしますからね、運が悪いと。
Lost Woods-esque or like SMB1 loops.
まだマシ。
The
まだマシ。まだ
Castle 4 and 8. So she just picked up the blade armor. Blade armor is a cool piece of equipment. It's not as critical in this game as it is in some others, but you know, when it's equipped, it reflects damage. I actually don't really remember if the blade armor gets much use or if it just gets sold in here. Find out when we get there.
本当に危ないですから、モンスター。
Got a hidden staircase. Don't remember how you're supposed to know that staircase is there.
階段があります。ここでね、一回エンカウントリセットをします。そして小
Grab
さな
another mini medal, number 37.
あー、引っかかった。やめてって。悪かった。
Trying to be careful with her movement to minimize random encounters because those trolls are pretty scary.
怖いよ。
And
やめて言うてますやん。
MP is like kind of important.
3回降ります。
You want to at least keep enough for outside at the end of this.
で、2回上がります。
So again, another little puzzle for how to progress through
すると隠し道が出
these staircases.
ここが一番危ないです。このフロアが一番危ないです。
This dungeon's almost done. There's no boss at the end of it or anything. It is just a puzzle dungeon.
スーパーベリーミラクルハイテンションデンジャラス。やめてやめてやめてやめてやめてやめてやめて。あれあれあれ、さっきのモンスター。一回逃げ
Got the Sufida shield.
返したら全滅します。終わりです。さっき逃げられなかったら
First piece of legendary
多分全滅
equipment.
してました。これくらい危ないです。
I think.
えへへへ
I remember where the helmet is.
ここの発掘に行きましょ
I
う。
don't know. Pretty sure this is the first piece.
あー、こいつらも
Anyway, now we're heading back to Mount Snow.
ちょっと危ない。
Because again,
あー、集中持ち。
doing things in weird orders.
集中攻撃持ちでしたね。
Based on how it lines up with inventory management and everything like that. Like, you're returning all around to get to these places quickly anyway, so a lot of these, the order that you do things is sometimes based around like resource utilization,
しましょうね。
your MP and everything. It can be based around,
さっきのエンカーあれですか？
um,
逃げミス
you know, do you go
絶対
somewhere that
死ぬ
gives
からね。
you a piece of defensive equipment that helps you survive somewhere else more reliably? A lot of it can just be based around inventory management and like who gets what in your inventory
から聞いたパスワードを入力します。
and what order do things end up in your inventory.
そうすると先に進めるようになります。あれこれ並び順違うよ。
In this case, we wanted the ultimate key, and then like the movement kind of just lined up to go to get the Sufida shield,
そうだ。
like immediately after the ultimate key.
で、ここで小さなメダル。これが主人公だよね。あ、オッケーオッケー。これなら間違ってない。
This Mount Snow here is also a little bit of a puzzle dungeon. You've got the
このね、アイテム
the
が
ice
誰に
floors that you
使ってい
can't
る
step on
とて
twice.
も大事です。これが一つずれただけ
Use
で
puzzle dungeon really loosely. It's got some of
大変
these
なことになり
sliding
ます。
ice floors. They're not really very difficult puzzles here. Here you have to hit all four of those switches in a certain order.
持たせておかないと、それが原因でね、ボスに負けたりします。
And then look, it's the super sword that Terry was looking for.
はい、ここでテリーが伝説の剣を手に入れようとします
But
が、
it's actually kind of just like a rusted piece of junk, and Terry doesn't want it.
錆びているので諦めて帰ります。ですが、これは拾っておきましょう。 これが伝説のラミアスの剣と言います。
So we got the rusty sword. That rusty sword will be important later.
今は錆びていて使えないので、
It's not quite a legendary piece of equipment yet.
これをね、元に戻してくれる鍛冶屋を
But we're gonna go
探しに
show this guy back in town the sword. And he's gonna talk to us about this town, Longadesio, that had a really good blacksmith who might be able to restore the sword to its original shape. And he's gonna give us a pass to allow us to enter the town. Town just like doesn't let in outsiders. It's kind of a town of like ne'er-do-wells. You know, thieves town kind of place, so they don't really let outsiders in. I'm not sure why he has a pass to get us in there. I don't entirely remember the story behind that. Alright, there's the platinum mail. Another mini medal. The platinum mail, like I said, I think it increases your agility when it's equipped. And like many DQ games, there's also armor that decreases your agility. And it's going to be useful to be able to swap between like a minus agility and a plus agility piece of armor. Because there are some times where you might want certain characters to go before or after the enemy, depending on the situation of the fight, so that'll come up a little bit later. But just saying, platinum mail is cool. Alright. Trip to Dharma. Amos is going to become a fighter. And Barbara and Chamorro are going to ditch their jobs. This is, again, I talked about this earlier, but when you are a certain job, so like you learn abilities as your job ranks up, and then you keep those abilities no matter what job you are. But while you are a certain job, you get a percentage plus or minus modifier to all of your stats. So a mage, for example, is going to get less hit points, but more magic. That's an example. So getting rid of these jobs just kind of balances out your stats and removes the, mainly removes the HP penalty for the jobs that they were at. HP in Dragon Quest games is usually like the key stat. Strength can also be really important for some characters, but you know, being able to survive. If you can survive bosses, you can usually do something about them. But alright, Kiseki no Tsurugi, 40 mini medals, that's the Sword of Miracles. The Sword of Miracles is a weapon that when you deal damage with it, it heals you for a percentage of the damage you deal. So that'll be really, really good on Hassan in particular. To kind of give him a little bit of self-healing regardless of just kind of passive self-healing as things go on. And you can combine it with things like build up and lunge and things like that to hit really hard and get like actually pretty big heals off of it. Alright, there's the demon armor, Majin no Yoroi. That is the armor I was talking about earlier that gives the agility penalty. So you can put Amos in particular will get both the demon armor and the platinum mail, and switch between them mid-fight even, based on the situation. But that'll be a little bit later. For now, we're gonna go check out Longadesio. This is the town that Zam gave us the pass in order to get into. We're going to show that pass to the guard at the entrance. So again, the deal here is that there's supposed to be like a famous blacksmith or legendary blacksmith here that might be able to help us restore the sword. But we don't know where they are, so we're going to go over here and ask Hawk. I know to say Hawk, but I kind of wonder if it's supposed to be Hook. Who's kind of the know-it-all broker of information. And he's gonna be like, yeah, if you could find me 3 times in this town, I'm gonna hide. If you can find me 3 times, then I'll help you out. And we will do that, but not yet. We'll come back and do that. In the meantime, you can go acquire some more money, because there's going to be some shopping that you're going to want to do in Longadesio when you're moving around to find Hook. So, go around to pick up a couple more items and get some more valuable stuff to sell along the way. And it lets you kind of consolidate your movement and your actions when you're in Longadesio. Alright, so we got the title staff, Uminari, Megazaru no Dewa. That's interesting. The Megazaru bracer, or Kerplunk bracer, is an item that when the character wearing it dies, it will revive and heal everyone in the party. Including the wagon in this version, I think. The bottom left chest had a silver tray. It's kind of thought the silver tray was used in the style contest, but maybe not. But Jamirus did not pick up the silver tray, so she knows better than I do. Meantime, we're going to sail up here and land at Gandino. There are a bunch of tiny metals in this town. I'm going to be grabbing 4 of them. Also, a life seed, agility seed, and a prayer ring. So, as typical in Dragon Quest games, there's not a whole lot of magic recovery. You do get a couple magic waters around the run that you can single use, but having a couple prayer rings for the end game for tomorrow is pretty important. So, grabbing a prayer ring here will actually be very valuable. More metals, more metals. Little hidden underground section. Ability seed, metal, and prayer. Inori no Yubiwa. Alright, back to Longadesio. Now that we've accumulated those items. Now we're gonna go find Hook. And of course he's gonna be all in forms that don't look anything like him, but they're also pretty conspicuous, so he'll look like a priest. And we're gonna go into the Bunny Girl Theater here. Pay for entrance. Pay the cover charge. go down into the dressing room. Why they disallow us to wander down into the bunny girl's dressing room, I'm not entirely sure. We grab some black tights or garter. And Hook is pretending to be one of the bunny girls. His cover's blown again. So I gotta find him one more time though. Yeah, I mean, I guess looking at this town, probably shouldn't expect it to be the most secure place around. Place is kind of a dump. Come up here and this guy's like, oh, come to my shop and buy my wares. And we're like, okay. On second thought, no. Alright, so that's the shop here is like a little fashion shop where you're allowed to upgrade an item to make it more fashionable. So we're going to upgrade Hero's Iron Mask to make the Iron Mask more fashionable. There is a style contest coming up where this game has a style stat. It's really only used for that style contest. And there are various rewards for various levels of the contest. But it is a required contest. And so, buffing up that helmet is one of the faster ways of improving your style. Talk more about that when we get there. Not a whole lot to talk about, but... Alright. Paying Hook a couple $1,000 for a little bit of info here. And we're gonna find out that the blacksmith, the legendary blacksmith, is dead. But his daughter Sally here has like the ability to be a blacksmith, but she's like given up the trade and she refuses to repair the sword. I think she like doesn't want to make weapons that kill people or something like that. I don't remember the whole logic there, but anyway, she won't help us right now. And I think she tells us that if we can collect the rest of the legendary equipment, then she'd be willing to help us, but like not until then. I think it's something like that. So in the meantime, we gotta do a little bit more exploring to get the rest of the equipment. This middle part of the game is like really confusing. It's a part I really struggled with when I was playing the game, just because like the progression and the order you do things is not very clear, and all the stuff kind of compounds again. The inventory management, the equipment management, all that stuff, and it's a spot where I'd like routinely just kind of lose time when I was trying to run the game. It's like you don't remember which way to go, or like, is this the time when I sail down here, or is this the time when I take these stairs or whatever? And it's very easy to just like get a little bit mixed up in where you're going. Like this right here is just a little side path. Grabbed a strength seed. Or not a strength seed. Strength shield. Shield of strength. Chikara no Tate. Which is a good shield, and the shield of strength, like most DQ games, is an item that you can use in battle to cast heal more on yourself. So it's a very useful self-heal ability. We now have the Gent Staff and a Shield of Strength. So we've got 2 separate healing items. The Shield of Strength doesn't actually get a whole lot of use for self-healing, but there are 1 or 2 fights where it does come in very handy. And then we're going to dig down here into this undersea shrine. And this is going to be... It's a pretty long dungeon. It's a little bit puzzly with like raising and lowering the water and stuff. But there is a boss at the end of this one. It is a real dungeon. Going in here with just Hassan and Hero. They will be fighting the boss with just those 2. There are a couple of enemies in here that are a big risk because they can paralyze characters. So that's the main concern here, is if both characters become paralyzed, then you party wipe. Like if your entire active party becomes paralyzed, you wipe. Paralyzing does not like auto restore. So that's the main risk of the random encounters in here. You have a magical skirt. Thankfully you don't get a ton of encounters in this dungeon, but you get enough. You can't completely avoid them, no matter how good your luck is. Now, it's very important for this dungeon that you have the correct equipment equipped on the 2 characters that are in battle. Both defense power and breath resistance are sort of important stats for the upcoming Grakos boss. You can see the info that are on the slides there, but it's a random action. It's got a 33% chance of doing Ice Breath, and then a 16% chance of Blizzard, or Heavy Attack, or Mow Down. Mow Down being his like AoE physical attack. And I mentioned earlier that a lot of the mid-game bosses in this game have sort of a behavior of like, once you have your setup running, the bosses aren't that bad, but the first couple turns when you do not have a setup running, you can just get owned. And that's kind of how Grakos plays. So the goal is going to be to get upper on both Hassan and Hero. They can both cast it on themselves. Hero can use the Sufida shield to bounce the which helps against Blizzard specifically. And then Hassan's just going to do build up and Spirit Punch, and then the hero's going to be using the Gent Staff to heal. And then the Fire Claw in between. And there are very specific heal lines, and it's also easy to lose track of the heal lines. So the heal lines for this fight are you need to heal Hassan at 120 or less. You need to heal Hero at 60 or less. Or if Hassan is at 180 and Hero is at 90, then you need to heal. And this is sort of to cover the same thing as always, right? The case of like double actions, like what if the boss gets 2 actions before you get 1? What if multiple characters need healing, that sort of thing. So Ice Breath and Blizzard are the 2 sort of scary attacks that Grakos can do. Ice Breath can do 50 to 60 to Hassan and 20 to 30 to Hero. Or Blizzard can do 60 to 70 to Hassan. Only 15 to 25 to Hero. But then earlier in the fight, before you get your uppers stacked up, the physical attack, the heavy attack, mow down, all that stuff can also just really hurt.
攻撃能力はほとんどありません。安全です。これも大丈夫です。全滅することはほぼないです。ほぼというかないです、多分。はいはい。オーライオーライ。あと1回変化するかな、これ。
Yeah, that chest there has the Sands of Time. Or not the Sands of Time. The Sand Urn. Sorry. We do get Sands of Time, but that's a little bit later. This is just the urn. Which will be a key item that's used in a little bit. Like a quest piece. But yeah. Time for the Grakos fight. So I kind of described what he does, what to look for. So I'm gonna be starting to look for uppers. Okay. It's fine. Upper shield. Oh. Against staff, okay. Maybe because the setup wasn't done. Hassan needs a heal because he's under 120. Jamirus is playing this, on the careful side. Which is absolutely fine. Like, if you're not absolutely sure of a heal line, especially in like a marathon type run, it's absolutely fine to play it safe. I find it interesting that she's defending with Hero. I wonder if she either forgot to give the Fire Claw to Hero, or maybe she just doesn't do that. Normally, these turns where Hero's defending, you can chip in some Fire Claw damage. Or maybe it's faster not to. Like, maybe it's faster to just defend and need less healing? Like, faster menuing? Let Hassan do more of the work? I don't know. Yeah, glad to do commentary. I'm, it's almost 2 a.m. here. I'm kind of tired. I'm kind of having trouble. I'm pretty rusty on this game, too. Just kind of trouble at this point keeping up with things, but I'm doing my best. Kind of around the 2/3 point of the run here, so. Son. Yeah, being very conservative with these heal lines. I was gonna say that I have not been counting attacks, but there's a calculator on screen, so I don't need to count attacks. Oh, there's the Fire Claw. You had it all along. Alright. Easy Grakos. So, Grakos is another one of the major, like, generals that I think that restores one area of the world. I think this is the one that restores the island of Barbara's hometown. magical island place. I think that gets restored from beating Grokos. And you also get the Grokos spear as a reward for the battle, which is, oh yeah, here it is. There's a scene of it happening. You get the Grokos spear for beating the fight, which is a decent weapon, but also, maybe more importantly, the Grokos spear, when used as an item in combat, casts upper on the user. You can't target other people with it or anything, but there are a couple of really good cases where a fast character having the ability to get upper on themselves, especially Terry in like the final boss fight, will be very critical. Talk more about it when we get there, but yeah, Grokos spear is a cool item. Kind of just goes with, again, the theme of this run. Like, there's just a ton of usable equipment that has certain effects in battle. The Gent Staff, the Fire Claw, the Shield of Strength, the Legendary Shield, the Legendary Sword, the Grokos Spear, the Thunder Sword. Like, so many items get use out of a combat use. Right. So from this point in time, we're heading up to the style contest. Mentioned this earlier. So every piece of equipment in this game has like a style value associated to it. And this style contest has like a bunch of rounds, and the more there's like a threshold for each round of style that you need to pass. And the game doesn't tell you like what that threshold is. It just shows you like this scene of all the contestants for that round, and then who wins. You don't necessarily know the exact threshold you need, but you do for the speedrun, because it's always the same. You need to do at least a few rounds of this style contest in order to get the magic carpet, which is a required item. It's the same thing as the bed in the dream world, only it's usable in the real world. So it allows you to get past certain terrain, like shoals, or small rivers or things like that. But, there is like an alternate route, and I'm like 95% sure that Jamirus is not doing this. Some people will do like a safety route for marathons, or like a beginner route, maybe a better way to put it, where you get a bunch more style and you come back. You have to do it a little later. You can't do it all now. But you get a bunch more style and you come back, and instead of going for like, I think you go through 3 waves here. It's either 3 or 4 rounds. I think it's 3 rounds though. You need to go up to like 7 rounds. And you get the Sage's Stone, which is an item that you can use in combat to heal the entire group. And that can be pretty useful on the final boss. Not many people do it, because in order to get enough style points to get that high, and then come back and actually do the rounds, it's like a 20-minute detour added to the route in order to do that. So we're just going to see the basic style contest that's needed in order to get the... oh yeah, my notes do say it is the 3rd round, I was right. You get the silver tray in the 1st round, you get a fashionable bandana in the 2nd round, and then you get the clean carpet on the 3rd round. It's not actually the magic carpet yet, but it is the base of what will become the magic carpet. Style contest here is a good time for like a quick break if people need to stretch their legs, like grab a snack, use the bathroom, whatever. Not really a whole lot going on here. There is the hero looking zombie dude who looks pretty awesome. Not in this batch though. As you can see, the style contest, even just doing the style contest is pretty slow. Like each of these rounds takes a few minutes. So you can easily see how going up to 6 or 7 rounds for the Sage of Stone, I forget if it's 6 or 7, would add like a few minutes just like watching the thing, much less getting the fashion to get there. Who will it be? Who will it be? Oh, of course it's Hero. Number 5. Alright, right back down for the 3rd round of the style contest. Look up into the dressing room, back out, right back to the stage. There we go, we got the hero Hork on the left. Look at him, he's so stylish, he's so cool. I think the like NPC sprites they choose there on each of these rounds are random, but I don't know that for sure. Maybe they draw in some kind of order, or maybe they maybe the positions are random, but the sprites aren't. Or maybe it's just all the same, I don't know. But I think they're random. I think there's at least some amount of randomness to it.
Hi, すいません。食事が終わりました。でここぐらいしか食事ができないですからね、この RTA は。皆さんも RTA をやられるとき、ドラクエ6のスピードランをやるときは、ここで何か食べておきましょう。じゃないとね、エネルギーが切れちゃいますから。栄養を補給しましょう。これでコンテストは終わり。
Take that time to have a little bit of a sugary snack.
で、階段から上へ。で、並び替え。バーバラと主人公の2人にして右に行く。
Alright, so
で、この
I'm gonna fly over to the shrine real quick.
アイテムを開始。
Grab another tiny medal, number 54. And also the magma staff.
あ、パン美味しかった。
And then we're gonna be heading over towards Barbara's hometown of Calverona.
もうムド
So
戦ってるぐらいからお腹空いてたからね。
Barbara's hometown, as maybe evidenced by Barbara herself, is a very magical town. Like, everyone can really use magic, lots of strong magic users. So, we got the rug from the style contest, and we're gonna bring it over here to, get it enchanted to turn it into the magic carpet. So that way we can actually use it for movement. A lot of menuing here. Hero's inventory is kind of messed up from the style contest in particular. And he was wearing some stuff that belongs in other characters in order to gain the additional style, so it's just like a lot of stuff to trade around. And now there's going to be this one room here with this magic sand that kind of prevents anybody from passing. And we're going to use the sand urn to actually scoop up the sand. Kind of has this place like frozen in time, basically. And we've now scooped up the sand, which gives us the Sand of Time, which we get a single use of to restart a combat. We'll be saving for the one of two spots at the end of the game. And then this wizard lady here who was being protected by the Sands of Time outside teaches us the Medante spell, which is Magic Burst. So Medante uses all of your MP and does damage to every enemy based on the amount of MP you have. But it uses up all your MP. Jamirus came down to get another prayer ring, which is technically optional, but it's a good safety for Deathmore. Anyway, was taught Medante, and then as soon as she taught the spell, was zapped out of the sky by the bad guys that had been trying to stop her for a long time, but she had been protected by the sand guarding the room. So we kind of removed her protections, learned Medante, and then, you know, and then she died for it. Right. So this guy here is going to restore our carpet for us. Turn it into the true magic carpet. It's interesting because it's yet another case of like this magic carpet that we need to move around in the real world can only be re-enchanted by the group of magic users in the dream world. It's kind of similar in my mind to the Moralgo stuff with the cursed princess earlier, where she was cursed in the real world, but Moralgo was hiding out in the dream world. So, there's another spot of just saw Hassan using the golden pickaxe again. I can't remember, there might be one more use of that golden pickaxe later. But this is sort of like a old abandoned castle, but the legendary armor, the Orgo armor, is just sitting here on an armor rack in the basement of this abandoned castle. So we now have the second piece of legendary equipment. We've got the Sufida shield and the Orgo armor. But we need 3. We need the 3rd piece in order for Sally to agree to fix the sword for us. One place we haven't been to yet. We've been going all over between the dream world and the real world, right? We have not been back to Life Cod, starting town, since the beginning of the game. We've only ever been there in the dream world. We have not been to the real world Life Cod yet. And remember, talked about this like an hour ago. Sort of our overall... Oh, who's that? That looks like... That looks like you. So remember, one of our sort of objectives or reasons for exploring this world is that after Mudo, or before Mudo, there were like statues of Hassan and Mileyu, where they had been separated, their dream self from their real self had been separated by Mudo's magic. But we never found that equivalent for the hero. So the hero is still trying to like reunite with his real self. So we're in the real world now, only to find out there's somebody that looks just like us chilling out here. So could that be our real self? Maybe. Yeah, hero definitely acts like a little bit different, a little bit stranger. Less brave. Etc. in this world. So as we get close to the hero here, there's like a natural reaction of like the two characters trying to merge together. But the real world hero here rejects that. Rejects the merging and kind of throws us off and runs away. So hero is still left separate and not whole. And he's just hanging out here in the mountains, so we just gotta go talk to him real quick. I think he's kind of explaining his hesitancy here for not wanting to merge. Kind of reminds me of like an Aiden Chronicles thing, the spirit merging that happens at the end of Aiden Chronicles. Kind of the same thing. Dragon Quest 6 is basically Aiden Chronicles, is what I'm getting at. Alright. Back to Life Cod. So, while we were there talking to the hero, this guy ran down the mountain and said, Life Cod is being attacked. So, we're all rushing back to help. Remember, like 5 hours ago when I was talking about how there were a lot of fireworks going on over Life Cod, and I was surprised that all the houses weren't burning down? Well, now all the houses are burning down. So there are a bunch of these like double battle fights in this area, and we are going to make use of that Medante spell that Barbara just learned to absolutely destroy them. it is possible, like, they will generally outspeed Barbara, so it is possible that Barbara will die before getting to cast Medante, and then you need to kill them kind of the slow way. But there's this priest in the middle of town that will fully heal you for free. So Barbara can just use Medante on every fight and get her MP back pretty quickly. It does not one-shot all these. There is actually like a little bit of nuance to how you handle these random fights because they all have different HP values, so you want to try to finagle their damage in a way to try to kill them all in one turn. But there were like 8 of these fights. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of these fights. This is the third one. And there will be like a boss at the end of this too. So there's 9 of these fights and then there will be a boss fight. Also a couple items, like there's a defense seat in that dresser that she just picked up. A couple items to pick up in the town here, but not many. Okay. Number 4. So the slide that you see on screen there, the demon at arms, that's like the boss fight that'll happen at the end of this. So we're gonna go. You can try fighting that demon at arms, but the demon at arms is like immune to magic, to general magic, and is pretty strong and has a lot of HP. And so it gives you the opportunity to merge with the hero accepts the need, the real hero accepts the need to merge with you to recombine yourselves in order to defeat it, to save life Cod. And upon doing that, it weakens the demon at arms, and then it also teaches the hero the lightning spell, which does work against the demon at arms, despite other magic not working against him. So far, so good. Barbara has not died on any of these yet. I'd say it's like pretty common for Barbara to die on one fight. It's also common for her to not die at all, but it's not too uncommon for her to die on one fight out of this group. Sporadic, erratic. The raid. Enjoy some Dragon Quest. Into the Dragon Quest RTA Marathon 2026. Currently in the middle of Dragon Quest 6 Super Famicom by Jamirus. Been a really good run so far. Only major thing that's gone wrong was it was a second try Mudo 3. But you know, for a marathon run, that's still perfectly acceptable. Other than that, it's been great so far. I'm slowly getting very tired and delirious in my attempts to commentate. but that's okay.
その分か。主人公は多分あんまり変わらんのよな。
Jamirus is almost done here. One more.
相手石だったから。で、これで雑魚戦は最後です。これで終わ
Roll and Centaur.
あ、よかったよかった。
Yeah, this should be the last one. The last set of these duo fights.
さて、次ボス戦ですね。
Alright. And now we're off to the boss fight. So again, if you talk to that demon, it throws you into the fight with the demon at arms in the strong form without having lightning available.
ここで2人の主人公が1つになります。
So instead, we talk to the hero,
そうすると主人
and in
公
order to
は
protect
本来の
Tanya here
力を
and
取り
defeat this
戻して
demon at arms,
大レインの魔法
the hero agrees that he's not strong enough and that we can only get the power by
このイベントの後、ボスのモンスタ
by
ーが
merging
弱体化し
ourselves.
ます。このボス
And
の
yeah,
HP
hero,
が1500から
as a result,
400まで
learns
減少
Raidine.
します。
Which will get heavy use on this fight, and then,
あ
like no other use.
ー、入らなかった。
As long as hero doesn't get owned, this kind of goes fine. So good.
これ回復しとく。
Physical damage dealers can do a little bit of chip damage. Barbara can't do anything. He's immune to the rest of the magic that's not Raidine, so
はい
Easy
これで
peasy.
ボス戦は終わりです。本当はとっても強いです。弱体化したのは
yeah, Demon at Arms
1
is like almost always fine, but every now and then he'll just like, for some reason, just
結構強いです。
destroy people. Yeah, anyway, so now that we've
レイドックの後ろに来ると
saved Ryok,
イベントが始まります。
we're coming back down here to, or now that we saved Lifecock, we're coming back down here to Ryok.
この時点で主人公の肩書きが村の少年からレイドックの王子に変
And
わります。
here we're gonna find out that like we actually are the Prince of Ryok, right? Like
完全に王子だった
earlier in the run, there was the whole confusion thing where we were dressing up in royal clothes to look like the Prince of Ryok, and then we weren't really the Prince of Ryok, and they threw us in jail and all that. Well, we are actually the Prince of Ryok. So, Hero officially becomes the Ryok Prince here, and there's like a whole there's gonna be a whole like set of like flashback scenes. So now's like a great time to you know, grab a snack, use the bathroom, whatever you gotta do. It's gonna be 5 minutes or so of these little memory flashback scenes. I mean, they're also cool to watch, but you know, being all in Japanese, they're a little harder to follow. There's these little spots of light here that you step on. And you get some flashback dialogue here.
しばらくしての回想です。主人公の母親は自分の娘が亡くなったので落ち込みます。しかし彼女はその悲しみから立ち直って魔王を倒し
I do not really remember
します。
any of the story that happens in these flashback scenes, so
で、次はお城の地下にあるアイテムを回収します。
we Jamirus is going down to the treasury, getting the platinum shield and another tiny medal. According to my notes, that should be number 58. I'm pretty sure 70 is the number that she's aiming for. So we're getting there, but still plenty more tiny medals to go. It's so many tiny medals. There's something really good at 60 and there's something good again at 70.
彼はこの時点でもうこのお城からいなくなっています。
But in general, the benefit of like restoring the
なったのかはわかりませんが、多分追い出されたんだと思い
ます。Restoring yourself to like your status as Prince of Ryok here will reward you with the legendary helmet, the Sebas helm, that's being kept by the royal family of Ryok. And when you become prince, you kind of gain the rights to it. And that'll be the third piece of legendary equipment.
現実世界では彼女が本当の妹です。 そしてこれが主人公とハッサンの初めての出会いですね。これからこの2人は一緒に魔王を倒しに行く旅に出かけます。
Running low on my monster here.
そしてこの人はここの
2 more hours.
リーダーだったトムです。
Ish.
彼はここの評判の悪い大臣によって遠くに左遷されます。 そして悲しいことに彼は亡くなってしまいます。 これが主人公の両親が眠ってしまって
I do partially wish I were capturing the so I mentioned this a couple times, but Jamirus on their stream has like a speech to text with auto translation thing going on. And they've been providing running commentary as we go. And they're explaining a lot of what's happening in these flashback scenes. But I do not have it captured for this restream because there were a couple times I saw some incorrect, questionable, not really appropriate comments show up in there. Which is just an error in the translation or the voice recognition. So chose not to capture it. But yeah, showing a bit of like, I guess, earlier years and like leading up to the whole Mudo incident. Things talking about Mudo there. But yeah. Then rewards you with the Sebas helm. So, next step is we come back here to Lunga Desio. There's a little bit of shopping right now. But the main goal is to show Sally the 3 legendary pieces of equipment that we have. She said if we could find the rest of them, she would restore the Sword of Ramia's, is the legendary sword. We currently have the Rusty Sword from Mount Snow, and it needs to be restored by a capable blacksmith. So
説のラミアスの剣に変えてもらいます。
Alright, Sally. We got all the stuff. Fix the sword for me, please.
さて、これで錆びた剣が伝説の剣ラミアスの剣に変わりま
The
す。
sword of Ramia's in this game is really, really good. The legendary sword here, Ramia no Tsurugi.
早速これを装備しましょう。これで全ての伝説の武器
When used as an
が揃い
item
ました。
in combat, it casts the by kill spell, and you can target people with it. So we don't really have access to the by kill ability on anybody that we have right now.
で
But
ここで
now anybody can just do by kill. Anybody who has that sword on them in their inventory can use it in combat to cast by kill.
ここでいい武器防具いい防具を買います。
All right, a little bit of setup before the next section here. So, get a Chirioku helm for Hassan, slime map for Chamorro, and water flying clothes for Chamorro. So, mix of defensive equipment.
チョモロの装
Well,
備
all
を
defensive
整
equipment.
えて
Mix of like defense power and
そうか
like magic / breath
そ
resistance.
してメダルを回収。
Tiny metal number 59. We're gonna get one more tiny metal. And then go turn those into the Metal King.
この階段から上の世界に行って
Yeah, Jamirus has done a great job with the slides.
バルベローナに飛びます。
It's really cool.
でこのひょうたん島で下に行ってこの左下に祠があるのでそこに行きます。教会ですね。並び替え種とメダルを
Right,
取って
that should be tiny metal number 60. So back to the Metal
メ
King's
ダル王の
house.
城に行きます。
And you get 2 pieces of equipment from
ここ
this.
で
Or 2
60
items, I
枚
mean.
のメダルと
The Sands of
アイテム
Time
を交換します。
and the Mystic Armor. I think I said earlier that you got the Sands of Time when collecting it with the Sand Urn, but that was actually not the case. You get it here.
装備を整えて
Shimpu no Yoroi. So the Mystic Armor
と
allows you to recover HP automatically every turn with who it's equipped with. So Hassan, in this case, it's very, very good armor, and you can combine that with his Sword of Miracles to allow for a lot of just self-healing.
魔人の鎧をアモス
And then the
で
Sands
こ
of
こでセーブ
Time
をします
is an item that allows
こ
you
れから
to
4
restart
回連
combat.
続でボスと戦います。
It completely resets the combat, but
ここで負けたりした
in
ら
some
ここ
games
から
it's usable as
やり
many
直します
times as you want. In some games you need to like use an inn or something to recharge it. In this game, the Sands of Time is only
この先
one
何か
use.
アクシデントがあっても
Not
ここ
more.
からやり直すこと
It
がで
is
きます。
consumed. So there's 2 places where it might get used. There's a Metal King grind right before the final boss, and then
ここから最後
you
まで
can
は
potentially use it to reset Metal King fights
時間がか
to
からない
speed up that grind, or you can save it for a quicker reset if the final boss goes badly.
でこれから
So you hope to save it, but usually you're willing to use it if
最後の四天王のところへ
if you need it.
この前にお城と戦闘になります。
Alright.
なぜお城と
One
戦うの
last
か
hole in the
は
world.
謎ですが
There's one major evil general left. Is going to be Durin. And a little bit before we get to Durin, though. There's a little puzzle going on here.
で、ここで必ず主人公
the
伝説の武器防具を全て装備させて
safety save there
そうしない
that
と
Jamirus
追い
made
返
before
され
coming
ます
over here was very important, because if you lose to Durin, or maybe anywhere during the gauntlet, but definitely to Durin, he like takes your legendary equipment,
ハ
and
ッ
then you
サン
have to
の
do the whole
コロバ
this whole gauntlet again. There's a gauntlet of
主
like
人
4
公のイレ
fights.
インね
Then you have to do it again without the legendary equipment, which is just rude. So the safety save allows you to reset and get that equipment back if anything goes wrong. These fights are all pretty consistent. This is Stormgate Citadel. This is where Hassan gets to punch a castle. Okay, sap hit. That's good. Okay, 1 sap hit.
トラミウス
So yeah, the general idea is that the castle's going to get sapped. Hassan is going to get buffed up with the Sword of Ramia's, and he's going to do Build Up and Spirit Punch. Now, the castle can do Magic Barrier, and if the castle does Magic Barrier, you want to stop using Spirit Punch because he'll resist it,
瓦落ちても
and switch to Flying Knee instead. And this is castle resisted it anyway. I think it's like an 85% for it to hit. The castle can resist Spirit Punch, which is unfortunate. This is the example. So I talked about this a little while ago, but Amos has 2 pieces of armor. There's Magic Barrier. Alright, now we've got to switch to Flying Knee. You can choose to just use Flying Knee for consistency's sake anyway and skip Spirit Punch altogether. I've seen some people do that. Amos has the Demon Armor equipped, which will lower his agility to 0, and also has the Platinum Mail in his inventory, which gives an agility boost. So,
えーっと
well, the attack isn't missing, it's being resisted because Spirit Punch has like its own resistance value. So, it's more of like a magical type punch, and it's kind of like resisting the magic of that punch.
と思うけど
Kind of think of it that way.
はいこれで城の中に入ることができます
Yeah, anyway, Amos is switching between go fast or go slow equipment. And he's got the Gen staff, he's playing healer.
ゴールまで
So, if somebody needs a heal before the castle, you put on the go fast equipment and you get the heal out
全
ASAP.
部を防御させないと
If everyone's in good
やられ
shape,
ちゃうから
put on the slower equipment and you hope the heal lands after the castle's attack. So,
かなり
you're kind of alternating based on the situation
感じだ
throughout this whole gauntlet. There's going to be a few fights here in a row.
でバーバラちゃ
There's
ん
a
を蘇生
short
して
little walk here. A couple more items, including a World Leaf for Revival.
えー
In the
と
rightmost chest here. This is a life seed, but the rightmost dresser has the
ルビーを
World
渡
Leaf.
す
Yeah, so the next fight is going to be Killer Machine and the Land Armor.
でチャモロで回復
Um,
必ずみんな満タンにしておきましょう
this is going to be
そうしないととても危ないから
so. Barbara's Madante Magic Burst is going to hopefully do most of the work for this fight. However, the Land Armor can do like a Protect ability or Strong D.
めちゃくちゃ
Do either one. And you don't want him to do that on the turn you use Madante. You want Madante to do full damage to both of them. So, Barbara is going to try to use the Lucida Shard as an item to confuse the turtle. And then once it's confused, use Madante to do big damage to both of them. And the Killing Machine will need a little bit of chip damage also to finish it up.
ですから防御よしよしこれだけ
Let's see how this fight goes.
足輪は
Stalling with a little bit of upper first. Using Guardian with Hassan
え
to intercept attacks. Okay.
これは大丈夫なはず
All as expected. There's a second upper. Good. So now they should all be hitting Hassan with Guardian. And he's got a bunch of uppers, so he should be able to survive it.
こうなると安
And
定
it's just going to be kind of spamming attacks. That Lucida Shard failed.
あーどうしようかなこれ
Here can try doing a little bit of chip damage to the killing machine. It's going to need it eventually, but
ちょっと時間かかるけど確実に行きましょう
okay. Turtle's confused. So, time for Pedante.
左のやつから倒さないと危ないからねこれで落ちるかなあーまあまあなんとかなるでしょうよく
The
ない
turtle ran
でしょうけ
away,
ど
which I think
これ
low.
最初ハッサンだ
I
ろ
think the XP from that is actually like maybe it's not even XP. Maybe it's just like recovery time. I don't know. Usually you kind of expect the turtle to live and get chipped down at the end there. Once you're ready to go for this fight, but I don't know. Didn't happen. That duo fight is actually like really trolly.
こうなったら勝ちです
Anyway, this is Terry. We're fighting a 2D sprite of that looks like an overworld character sprite, but pasted into a battle. Terry's not too bad. He's got a Thunder Sword attack that hits everybody. Falcon Slash, Flame Slash, Vacuum Slash, Sword Rain, which also hits everybody. Or Defense to lower your defense power. Not too bad. In general, it's kind of the standard strategy at this point. So Hassan's going to be doing Build Up Lunge. Hero's going to be doing Gent or Fire Claw. Amos is going to be using the Sword of Ramias on Hassan and then Hero for buy kill. And Barbara is going to be doing upper or sap or defend or whatever. She's not really critical to this fight. And you get revived and recovered
終わりました
after this fight before the next fight automatically.
優しかったですね次が怖いです
So Terry's not too bad. Now it's time for Durin. So Durin's a big wall with a lot of casual playthroughs. He's got 3,000 HP. He does 1 to 2 actions per turn. And he can do Wind Slash, Moonsault, Heavy Attack, Early Attack,
あよかったよかった
Reflect, and Freezing Waves. So Freezing Waves gets rid of all your buffs. So the general idea is that Hassan is going to use Protect every turn to intercept all the attacks. They're all going to hit him. Barbara is going to spam upper every turn. This will help protect against... This will keep increasing his defense, and it will also... Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's just my notes I put early attack, and I don't know why, but I don't remember him using Shippu. But maybe he does. Shippu being Mercurial Slash. Anyway. Barbara spamming sap will both heal him up and also, or not heal him up, keep stacking his defense and also protect against freezing waves. Meanwhile, Amos is doing healing duty and Hero is, Amos is just always healing Hassan and swapping armor between the demon armor and platinum mail, often depending on what's going on, but generally you want Hassan to be at full HP every turn.
強いぞ
And I think this early attack is actually probably supposed to be that quad hit.
え
And then Hero's just doing like a build-up attack. Hero can do build-up lunge. Um, honestly, it's probably just my notes being wrong. Me mistranslating something. Google Translate. I made these notes quite a few years ago.
えーっと
So hero can use build up lunge, or hero can use build up attack. If you use lunge, you need to like occasionally heal the hero, and that puts us on at a little bit of risk. The real risk here is freezing waves into quad hits before upper goes out, because those will do a lot of damage with no upper. And then the wind slash attack ignores defense, because it's like a magical based attack, that one right there. So if he does waves and quad hits on one turn, and then does like wind slash and another quad hits on the next turn, or sword dance or whatever it's called, Hassan can die. It's pretty rare if you're keeping him at full health on every turn, but it is possible to not be able to keep up with the healing. No matter how safe you want to be, you know, it sort of depends on how aggressively you want to play with your hero, whether you want hero using lunge or attack. And because again, if hero is using lunge, then occasionally hero needs a heal, which means Hassan is at like right there, right? Like hero's at 39 HP right now. So you either need to switch to attack or take a turn to heal the hero. So it kind of depends a little bit on how aggressively you want to play, but no matter how safe you're being. Alright, Barbara's getting her Medante. So that right there is the advantage of... one of the advantages of playing with a calculator. It's a little bit hard to track damage that exactly in real time. And if you know he's within Medante range, you can have Barbara go for the finish rather than spamming upper on the final turn. But she needs to be spamming upper the entire time. You can't do it earlier in the fight, so... it was very well played. Again, Durin is rarely a problem, but every now and then, maybe like 1 in 10 or something like that, he'll just do something unexpected. Maybe not unexpected, but just do like a bad combo. Jamirus is doing great so far. So here we find out that Mileyu and Terry are actually siblings. And Terry had kind of been working for Durin under duress. But now that Durin's kicked the bucket, Terry's gonna join his sister Mileyu and join our party. Terry's kind of an iconic Dragon Quest character, pretty popular. Sort of a love him or hate him character. He can be a bit of a jerk, especially with like your interactions with him earlier on in the game in particular. He's definitely like a little bit of a, I don't know, I guess like minor redemption arc type character. But he's got a pretty iconic design. I don't even want to say it's like especially unique or anything, but it's iconic. Alright, so now that Terry's in the party, we're going to actually head back over here to Arc
後
Bolt.
ろに入って
This is where Terry was able to subdue the Battle Rex um,
まずはアイテムを回収し
way earlier on and bring it back. And you're kind of usually left under the impression that like the Battle Rex is maybe not
まずはメダル
maybe not left alive, but it is still
そ
alive.
して毒針これは後で売ります
Mini metal, poison needle, oak body.
で地下牢に行きます
But yeah, we're gonna go down and chat with the Battle Rex
牢
here.
屋に行くとドランゴ
And Durango's gonna be like, "You're the one who bested me.
ここでこの
You are
仲間になります
powerful. I want to follow you because you're strong."
彼女もラスボス戦の
So,
スター
that
ティ
being
ング
Terry.
メンバーです
So, in addition to Terry joining the party, we now have the Battle Rex in our party. Both of which are pretty strong party members,
飛んで
especially the Battle Rex.
これからさっき浮かんできたお城に行きます
So, defeating Durin, the last of the generals, has restored Zenithian Castle to the world.
ベッドに乗って
So, it's kind of in the same place that the that shrine was in the dream world.
降りて
We go back, in the real world. I mean, we go back there in the dream world to find Zenithian Castle.
そして
It's a lot like Zenithian Castle does in all the other games. It's very similar to Dragon Quest IV in particular.
ここでデスタムーア
Go up to here and
大
talk to
魔王デスタムー
King
ア
Zenith.
という名前が出てきますこの大魔王を倒すためにペガサスを手に入れなければいけませんということでこれからペガサスを手に入れに行きましょうその前に
Talk to this dude over here, just like in DQ4 and DQ5, and he gives you Sakaiju no
このアイテ
Shizuku,
ムは戦闘に使うと
Duo of the World
セ
Tree.
ントの効果があります
and if you use it, you can come back and get another
一
one,
回使うとなくなって
but he'll
しま
only
う
give you one at a time.
でここで一回戦闘
For some reason, you can go into the well and then leave the well and then re-examine the well. This whole thing doesn't make like any sense. What's happening here? I think you're like leaving the Zenithian castle in the spirit world and ending up in the Zenithian castle in the real world or something, but I don't know.
オッケーここテリーもろば打たない方があと回復しないでいいから
This brings you up to Zenithian Tower,
楽なんだよな
which
上から
is
そうしよう
very different than the Zenithian Tower in
でここが天魔の塔です
DQ4
ここにペガサスがいます
and DQ5, but the DQ5 one's all busted,
地上
so
界にいるので地上界に向かいましょう でドラ
yeah,
ンゴ
gonna
一
be
人
quite a few items to pick up while
あー今
ascending this tower.
と思ったのに
Got that strength seed.
ここはモンスターも強いモンスターがいっぱい出てきます
It's not a very long tower. But yeah, anyway, the goal that we're trying to do right now is
人災っぽいなあー
restore
一体なら大丈夫
the Pegasus, the legendary Pegasus. And use the Pegasus to fly up to the dark world where
どうしようかな
the real big bad of Deathmore is hanging out. And all these people that we've been fighting down here, Grakos and Durin and Mudo and Jamirus, they've all been sort of generals of Deathmore. Alright, so those 3 chests were a Dragon Killer, a Life Seed, and another Tiny Metal. Another World Leaf in that chest. The World Leaf accumulation is going to be very important. Having as many as you want, as many as you can get for the final battle is very important. The final battle of this game, for anyone who doesn't know, is the hardest Dragon Quest final boss. Maybe the hardest Dragon Quest boss altogether, from an RTA standpoint, and really from a casual standpoint too, typically. This game promotes grinding a lot, so like if you're a real grinder and you've unlocked all the best classes and stuff, gotten a bunch of levels, then, you know, Deathmore is an accessible boss, but it's pretty common to just get owned by him. Still a little while before we get there, but got a simple little triple battle up here. Barbara's gonna Medante, Hassan's gonna protect, then chip down whatever's left. Nice and easy. The fight is not difficult. Okay. After this battle, we obtain the flying reins. And I'm gonna go back to Zenithian Castle. And then do, well, I guess Jamirus might do this a little differently than I do. We'll see. Typically when you get back to Zenithian Castle here, or somewhere after this fight, there is a gigantic menu. It's like over a minute long. You're equipping stuff, you're giving stuff, you're sorting everything to the bag, you're basically re-inventorying your entire party. You're equipping all the stuff that you want, you're sorting everything else to the bag, and then you're re-giving all of like the equip swap items, the usable items, consumables, all of that stuff, you're distributing it. I usually do it right when I get back to Zenithia, so we'll see if Jamirus does it the same way. Right, begins. I'm not even going to try to, like, follow this in real time, because there's not necessarily, like, a one-size-fits-all way to do it. Army Sword to Durango. Krakow Spear to Durango from the bag. Fireclaw to Hero. Platinum Mail to Terry. Dragon Shield to Durango, Iron Mask to Durango, Meteorite Armband to Terry, Megazaru Bracer to Amos, Gold Bracelet to Durango, Gold Bracelet to Chamorro, Prayer Rings to Chamorro, both of them, Antidote Herb to Durango, World Leaf to Durango, second one, Magic Water to Hero, Sands of Time to Terry. I think Terry also took an antidote there. Agility Seed and Life Seeds. You do equips on Durango and Terry.
間違えてないはず。
Good. It was mostly the same as what my notes have.
デニスの王様に
Might have been one or two things that were
世界に大魔王の
one or two individual menus that might have been different, but yeah, lots of distributing equipable items and combat usable items and consumables, and
ボスを
some of that stuff isn't really important right now, right? Like giving the prayer rings to Chamorro,
でね、
he's not going to use them right now. But the reason for doing it all now, in some part, is
少ないですここから。
it also
イ
like
ベントは長いけど、
gets those characters' inventories set up, so regardless of what other items they get, you know what location things are going to be in. Your front characters will like fill up their inventory, and so when you pick up new items, it will pass to the
狭間の世界
the characters behind them, etc. So, yeah, it's a lot.
6回羽ばたいてから空に浮かぶと一番早いそうです。
But now we enter the dark world. You know, we're getting into the getting pretty far through the run, but there are still a couple more mini bosses. There's a lot of like sloggy story stuff in this dark world here. This Sorrow Town here, everybody here is kind of cursed, so you kind of lose like all of your hit points.
これが伝説の防具職人です。
We're going to talk to this old man here, and he's going to give us this pipe. Urubita pipe. And we're going to bring that to his wife, who's still down in the real world. Or down in the world below, I should say. And use it as proof that we found the guy in order to recover his blacksmithing tools. But first we got to get back down to the lower world. And there's rumors that there's a way to escape through this hot spring. So we're gonna come check out this hot spring. There's this little hidden room over here. Another mini medal. Number 64. And a well. Very convenient. Mini medal number 65. The dog's gonna recognize the pipe and allow us entry here. This is from the old man in Sorrow Town. This is his wife. So this is gonna allow us to recover his blacksmithing tools. And in return, once we bring his tools back, he'll make an item for us, and he gives us a choice of like 3 different items we can choose from, and it's very important that we choose the right one. I want to get the shield from him. So, back up to the dark world. There's a little bug in this Sorrow Town here. I don't remember exactly how to trigger it, but there's one section where on the edge of town, it's like in the top right corner maybe, or bottom right corner, where there's no like zone out to leave the town, so you can actually walk like off the visible map. and then you
これを
can
チャモロに渡して
like walk south, and you'll start taking like poison
で
damage
こ
and
こ要
junk,
注意です
and this get kind of weird. I think I've actually seen the game like
仕
freeze
掛
or
けて灰を2回押します
crash or something once from doing it, so it's not entirely safe, but it's
で必ず
it's
B
kinda
ボタン
cool to
で
show
セ
off.
リフを送りましょう
definitely want to make a safety save before doing it.
そして必ず盾を選んで
Very
から
careful, choose
灰を押
shield.
しましょうこれをやらないと大変ですこの RTA のチャートが破綻してしまいますで種を回収種を食べる盾を装備種を食べるこれで外に出ると街に希望が満ち溢れます絶望の街は希望の街になるわけですね
Alright,
と
so
いうことで
now that that's done, we sort of cured the sorrow from the town.
欲望の街です
So if you leave the town and try to come over this way,
変化するか
you'll only have like 1 HP,
これ2人じゃないと
and you won't be able to get through the poison swamp to continue until you restore the town, and that kind of restores your normal HP level. But you're sort of afflicted by the sorrow that's affecting the town
あよかったよかった
while you're in that area. So just a quick
この辺のモ
little
ンスター
little
は強いです
sequence, but
まあラストエリアですからね当然なんですけど
alright. Now we're heading up to the prison town. This prison town section is a little bit sloggy, but it will start off with the boss. There are actually 2 bosses in this area.
この順
The
番
first one here is going to be Sorrow
変
Giant.
化しないでよ
Oh yeah, I forgot about this little place first.
でここでイベントが起こり
Yeah,
ま
this
す
little lake.
でこの後湖の水が引いて下に降りれるようになります
Basically, the people here are all told that oh, the first
じゃない
one
と同じこと
who
の繰り
opens the
返し
chest
に
at
な
the
ります
bottom will get to leave or
プレ
something.
イでも絶対に右から
But
降りましょう
so everybody starts fighting over it. It's just like it's a gambit to get everyone fighting. And if you bump into people, then you actually get into
じゃ
battles
ない
with
と
them. So it's kind of important to go the correct way to avoid people. And you just kind of skip them down to
左
this
から降り
chest.
ると引き返すこと
And
が
while
でき
everybody's
なくな
fighting
ります
over it, you just kind of walk up and open it. But
ここにいる
it's
人
empty.
全員が死なないと
Nothing there.
元に戻れなくなります恐ろしいです
People realized they were all being fooled. Anyway, this examine the chest again, and it actually opens up a little shortcut to say a shortcut, a little path to a cave, which lets you get to the other part of this dark world to get to Prison Town. So the Sorrow Giant, when you get to Prison Town, is kind of guarding the entrance to the town. He's pretty easy. He dies really quickly. He's got a few attacks. Grievous Strike is his most common one. But it's mostly going to be putting a couple of defenders in the front, Amos and Terry, have Durango use Sword of Ramias on Hassan and then himself. Hassan does some build-up, Spirit Punch. Durango does some attacks. Terry does a little bit of either defending or healing. I think Durango should have the Shield of Strength now. Unless it doesn't get swapped over until later. So he might be able to heal himself also if he needs to. But yeah. This guy's easy. He can do a lot of like single target damage, but Hassan's doing over here doing 700 damage a hit. The Grievous attack kind of hurts, but, you know, it also just doesn't really matter that much. Everybody lived, no problem.
かなり怖い。めちゃくちゃ強いです。運が悪いと全滅します。怖い怖い。
Yeah, it is definitely a fight where, like, if you focus crits down, like Hassan in particular, you know, bad things can happen in that fight, but because he does a lot of damage, but he just has such low HP that you don't have like a high probability of that happening. I don't know. Seemed like Jamirus was a little bit, I don't want to say afraid of the boss, but acknowledging that it can be one that wipes you, but yeah.
なのでこれからその賢者の弟を助けに行きます。この前にボス戦があるので負けないように頑張りましょう。このボスはかなり強いです。とても強いです。強いというか、
Alright, so we get this pretty long, I don't know, pretty long prison town section. It's sort of unfortunate, like, from a casual standpoint, these, this Dark World area is, like, kind of neat. It's definitely a little bit of, like, you get past Duran and you're like, I kind of want to just, like, be done soon. And from a speedrun standpoint, this section's just like a slog. There's just a lot of different required dialogues. There's not really much going on, not really much to fight. And the bosses here are cool, but it just, you spend like the next like 40 minutes to kill like 2 more bosses. It's just pretty slow. Maybe it's not quite that long, maybe it's 25 minutes or something. But Linda Nushi, arigato. Thank you for raid. So we're gonna dress up like a guard here, which will let us wander freely around this prison. And we're gonna find out that there's like a group of people who are in jail who are like trying to rise up and free themselves, revolt against the powers that be. Akbar is the sort of the leader of this area. He'll be the boss of he'll be the next boss that we fight. Tiny Metal number 67. 3 more to go. It's kind of cool, like since we're in the guard form here, the guards let you past, but the like regular people, the ones that I was talking about that are trying to like rebel and revolt, maybe is a better way to put it, and free themselves, will not talk to you because you look like a guard. So you actually have to take the clothes back off into your normal form.
で、下にいる男に話しかけます。
I'm
そし
gonna
て話をすると奥に通
I'm gonna
して
actually stand up here for a minute. I need to stretch my legs because I'm pretty
で
tired.
ここでさっきのおじ
There's
さ
not really
んと
much
また
happening here
話
though.
を
There is
して
gonna be in another minute or so. If I'm not back, there will be a forced encounter with two like spear
で
guys.
外に
The
出
ones
よ
you
う
see on
と
the
する
slide
と
there on
イ
the
ベン
upper
ト
part
が
of the
起きま
picture.
す。
You just try to lose on purpose to them. If your HP is under 35, you can run. Otherwise, if it kills you, it kills you. You don't win them against them. Just spam
兵
your
士たち
desperate
が
attack
町
and
にやってきて
try to
あ
lose
る
on
男を
purpose.
処刑す
That
る
lowers
と
your
いいます。
defense when you do it, so you take more damage. And yeah, otherwise it's just that, grabbing some more. There's a guy in here that will give a bunch of string seeds. When you talk to him, he'll give you 4 string seeds and a key. So, I'll be back in a minute or two, but that's the next stuff that's happening, so.
この男ですね。彼が処刑されようとされます。なのでそれを助けに行きましょう。ここで戦闘になりますが、相手は強いし、勝っても意味がないので、わざと負けましょう。気合痛みに入ってるのかなこれ。入らんのよこれ。大丈夫かこれ。はい、これからこのね牢屋で反乱を起こしてここのボスを倒しに行きます。主人公たちは牢屋に入れられてしまいますが、この間に町の人たちは反乱を起こします。町の人たちが作った眠り薬のお酒で兵士が眠ります。この間に町の人たちが兵士をやっつけていきます。これでここのボスと戦えるようになります。ただその前に戦う準備をしてから行きます。一回外に出てね、他の町に行って強い装備を買います。彼に話しかけてアイテムをもらいます。でこれから他の町に行きます。その前に種を食べてまあまあこんなもんでしょう。で町の人たちはすでに反乱を起こしています。いますがこちらは準備をします。あ、マジです。これ危ないぞ。手が滑った。不毛の町。
Okay, I return.
ドハティッシュ。ハッサン HP 満タンだよね。
Alright. So,
で、これで
Jamirus is now in the town of Greed. So we had Sorrow, we've got Greed, got the prison town. Oh, just a really depressing dark world here. We get a dragon robe for free in this house here. Also a Megante bracer, sacrifice bracer. And now there's going to be a big shop. We need 63,000 gold. So a lot of the stuff that we've been picking up, and a lot of old gear, gets sold. Yeah, I saw the whistle. I had like just gotten back when I saw the whistle. It's not something, whistling there is not something that will kill you. It slows you down a little bit, but you're not gonna like wipe to a random encounter there. But yeah, so some stuff that we're gonna sell here: the Hametsu shield from Prison Town, the sacrifice bracer we just got, the old sleep sword, magma staff, fire claw, poison needle, blade armor, magic skirt, dragon mail, platinum shield, and black tights are the general list of things that I have. Again, the goal is 63,000. You want to get 2 demon hammers, one for Terry and one for Hassan. The demon hammer is a weapon that has like a high crit chance, but also a high miss chance. And also does good damage. And then from the shop here, the mirror shield for Terry. So it's amazing how quickly you can burn through. Mirror shield cost 33 grand, and the demon's shields were 15 each. So a bunch of stuff for 63,000, and you spend it all on 3 items. And now it's time to go up to fight Akbar. So Akbar's a pretty tough boss, actually. And he's got 2 guardians in his fight. Akbar is on a 3-turn rotation. As you can see it on screen, but it's on a 3-turn rotation. He can do Intense Flames or Stomp, then Flame Slash or Dragon Slash, and then Revive or Defense. When you cast Stop Spell on him, he skips the 3rd phase. Okay, so started off with a Lucida Shard on the 2nd Demon Armor to confuse it, and it hit. That's good. In general, you're buffing a lot of defense here. Durango's using the Graco Spear as an item. You're trying to get that Stop Spell off. Terry's doing a bunch of healing with the Gent Staff mostly. The hero is doing Stop Spell and then like Upper or Sap. If you can get Sap on Akbar and Upper on Hassan, Hassan can solo this fight with the amount of regeneration that he has. It shouldn't be necessary for him to. It's worth noting, worth remembering that Durango's got the Shield of Strength in here. So even if Terry dies, Durango can heal himself up with that. Hassan can build up and a lunge or build up and attack. Okay. Got a Sap on Akbar. So this should be pretty comfy from here. He's Stop Spelled so he can... It's no problem to kill off the Devil Armors. If you kill the Demon Armors before Stop Spell hits, you can revive them. Still only 1 Sap. He wants to hit a 2nd Sap on Akbar if possible. He did use the World Dew on turn 3 or something. She did. Which is completely fine. You can hop back over to Zenithian Castle and get another World Dew before the final boss. It's pretty common to use the World Dew on this fight,
もうどうやっても負けません。
especially on one of those
わ
earlier
ざと負け
turns.
ない限りは。
Turn 2, 3, 4. We're in that ballpark. This fight can get out of hand really quickly if you don't get all the setup stuff, if you don't land your saps and somebody dies or whatever else. Again, the big thing you're kind of leaning on is Hassan's auto regen from his armor and then his recoil regen, I guess I'll say, from the Sword of Miracles. Because that can just kind of keep up with everything. Hero died, but at this point in the fight, that's not a problem. I kind of...
もう主人公は落ちても大丈夫です。
I guess it's not really needed. I'm gonna say, I kind of wonder if she, isn't really thinking about the Shield of Strength on Durango. It is a very easy to forget item, but it's also one that, like, you'd rather just have him attacking. So, kind of hard to say if it's just a choice not to use it. It's much more important if Terry dies.
はい、勝ちました。
Very nice.
これであとは
Very nice
嫌
Akbar
なボ
fight.
スは実質ラスボスだけです。次のボスはね、まあ、強いんですけど、
Yeah, like I said, with enough uppers
あ
on
んまり事故
Hassan
が少ない
and
という
with
か
sap
やられることがほぼ
on Akbar to make sure the sap is important on Akbar
な
for
ので、まずは一安
the
心。
recovery portion because
こ
it
のボ
means
スは
Hassan will
運
get
が
more
悪いと
HP back
本
with
当
his
に
Sword of
負けちゃいま
Miracles.
すから。
So with those things in place,
主人公がね、ボスに
again,
魔法
Hassan
トーン
can
を
solo
入れ
that
るんで
fight.
すけど、魔法トーンを入れないと
Thankfully, he did not need to. It gets real slow if that happens. Like if Terry dies
あ
and
の
you
ボス
lose
は
your
ね、
healing or
能力
whatever,
を使います。
you
なの
can
で、彼のね、しもべが2匹いましたが、
Durango
しも
can't
べを
really
倒
attack
しても
much
し
and
もべを
I don't know,
ザオ
things
リ
just
キ
kind
で
of slow
復
down.
活させてしまうんですね。だから、
Now we get to see the magic that is Dragon Quest Vivify.
決めないと
2 failures, 3 failures,
勝つことができません。
4 failures,
おーい、
5 failures.
もういいでした。
There we go.
はい。
Hopefully it doesn't happen during
早くして。
the Deathmore fight later.
ここはね、蘇生しないと話が進まないから仕方ない。
Getting the bad luck out of the way.
ラオラルは 50% だったっけ ?60% だったっけ忘れたけど。運が悪いと何回も失敗します。魔人の金槌を装備しておきましょう。で、並び替え、主人公が先頭です。
Alright, back down to the prison area.
これからね、ここに囚われている大賢者の一人を助けに行き
Right,
ます。
down here you're gonna get the true orb.
親に囚われている
Orb of Truth.
大賢者を助けに行きます。
I don't really 100% remember all the story beats down here.
牢屋を開けて、
There's like a sage being chained up here. You're gonna let free.
この鍵を使って彼を助けます。
And
これは大賢者の弟ですね。
I don't remember what the deal is with the sage. Klimt.
で、このお兄さんをこれから助けに行きます。
Anyway, this is where you get the orb.
ここからね、もうほとんどイベントも
Orb. Hikari no
あり
Tama.
ませんからね。本当あっという間です。最後までね。
Interesting. My notes say Shinjutsu no orb.
イベントを主人公
Text definitely said Hikari no Tama.
で、ソルディさんと話をして、外に出ましょう。 階段を登るとイベントが起こります。さっきのボスを倒されて大魔王がとっても怒ります。怒った大魔王はこの町の人たち
All
を
the skulls floating through the air.
動物に変え
It's
て
such a
しまい
cool
ます。
effect. I talked about this earlier, like way at the beginning of the game, but there is definitely a lot with this engine they did where they're like, we want to just like show off how cool the Super Nintendo
大
can
魔王
look.
がやるようなことではないです。
These overlays. It's like the multicolor overlay at the beginning. The very interesting scene against Mudo, and
とても高
the one in Mudo's castle that you'll see in a little bit. There's one floor that's like all psychedelic.
実際大魔王
A lot of cool effects, a lot of Mode 7, a lot of
とても卑怯
yeah.
です。
A lot of just showing off the Super Nintendo.
代表的な素晴らしいボスとしてドラクエ3のゾーマがいますが、このドラクエ6のラスボスはゾーマとは正反対です。
Yeah, so anyway, rescued Crimped,
ゾーマは
and there's
とて
like
も強い
his
です。
brother, there's like another sage, his brother. I think we're gonna like bring Klimt over to
しかし
rescue
ドラクエ6の
the
ラ
other
スボスは
sage.
卑怯だから
And we're gonna use this orb that he gave us to
卑怯なことばっかりしてきます。
transport ourselves over to this other side. There's the shrine here.
だからとても嫌いです。
We're gonna briefly stop in the shrine and then
ドラクエ6のラスボス
we're gonna leave and come back. And there will be a boss here the second time we come back. But
でこれが
this is the brother.
さっきのね、助けた大賢者のお兄さんです。今度はね、この人を助けます
Masaru. We get this little scene with
これが
Zuikaku and Shokaku.
ボスです。
This will be the boss fight that we'll fight when we come back here.
髄核と小核です。日本名がね。で、この髄核と小核に大賢者のお兄さんは精神をとらわれています。なのでこれから
And like I said like 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, this Dark World section is kind of a slog. The bosses are really cool. Like Sorrow Giant's easy, but you know, has the ability to kill you for sure. Akbar is very difficult and technical. The boss that's coming up here is pretty easy. Suikaku and Suikaku. But it definitely has like a specific way of handling it, and there's a little bit of potential improv until one of them dies. But the bosses here are really cool. It's just there's so much like you're backtracking through this prison town like all the time. You go through this whole dungeon like 3 or 4 times. You're like warping away to like shop or talk to people or whatever. Like the scenes with the sages and everything, and like I don't know, what are the sages even doing? I'm sure they're doing something important, but it's just like I don't know, you're so close to the end of the run and it's just you're sitting there and it's like, oh, there's the scene with the sage and these 2 guys. And like we're gonna go back there and there's gonna be another scene with the sage and those 2 guys before we fight those 2 guys. It just gets like I don't know. If this were a game coming out in the current year, I would accuse it of like running out of budget and padding the ending for extending its playtime. I don't think that's actually what they did with this game in the 90s. I think they actually liked all this stuff. But some of this ending feels like padding to me a little bit. Personally. Alright. Anyway, she is currently heading back out of town. Gonna go back across to that shrine again.
で、外に出て、さっきのところ
And
に行き
then
ましょう。
prepare to fight Zuikaku and Shokaku. So Zuikaku is the stone man on the left. Shokaku is the troll on the right. Zuikaku has... They both have like fixed rotation. So Zuikaku
えーっと
is attack, rock throw, guardian, heal more, strong attack, meditate. Meditate being a self heal. Shokaku is attack, build power, strong attack, nothing, earthquake, guardian.
主人公は、
So Shokaku's like the more dangerous one because it was build up strong attack combo. But you know, the attack or the strategy is going to be pretty much what you expect.
次のスターティング
It's going to be using the Sword of Ramias. Oh, I say mostly what you expect. It's going to be using the Sword of Ramias on Hassan and Terry. Kind of like the only fight where Terry's going to be doing physical damage. You're going to sap the troll,
これで
and
最後のボス戦。
Hassan's going to Spirit Punch, and Terry is going to use his Vacuum Slash ability on the troll. Works well on the troll, in particular. Then Ramia's on Durango also. Turn 3 with the strong attack. Hassan is going to use Guardian to absorb that strong attack. And yeah, then it's just going to be kind of standard, like build up attack type stuff. Hero's going to be doing some healing with the Gent staff. And then you just repeat the thing on the Stone Man, but without... Terry's going to use attack or lunge instead of... instead of Vacuum Slash. Hassan can solo the Stone Man. If the troll is dead first. It's another fight where if you have the World Dew available, you can use it, but
当てた。
Jamirus used it against Akbar, and I don't think she's picked up another one yet, so does not have it available.
ラミアス気合いるかいね。
It's usually very unnecessary, though. Like, the fight has to be going pretty wrong to need it. So it's really interesting because all the fights in this game, or many of the fights in this game, once you unlock classes, follow a very similar structure, right? Like, your primary damage is doing built-up attacks. It might be built-up Spirit Punch, it might be built-up Lunge, it might be built-up Flying Knee, it might be a built-up basic attack. You know, you're frequently using upper and sap to, like, raise and lower defense. You're healing mostly with the Gent staff. You're occasionally throwing in some Fire Claw for chip damage. Yeah, you throw in the Sword of Ramias now at the end when you got it. Like, all the building blocks are, like, fixed in this run so early on. Like, right after that initial class grind, you have most of these building blocks for how you want to approach all of these fights. But every fight is, like, a little bit different setup. Different character combinations. The Gent staff might be on a different character. Like, we go through cases of Hassan, Terry, Hero. I think even one with Mileyu, like, being your Gent staff healer. Like, maybe not Mileyu, because she gets heal more. But,
じゃあ、ムロバ。
the Fire Claw gets passed between, like, Hero and Amos. Yeah, it's just like all the building blocks are the same, but the actual order of those blocks changes like every single fight. And it's easy to get them mixed up, honestly, but also, like, it's really cool to just get in a rhythm with, like, your build-up attack combos and like your item use combos and things like that. Like,
ちょっと時間がかかります
it
ね
all feels really good to actually execute,
一回こっちの攻撃
and it feels really good to
を
just like get in a rhythm.
と
Meditate,
テリー落ちても大丈夫だから
500 HP restoration.
待って怖いからこれ殴りにしようこれでもう勝ちですね よ
Nice.
しよし
All right. Only one boss left. Still some setup left to do, though.
これから
Not at the end yet, but only one boss
頑張り
left.
ます
So, as a reward for this fight,
まず
you
無
get
事に
tiny medal number 69. Nice.
これからねメタルキングスライムを一体倒し
There's a bit of item transferring around that you need to do here to set up for the final boss. So, Terry's gonna hold the Gent staff on the final boss, and the Graco spear.
なので
Terry's demon hammer is gonna go back to
これから
Durango,
ねちょっと準備をして
and pass around a couple other
メタルキング
items.
スライムを一匹以上倒します
The gist behind Terry having the Gent staff and
多けれ
Graco
ば多い
spear
ほどいいですソースの勝率が上がります
is mostly
他でも
just
1体から2体の差が大きくてメタルキングスライムを2体狩るとかなりラスボス戦が楽になる
Firefox just freaked out, but thankfully
で画面は2人の
my
大
actual
賢者
capture
が
is
力を
Chrome.
合わせて大魔王のお城を地面に叩きつける
Sorry. Is most of that Terry's really fast, so
これで
Terry
大魔王
can
のお城に
mostly
入れるようになります
reliably outspeed the final boss with the Gent staff to get some healing in. Chamorro has heal all, so Chamorro will also be a major healer for the final boss. But Terry can take care of a lot of the chip healing. The Graco spear will let Terry boost his own defense for a little bit of survivability.
だからその準備をし
And there are cases where the final boss can
ま
use
すテント
freezing waves,
テリー
but if nobody has buffs up, he will skip it. And so there are a couple of cases, especially phase 3 of the final boss. We'll repeat this when we get there. Where Terry being able to preempt him with the Graco spear to get a buff off to force him to use waves is a critical option.
で、テリーが時の砂を自分に渡して持ち帰る。で、ここからさっき落とした城に
Alright.
乗り込みます。乗り込むんです
So-
が、
Jamirus is going to enter
ちょっと待ってよ。もう並び替えし
the Deathmore's castle here, but
乗り込むんですが
not to
ラスボスと
not to
はまだ
actually fight
戦いません
Deathmore yet. There are a couple of items that she wants to pick up in here
なので
before
準備をします。
Um, before doing the final setup. So we're actually going to take 2 trips into this castle. One to collect those items, leave, do a little grinding, do a couple other side things, turn in the mini medals, for example, and then save and then come back in here for the actual attempts on Deathmore. So, still a little bit of time left. And the Deathmore fight itself is quite long also. Get the demon spear. Pretty sure that demon spear just gets sold for money. One of the towns, I think Greed Town, has a casino in it. And we don't actually do any gambling in the run, but you can sell off a bunch of equipment for money to buy casino coins, and then you can exchange those casino coins for world leaves and get an extra 2 world leaves or so to bring into the final boss. So getting some extra money at this point in the run is still actually pretty beneficial for that part of the setup. It's kind of cool. So this castle has like this whole psychedelic background thing going on, right? But just wait until we get another floor or 2. Right now we're kind of like above the psychedelic nonsense. Oh, we actually don't get to see it. Never mind until the second dip. Ignore me. We got the Dragon no Satori. The Dragon Manual, Dragon Book. So there's a floor that looks all psychedelic, like the that mist that we were above. But I guess we'll see that in the second dip. In the meantime, fall back into the world below. Quick little walk over here to Zenithia. This will allow Jamirus to restock that world dew that she used during Akbar. And also grab Tiny Metal number 70 and an additional world leaf. A couple of them are the same dressers she picked up in the Dream World version, and this is the real world version. I might have that backwards. But anyway, that should be Tiny Metal number 70, and that is a world leaf. So I'm going to turn in those mini medals to get the Metal King helmet. Metal King helmet's just a really excellent defensive item. The final boss is very, very scary. Anything you can do to protect against it is very good. There are routes that do not get the Metal King helmet. You can do it with only 60. But this is the more common route. A quick trip over to Dharma. So that dragon book that she picked up in Deathmore's castle there allows you to unlock the dragon class. So Hassan has the dragon book and he will be changing into a dragon. She's also changing the class of Varango to warrior. Interesting. I'm not familiar with the exact details of this route. I think the gist here is that maybe it's the build-up ability. So the Demon Hammer, as I mentioned before, has like a high chance of crit, but also a high chance of missing. And there are certain effects that override that. And I think I'm fuzzy on it because it's been like a couple. I've seen this before. It's been a couple years since I've seen it. That was all. I think it might be the build-up from Warrior, considering she's made him a warrior. Like the build-up power that we've been using the entire run. I think that might negate the miss crit effect of the Demon Hammer and make it just like a reliable, strong attack. Which can be useful for avoiding RNG. There are some cases in the final boss where you do actually want the crits because you specifically want to avoid defense. Phase 2 of the final boss can buff up his defense a lot, in which case you need to rely on crits. But when that doesn't happen, the build-up strategy can be useful. I'm pretty sure I saw Darko do this when he... the last time he ran this game, which was a few years ago now. But I do not know how many fights it takes to get the ability she wants. Oh, there we go. Wasn't too many. Maybe like a 3-minute time loss or something. But if it means that you get through the final boss more reliably, then so be it. Alright, now Hassan gets to be a dragon. So, dragon has the highest HP percent modifier. Maybe not the highest. I don't know what the like advanced class is. So the class system in this game, if you master multiple classes, like Warrior and Cleric, for example, will unlock Paladin. So there are like 2 or 3 tiers of classes, and some of the higher tier classes might have higher modifiers, but I actually don't even think so. Like Dragon is just really, really good, HP wise. So yeah, I think Dragon is the highest. I agree. So there are also routes. I mentioned how there are routes that don't do the that only go to 60 mini medals instead of 70. There are also routes that skip the double dip for the Dragon book and do not do Dragon. Getting that, I would say getting Warrior on Durango there is somewhat rare. It definitely makes sense for like a marathon type route, but I think it's somewhat rare of a strategy. And then there's variants for this grind here. So Jamirus is going to go over to the shrine where we fought Zuikaku and Chokaku and whistle and aim for Metal Kings. And the Metal Kings will be killed with a combination of the Demon Hammer on Durango and Hassan, as well as the Evil Slash ability on Terry, which is effectively the same thing, has a high chance of crit. It'd be like a 1/8 to crit. If the Metal Kings come with friends, Barbara can clear them with Medante. It will be interesting to see whether Jamirus decides to... So in this case, you can choose to... if the Metal King runs away, you can choose to try to use your Sands of Time to reset the fight. So you do not need to find another Metal King. And then, if it runs away again, you just reset. She went all in on, she went all in on the Medante on that one, so used her MP. She's gonna presumably go recover that now. And then she'll try
あ
again.
れ落ちたっけ？一発で落ちなかった
Yeah, the
と思
final
ったで
boss
しょ
will be a treat. The final boss of this run is... It is amazing. It is so fun. It is so complicated. It is so technical. I will predict a lot of things that will be wrong because everybody plays it like a little bit differently.
と
And I haven't fought this boss in like 4 years. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. There are a couple different
ちょっと待ってよ
Metal King routes. I don't know if anybody goes in with 0. I don't know if anybody goes in with 0 and like skips Dragon or and skips the Metal King helm or whatever. Like
過ぎたことはしょうがないので
most people get at least 1. Getting 2 is like the common safe route
むし
for
ろ
Metal
下を
Kings.
依存できてよかったと考える
Um,
どう考えるんだ
some people, I've seen a couple people like Error of Rudo likes getting 3 for a little bit of additional extra safety. I tend to have really bad luck getting Metal Kings.
どう考えてしまうわ出ないね
It can be like,
そりゃ
you
そう
know, sometimes like 8 to 10 minutes to get a single Metal King, so...
俺はこのまま
You know, if you just get lucky, then sure, you can get 3 pretty quickly, but 2 is kind of the sweet spot.
こ
As you can see by the slides, I'm assuming by those slides showing 0 and 2 that she's aiming for 2, but 1 is
れはドランゴン
1 is a very common route. 1 Metal King is a very common route.
ああさっきなったってりゃ枯れたんだ
So
なったって枯れないのは
in terms of like 456 being
あ
remade,
れだから
I don't know.
もったいね
I'm on the fence.
えもったいねえな
I don't like what they've done with a lot of,
早く出てくれないか
like
な
especially 1 and 2 HD2D. I didn't really like at all. I don't like the modern localizations of Dragon Quest, so I think it would, like they would probably just use the DS localizations again, which I don't think are good. So
がっつり3体出
I
て
probably wouldn't super enjoy it.
スタートに優しくしてほしいんだけど
Really, what I kind of just want is like Final Fantasy gets the pixel remasters, which are just like, hey, let's port these old versions with a little bit of QOL to PC
ダメっぽいです
and
ね
keep everything kind of working mostly the same. And I just want like DQ pixel remasters.
ほん
Like
と3体出て
give me the the NES and the Famicom, Super Famicom games
これ耐えるよ
with
次で交代かな
translate these if you need to, use a fan patch if you need to, whatever, I don't care. And just make them playable on like PC and Switch. Sure, give autosaves or retry or whatever if you want to, whatever.
するなんて考え
But I'd rather a pixel remaster than an HD 2D. I think DQ7 Reimagined has done a really good job, but I don't really foresee them doing 456 in the style of DQ7R.
逃げちゃったね遠くに
And I think, like, for every good decision they made in DQ7R, they also fumbled other ones, so, you know, it's sort of a mix.
これマダンって打たないと危ないからね
DQ7R is definitely, like, my favorite of the modern remakes, which is funny considering DQ7 is one of my least favorite casual DQ games, but DQ7R has also been a really fun speedrun to learn.
で
Me and the Countess will be doing
マダンって
DQ7R co-op for RPG Limit Break about a month from now for the main marathon.
え
Yeah. Sadly, Metal King ran away again.
と
But now we get the question of,
フェリーを
do we stand the time?
で
Okay, yes.
で仁王立ち
Yes. Retry the metal.
ハッサンの
So if it runs away again, she will likely reset to her save to get the sands of time back.
リセット。やり直しです。
Just like that.
これはしょうがないですね。
Alright, do it again.
さっきのは本当にしょうがない。これはどうしようもないから。
One thing that's kind of been a staple throughout the run is
戸惑いだったね、今。メタキンの
you'll even see it as a boss strategy during Deathmore. Is a lot of times when going through areas or like intentionally dying or trying to run away or something like that, only have a single character out, usually a tanky boy like Hassan or Terry or something. If you're trying to run at least. Not Terry. Hassan or Drongo. Because they both have all the defensive gear stacked on them, which is, you know, better than like Barbara or somebody like that just getting owned. And also, it just concentrates healing onto as few party members as possible, which makes things generally a little faster. Okay, the metal slime stayed. Oh, the turtle used Guardian. Okay, both the demon hammers missed. Either that or she mismendied Majingiri. Oh man. Poor demon hammer misses and an evil slash miss. And it's gone. Rough. This is, as much as anything, this right here is one of the reasons that I did not continue running DQ7 when I learned it a few years ago. It was really two things. It was Mudo 3 and it was this. Mudo 3 is just like such a big RNG wall. You know, 2.5 hours into the run, and it's one of those cases where like, if you lose to Mudo 3, I'm already kind of deep enough like in a stream that I'm not going to reset and go again. If I do, it's going to be a 10+ hour stream, 11-hour stream. And I'm not like willing to reset within a stream. You can only do a run like this on a weekend. And then you get to the end of the run, 7 hours in. And then you have to deal with this. Fight against Mudo is your favorite part of the game. Mudo 3 is the thing that makes most people hate this run. When you fight Mudo 2 and Mudo 3 back to back. Mudo 3 is just, it's just RNG. It's just like, did somebody get put to sleep at the wrong time? Okay. She did use the sands, but got a Metal King. So we take that. That's an acceptable outcome. Barbara did not need to use Medante, but still has that tool available. Yeah, Mudo comes at a point in the game where like it's blocking the class system, right? Like it's blocking the one thing that gives you flexibility to choose how you approach a fight. You just don't have flexibility in how you approach the fight. She updated her slide. We'll see if she goes for a second one. Yeah, she used Sands of Time.
レベル多分大丈夫だと思う。ムドを一応映してるから。はい、大丈夫。で、HP が多分181のはずだから。一応ね、見てみましょう。どうせここまで時間かかったんだったらさ、2体、3体出てきて狩らせてくれてもよくない？ダメ？あ、ダメなの？あ、わかったわかった。ダメならしょうがない。あ、これであとはね、ラスボス倒すだけだから気が楽。
Checking HP lines, 181 on Chamorro.
で、木の実をハッサンに渡して食べさせておきましょう。なの5かよ、つけてんな。欲望。
Alright, I think this is going to be it. I think this is the final setup
ここで
before
ドランゴちゃんが
we're going for it. So,
力の盾
selling off some extra gear.
でドラゴンキラーを打って
Dragon Killer, Shield of Strength. Buying
鏡の
another
盾
Mirror Shield
ハッサンが装備
to Hassan.
で動き屋に行ってで治療タキシード
Selling Silk Tuxedo, Demon Spear,
スピア
one of the Demon Hammers, Hassan's Demon Hammer. His was really mostly for well, a couple Dark World fights and getting that Metal King. So he's got 40,000, so she's gonna go down and buy casino coins. 2,000 coins for 40,000. That's enough for 2 more world leaves.
怪獣の葉っぱを2枚
Kaiju Naha.
ここでアイテムチェックもラミアサールねでテリーがゲントグラコスあるねでハッサンが奇跡剣装
Put
備
the Sword of Miracles,
エンデを
Ende Shield.
アモロに
That's the one from the
して
Sorrow Town where we recovered the guy's
これで
tools.
OK さあやっとラスボスとの対決です
There are a couple different ways you can distribute your world leaves here, depending on how many you have. The way my notes say to do it, which I think are copied from Maru-san, is if you have 5 world leaves, 3 go on Durango and 2 on Terry. If you have 4, it's 3 and 1. I don't think Jamirus has used any world leaf yet, so should have 5 available. And then, yeah, so we're heading towards Deathmore's castle. The only noteworthy item that will be obtained in this dip of the castle is right before the end, the Metal King Sword, which is the high attack power item. And then it'll be time for Deathmore. I'm going to start talking about Deathmore now. I'm going to get very technical for a few minutes. That way, when the fight comes, I can kind of just play-by-play the fight. So Deathmore has 3 phases. Phase 1 is the one you see on screen there, the human phase with the balls. He has an A pattern and a B pattern. He takes 1 to 2 actions per turn. The action count resets on pattern change, which means he can take 3 actions. If he double rolls both on a pattern change turn, he can take 3. Both are 3, both A and B are 3 stage rotations. A is burning flames or freezing air, so fire or ice AoE, then attack or strong attack, and then either bounce or swap to B pattern. B pattern is poison mist or freezing waves, then exploit or the ball attack, and then meditate or swap to A. There's going to be a lot of swapping characters in and out, especially Terry and Chamorro to protect them against some of the AoE attacks. And the main risk of this fight, so A Turn 1 of A with the big AoEs, the fire or ice AoEs, does a lot of damage. And then in B pattern, action 3, meditate heals him for 500 HP. So if he meditates a lot, it's a lot of double actions. Like meditate is bad, and spamming freezing, like if it just stays in A forever and spams freezing air or burning flames, like you take a ton of damage. And if he stays in B a lot and meditates a lot, he heals a lot. Like those are the two main. Oh, this is the psychedelic floor I was talking about earlier, where like they were really showing off the Super Nintendo. It's very easy to get lost in this floor. So yeah, anyway, that's Deathmore Phase 1. It's what you see on screen there. Those are the two main risks. Again, staying in, getting many AoEs in A, or many meditates in B. Deathmore 2. Deathmore 2 is kind of like the, I don't want to say it the iconic part of the fight, but like a big like make it or break it part of the fight. So Deathmore 2 has 2500 HP, or no, sorry, 3000 HP. Again, an A or B pattern. A is like a bunch of attacks. He can also strong D, which negates his damage on that turn to like 10% of normal. B pattern is extremely scary. B pattern, he can lower your defense. He can buy kill himself to double his attack power, which will never wear off if he does it. He can then, it's a 3 rotation on B. So defense or buy kill, then a roundhouse kick or a priority mercurial thrust. And then either burning flames, which loops the rotation, or go back into his regular A pattern. There's even a very, very rare chance, extremely rare, but there's a rare chance that he can take 4 actions in one turn on Phase 2 if he stops in his second part of B phase. Because again, it's 1 to 2 actions and it resets on pattern change. So he can go from B to A. So B, take an action to A, take an action to B, take an action, take an action. There's going to be a lot of swapping characters around to... if he goes into B phase, he only wants 1 character active. She only wants 1 character active at a given time. In A, you want to get as much damage as possible. A phase can also upper itself, which raises its defense. So you want to do as much damage as you can before upper happens. And Phase 3 I'll talk about when we get there, because we are starting the fight. Deathmore Phase 1, let's go. So starting off with Durango and Hassan, you do not want Terry or Chamorro to take the AoE damage from this action. He did double act. There is a risk that if he double acts and does not do, so 25% of the time, so he does bounce. Okay, he only single acted, good. So you want to protect Terry and Chamorro again. There was a chance, a 25% chance that they would have gotten hit by the AoE here, which isn't insta-death, but it's scary. Single action's good. Kent Staff, Behoma, Heal All. Single action's very good. I'm gonna say, are you keeping... Yeah, Protect Chamorro. Perfect. Do a little chip damage with using the Thunder Sword as an item. Okay, we're in B pattern, Freezing Waves. It's okay. This could be Explodet or his Ball Attack. Ball Attack, okay. Hits 2 people. Very hard. Now it's to hope for not getting Meditate. It does Meditate, he heals by 500 HP. Let's Meditate. Stays in B pattern. This turn's pretty safe. This is the Poison Mist or Freezing Waves turn. Hope for a single action. Poison Mist. Okay. that in Venom on Durango is the reason for bringing an antidote herb into the fight.
どうしようこれ。
Which Jamirus is using. Balls. Meditate. So, still in B. This is okay.
解かないと死ぬかもしれないから。これどうしようかな。二重回復？
It's iffy because, like, you know, obviously they're not making progress on the fight when this is happening, and they're using resources, but at least they're not currently... Okay, we're back in A, which is going to really hurt. This might be a world do situation. Yes, there it is. Using the world do in phase 1 is not ideal. But okay, Hassan's gonna equip the Metal King sword and use Shippu, the priority attack. Push to phase 2. That's a good entry into phase 2. That's okay. There are 2 spots where you want to consider using the world do. One is at the very start of phase 2, and honestly using it at the end of phase 1 is equal. I don't like using it there, but sometimes you have to. Ideally you save the world do for phase 3. But, you know, we'll see what happens when we get there. Oh man, using upper on turn 1. As long as it's only 1 upper. Oh man. 2 uppers already. This is going to be a very slow phase 2. Good morning, the Countess. Now we're into B pattern. Everybody got hit with defense, so it's going to be Hassan only, and she's gonna. Oh, I'm gonna say she thought she would reset Hassan's defense. All right, back into A. So in B pattern, it's going to be either Hassan or Durango only most of the time. No, the buffs are unique per form, so when it phase changes, the buffs don't stay. And phase 3 actually has 3 targets. There's by kill. Okay. Back in A. Phase 3 actually has 3 targets. It's a head and 2 hands. And one of the hands can revive the other hand, so it's important to kill them in a specific order. And they all get to do stuff. Back in B. Okay. Potentially still in B. Yeah, still in B. But... yeah, this is why Durango has the Demon Hammer. Which has a really high crit chance. And it's... unfortunately, when you get 2 uppers, especially early on in this fight, sometimes all you can really do is hope for crits. Back-to-back triple action turns. Ah, man. One of the things that's, like, pretty important... staying in B pattern. Gotta switch. One of the things that's, like, pretty important when he's got buy kill up is to Okay.
間に合わんかったか。
Is to keep defense up,
てか失敗だったよな。
like up on Hassan. Increases defense
と
because he hurts so much. But he was using a lot of Rukanon and B pattern. So once he uses by kill and B pattern, like
ドラゴン
once he uses by kill and B pattern, like it doesn't matter, he's got by kill. So like if you get repeat B patterns, you want to see him just keep using by kill because it doesn't do anything.
と
But he's not.
これみんな守備解除した方がいいな。これは
Chamorro's equipping the agility ring for the extra turn order. Chamorro's going to swap between the agility ring for turn order
固めて
or the gold bracelet for extra defense power.
主人公は確か
Okay, let's bring Hero in to help with upper. Putting normal play.
と信じるよちゃんは。オッケーオッケー。
Strong D.
あ、ちょっと待って。どうしようかな。これ防御だよな。二人は防御させていきたいから。
Yes, that crit for 27 because he used strong D on that turn, which means that he only takes 10% damage.
と
So it should have done, you know, 270-ish. Hero dying isn't the end of the world because Hero isn't like the most useful character, but
なんでそこ狙うのよ。
does have a very important use in phase 3. So she did choose to use a leaf on him. I think she's used 2 leaves so far, so still has 3 left.
違う。あ、どっちか。ハッサンも安泰にしとかないと
This
危ないな、
is
これ。
scary.
止まってよ。止まれっつったや
Still
ろ。
in B.
いけ。あー、もう B に戻ってく
Still
る
in B.
やめろっつうの。
Okay, back into A.
あー、許す。
We're halfway through this phase.
トランゴ。あ、これ違ってムカつか、これ。あー、こうか。やめてって。
Back in B.
これ
Oh,
や
this
いい
is
ね
this is not a good place to be in.
な。これ、賭け失敗したら死ぬからね。
Sacrifice Chamorro.
あ、それならいい。
You gotta get Chamorro back up, right?
いいだったかな、これ。あ、よかったよかった、助かった。こうかな。これはわかりやすい。まあ、立て直した。守備解除はいいか。多分大丈夫だから。なんでどこ狙うんよ。やめろや。
Really, Durango with the Demon Hammer is like the best chance for dealing damage at this point in time.
と
No one else really has a good ability to do so. Terry could like chip away with the Thunder Sword, but with the double upper happening so early, so normally what would happen in this phase is you would have the normal setup with Sword of Ramia's on Hassan, and then a build-up Spirit Punch combo, which would do like, you know, 600-800 damage, something like that, per attack. The problem is that because phase 2 used upper on turn 1 and then again on turn 2, that just doesn't do anything. I'm not sure why she went into San only on that turn. I think she misread the pattern. Yeah, this fight is commonly like a 20-minute fight. I'm about 20 on this phase, but a very, very fast Deathmore fight as a whole will be like 15 minutes. And I've certainly seen fights take 25 plus. I don't know if she has any leaves left. One more. Oh man, back in B again. Okay, back in A. It's not fine that Chamorro has Vivify when Chamorro is the one that keeps dying. Strong D, okay. Still in A. Chamorro's alive. Chamorro's alive. Surprised that she's not using the Graco Spear there on Terry. Not that surprised, but dying is kind of Chamorro's thing, yeah. That's not wrong. Taking advantage of this possibly lower damage beat turn. Still in B. Yeah, you don't want to show Chamorro. Alright. Still in B. Still in B. Okay, back to A. Even if she makes it to phase 3, it's going to be very difficult. Like, leaves are gone, dew is gone. Only the Kerplunk Bracer left. Okay, going to choose to use Chamorro's Thunder Sword to chip him down. Won't do it in this turn, but next turn it will. Or not Chamorro, Terry. I think I said Chamorro. Okay, that's... Oh, strong D. Okay, well.
あ、失敗したな。チャモロベフォだわ。
Okay,
なんかしたな。
this is not a good transition into phase 3.
原因で負けなきゃいいけど。最後サボっちゃったな。あれは良くないわ。ドハテチ。テリーはゲント。もう葉っぱ
See
も
what
しょうがない。
happens. Terry's at risk. I think no leaves left. Maybe one leaf left? I don't think so.
いざとなったらそんな使いたいけど、
So,
テリー
okay.
が落ちたら。
Phase 3. The head is on a pattern. A fixed pattern. And action 1 is always a guaranteed sleep attack.
ゲント。インプレ
It's
ソー
eyes,
ドヒアリック。
which is sleep. Scream, Blaze Most, Waves, Blizzard, up to B. B is random, like Blaze More, Explodette, or Blaze Most, Explodette, all those things. The left hand does a bunch of junk, grabs, attacks, things like that. The right hand does some healing and waves and attacks. You know, all the normal junk. So the most important thing is to get the right hand,
波動ね。
the left hand,
お前がやるんかい。
but the one that's stage right, that one that she's attacking,
ああ、やめやすくったな。
dead as soon as possible, because that's the one that can cast Vivify. So you have to kill that one first.
これ、テリーがグラコ作らない。
Yeah, you swap out for actions 2 and 5. You swap out.
で、次は。
Okay, Barbara got Medante. Good, you do that during the wave turn. Actions 2 and 5 you swap out so there's only one character active to reduce the effect of the AoE damage. So now it'll be Mileyu.
ミレイユバーバラ。
Oh, and Barbara. Okay, yeah, sure. She's gotten Medante out, so she doesn't matter anymore. Go away, Fubuki.
これは。
Alright, so now it swaps to B pattern. Now things turn a little bit more random. Ideally, you still have your world due for this part. Kind of one of the general goals is like use your world due after
またかよ。
the left hand dies.
そうかな。
It is a very interesting turn order. Or not turn order, party order.
これ誰だろう。テリーかな。
You have the right accessory equipped? Yeah, probably.
やめろや。
Okay. Waves, not great.
出しくれんな。これはチャモロしないと死んじゃうな。
Explodette, Shamora will survive that. He does still have the Kerplunk Bracer. Aw, man.
ドランゴちゃん。
What bad turn order. Okay. Don't die, Hassan. Don't die, Hassan. Okay.
落ちたか。
Kerplunk Bracer still exists.
しょうがないから。
She should try to do as much damage as she can
チャモロで粘る。
before proccing the Bracer. Okay, good, good. I was gonna say I'd pull Amos out here. Like, there's no reason to have him proc the bracer too soon.
あ、オッケーオッケー、ナイス。これでもうちょっと粘れる。
The head is staying in B pattern, which is both good and bad. A pattern is extremely predictable, but it's also... Okay, there's A pattern, as I say. Chamorro got put to sleep. Well, Chamorro got killed, so... That's okay. Chippu. Okay. Down to just the head. The head has 2,500 HP. It's down some because of the Medante earlier. When the head gets under 1,250 HP, it has a chance of using Magic Burst, which can kind of just, like, own you. Okay, Blaze Most. So next is Waves, Freezing Waves. Okay. And then Blizzard, so single character. Now we're back to the random. Two actions, that's fine. A pattern always takes one action. B can take 1 to 2. So under 1250, the head can start to use Magic Burst, but only in B pattern. So actually getting back into A pattern soon would be, like, nice-ish. But with the bracer still available, okay, Hassan went to sleep. That's not really great. But woke up. With the bracer still available, like, just do everything you can. She's still lunging with the Sword of Miracles. She can choose to swap the Metal King sword back on. Very good at keeping track of waves. When you're in the moment, keeping track of, like, the AoE turns for a single character and keeping track of waves and making sure, I mentioned this earlier, but if you don't have any buffs up, he skips waves and goes to an AoE turn. So, like, making sure that you have a buff up and you're keeping track of the AoEs and the waves and all that is actually really difficult. Hassan only. No, that doesn't wake up Hassan. Does it? It's gonna revive everybody, but Hassan's still gonna be asleep. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, no, Hassan's still asleep. Okay, swap to hero. I mean, this is still, like, okay, but... Hassan. Yeah. Kirikou? No? Grocko Spear? Okay, that's to force waves. I mentioned earlier that the Grocko Spear is really important for preempting attacks to force waves when you don't have buffs up. That's a perfect example of it. I mentioned that like 2 hours ago when we fought Grokkos. Okay, you're in... What? Oh, Kirikou. Yeah, you're just protecting for Kirikou. Yeah. That's fine. This is in B pattern. Magic Burst is a risk. So, you don't want everybody... You don't want everybody big out at once. If you can help it. There's Magic Burst. Okay. Bring in the healers now.
ちゃダメだから。ちょっと待ってよ。10分にしとくか。万が一があるから。そっから攻撃がやばくなるからね。
Okay. Homa. Durango's asleep. That's okay. Single target.
勝った。ちょっと待って。主人公は死ぬか。
Oh, okay. Build up and spear. Okay. You can survive this, and you think a build up Shippu's gonna kill?
この2人でいいや。
Metal King Sword?
ちょっと待ってよ。メラズか。耐えるな。
No?
そっか、飛ばすんだった。飛ばすけど。
Ah.
やったー。
Wow.
倒した。あー、よかった。
Very, very, very well played. That was excellent.
ありがとうございます。
I am
かなり不細工だったけど。
I am amazed at that phase 3. That was very, very good. There were some very good decisions in that phase 3.
いやー、
Victory!
よかったわ。
Going into phase 3 with the only recovery item available being the Kerplunk Bracer.
もうここからは
And Terry at like 80 HP.
音声は出さないけど、ちゃんと
Wow.
返していきます。ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
Excellent.
シャシャさん、
Very, very
あ
good.
イメさんもありがとうございます。イッチョさんありがとうございます。ねねきもありがとう。アッシュさんありがとう。ゆうていさん、おタイガーさん、ヤニタロウさんは、ありがとう。あもこさんもありがとう。
It's such an exciting fight. Man, I talked about it a couple times, but
もうね、
Deathmore
次の人
is
にバトンを渡すのが
the
仕事です
hardest,
からね。
most
落としてもい
intense,
いんだよ。
most exciting
申告タイムより20分
Dragon
遅い
Quest
けど
final boss in a speedrun.
無事にね、
And sometimes he will just kill you, but like this is
次
a
の方にね、
great
バトンを渡せ
example
ます。
of
すいません、遅れま
there
し
were
た。
a lot of
20
things
分遅れましたけど、頑張っ
um
たので、多めに見ていただけたら幸いです。
hang on a second.
私クリアしましたから、それで許して。
Kelly, it's alright to let them finish up the
頑張ったよ
credits,
最
right?
後。もうあれダメかと思ったもん。
Like they say they're 20 minutes behind or whatever,
葉っぱな
but
いし、雫も切っちゃったからね。ダメかと思ったけど、で、ハッサンのため政権が右手
do we want
が
them
ね、
to
最悪のタイミングで波動を割り込んできたから。最後あれだね。第3すごい粘った。
I'm just-
ア
it's
モ
fine.
スが生きてる間にあれだけ粘れたのが多分勝因だと思う。あれがないとまだ
Yeah, anyway,
だいぶ地獄だったと思う。
that is a perfect example, I was saying,
やばいからね、
of
攻撃。むしろマダンテよ
a
り
case
そ
where
の後
like
がやばいんですよ
practice
ね。
and knowing all the outcomes and knowing the probabilities and just
あの
the player
マダン
makes
テ
the
を
difference there. Like it's very easy to
さっきのね、ラス
blame
ボスが使ってくると
RNG when you die to Deathmore, and sometimes it is. Sometimes it is.
ローテーション B にいるときに
But
MP がなくなったらどうなるかというと、
there's a lot you can
どう
do
して使ってくるメラ
to
ゾ
keep
ーマ
going
と
and keep
ヨ
making
ナ
good
タン
plays,
使ってこなくなるんですね。
and Jamirus did
そう
great
な
at
る
that.
と、火柱っていう単体160ぐらいの破壊力抜群の大砲をね、ガンガン撃ってくるんですよね。なんか耐えられないんですね。で、それかさっきの睡眠が来るか、ほぼどっちかになるから。これは MP を回復するまでずっとそうですから、危ないんですよ。で、危ない時にすぐ、ローテーション A に行ってくれたから、だからあれ勝てたんだと思う。最後メラゾーマ勘違いしてちょっと危なかったけど、あれはもう勝ち確だったから。はい、ユニキありがとう、GG ありがとう。タイムは全国タイムより20分も遅くなったけど、でもね、運要素以外のとこはちゃんとやったと思うわ。ガバは許して。それは許して。
Sorry, I'm just trying to check on plan for swapping restreamers. So, I think the plan right now is to let Jamirus continue to play out the credits. So normally, these runs are done, the Japanese runs are done JRTA, which is console power on until the end of the credits. The credits in this game are pretty long, and this exit scene is pretty long. Probably like 15 to 20 minutes from the end of Deathmore to the end of the credits. I think it's about 20 minutes. But then we're going to be stopping the restreamers, and Countess is going to be taking back over. So I'm just trying to double check what the plan is. Okay, we're going to leave them playing out the credits. Yeah, I hope everybody enjoyed DQ6. I hope my commentary was okay. I'm a bit rusty on DQ6, and I'm a bit delirious at 4:30 in the morning. But, you know, it was a fun time. It's kind of hard to, like, keep track of my notes and keep track of what's happening on the stream. I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun sitting here watching DQ6. Every time I watch DQ6, it makes me want to run DQ6 again. Which I think is kind of the best thing I can say about it. Right? Like, it's always fun. It's always exciting. Especially the end of the game. Like, the middle of this game can be a little bit of a slog sometimes, and, like, kind of confusing, and everything is sequenced in a weird order. But man, the end of DQ6 is so incredibly exciting. I'm trying to think of, like, what else happened in this run. Like, it was a second try Mudo 3, so that cost a fair bit of time with the death to Mudo. But other than that, I think the run went pretty smoothly. Bloody Paw ran pretty conveniently. Like, Jamirus ran into like 4 or 5 baby Goyle fights in a row on the way down to Bloody Paw, lost hero very early, and managed to push through with just Hassan. Quickly, even. Mudo 1 was fine. Mudo 2, both Mudo 2 fights were okay. Yeah, Mudo 3 wiped once. Happens. Just like a regular, common thing in this run. Most of the run was fast, was well played. Couple little safeties, couple little interesting routing decisions. Took some time to get Durango a rank of warrior before Deathmore at the end there, which I think paid dividends. I think that was a worthwhile play. Guaranteeing hits on that final fight was definitely beneficial. Had really bad luck with Metal Kings. I don't know what the timing was, but it probably took at least 10 minutes, if not closer to 15, to get one Metal King, which is unlucky. Usually like 8 to 10 minutes per Metal King is a decent ballpark. Jamirus did go with only one Metal King. And winning this fight with one Metal King, honestly difficult. When I learned this run, I tried practicing with one Metal King, and I think I lost my first like 10 to 12 tries in a row. And then I switched to 2 Metal Kings and had a lot better luck, and then I went back to 1 and had okay, but not great success. But I never really got comfortable with anything less than 2. And it's, it's like, the extra Metal King is like, oh, maybe you have like 10 to 15 HP more per character. But you saw how slim some of those margins were. Like, Callie mentioned that Chamorro was spending more turns under 20 HP than at full. You know, an extra 10 HP can matter on characters when that happens. Sort of like most of the way through the victory tour. And then you got the credits afterwards still. Flying around on the Pegasus here. Yeah, huge shout outs to Jamirus for doing all the work with the slides and everything. You know, apologies for not capturing the subtitles and translations to their commentary, but you know, I think I had a good reason for excluding it, so I don't feel too bad about it. It was definitely helpful for me. There were a couple times where they explained what they were thinking, or like a story beat that I couldn't remember. So. Yeah. Up next, we're going to have the Countess take back over the restream, and he's going to run Dragon Quest Monsters 2, the PS1 version, the Japanese PS1 version of Dragon Quest Monsters 2. So, it's sort of like a version that's not really well known in the West. It's a pretty cool run. I'm excited to watch him play it. I say watch him play it. There's a high chance I just go to sleep and don't watch him play it. But, you know, it's a gorgeous version of the game. Dragon Quest Monsters 2 is an incredible speedrun. I love the Game Boy Color version. Error of Rudo and I traded back the world record for the Game Boy Color version for a few months. I ran it in Limit Break a few years ago. And the PlayStation version is like, it's very comparable. It's, the routing is slightly different. There's a couple extra story beats and stuff. Callie will talk about it, but it is an excellent speedrun, and it is a gorgeous video game. So I'm pretty excited for him to play it. 8 hours of overnight commentary, yeah. Yeah, you know, it's one of those things where, like, I'm amped up now after Deathmore, and instead of going to sleep, I kind of just want breakfast at 4:45 a.m. I'm kind of wishing that I left the sausage I bought today in the fridge instead of in the freezer so I could make some eggs and sausage.
550のペットボトルの3分の1しか飲まなかった。その前にがっつり飲んでたから。
DQ2 is too comfy to not fall asleep to. Hopefully you don't fall asleep to it. It's fine. You only fall asleep during Dragon Quest 7. Right? That's gonna be the real meme, is that when we're in Denver in a month and you fall asleep on stream playing DQ7. And then it turns from a co-op into I play the game while you sleep next to me in the chair. Was mean? What? Callie's fallen asleep during DQ7 like every time he's played DQ7. I'm just being honest. Nah, it's all good. Kelly will have a great DQM2 run. I'm confident, I believe. About to dip into the credit here. Some credit music going on. Still another like 4 or 5 minutes of credit music. I should probably talk over the credits because otherwise Square Enix is going to take down this video because we're daring to play Sugiyama's credit music. It's fine. We've it's going to be plenty of credit music this week. I'm not too concerned, but I'm trying to like think if there's any other really like noteworthy parts of this run that really stand out in terms of like good and bad. Like, there was a lot of good play, a lot of good decision making. The Akbar fight was really good, but you know, it's I don't know, it's kind of just like a DQ6 run. You were working and missed DQ. Well, have I got good news for you? There's a whole nother day and a half worth of DQ left, because we are currently in the annual Dragon Quest RTA Marathon, which will be going until Sunday evening. So there's plenty of more Dragon Quest to watch. These VODs will also likely be available on YouTube sometime shortly after this event ends. If anybody wants to catch up on any of the runs they were looking forward to they missed. Been a good start to the marathon. Had a few good runs so far. Ellie's DQ11, Scarlet Shadow's DQ1 HD. Jamirus with this excellent Dragon Quest VI run. It's great to see the it's great to see Dragon Quest VI run in these events. It's one of the harder runs to find runners for. It's a somewhat popular run in Japan, so there are a fair number of Japanese runners, but there are not many Western runners. I've completed one run. Error of Rudo's completed a few runs. Clear Tonic has completed a few runs. I think there may be one or two other people who... Darko has done a couple runs. I'm not really sure who else. Like, there are not many Western runners of this game. But it's a really cool speedrun. It's just kind of long. It's kind of long and it has 2 big RNG walls in it. So, you know, it's an RPG speedrun. Surprise. But, you know, in typical Dragon Quest fashion, the RNG is like, you know, pretty wide swings. It's not like a Final Fantasy game where it might be, oh, I might be +3 or -3 minutes or whatever. No, that I'm generalizing, of course. Final Fantasy games are more complicated than that, but DQ games just have like a much wider RNG spread, I feel, than a lot of other RPG series, and DQ6 is a major example of that. My splits timer is going to be like 3 seconds off. I started it when I said go, but stream was a couple seconds behind that. So, you know, cut 3 or 4 seconds off of the timer. We're getting near the end of the credits here, so it'll be another minute or so.
互換機っていうものがあるから、それをね、本体として
Timing will
使えば
end at the end of the credits.
簡単に遊ぶことができるので、ぜひね、ちょっとでいいから、モドまででもいいから、やってもらえたら嬉しいなと。さて、
There we go.
すぐエンディングですね。
Oh,
ここで
great. Still gotta walk out
階段を降りて、
of the castle.
ここのセリフ送りをしたら
Just when you think it's
操作終
done,
了です。
you remember that,
あと
oh
はタイ
wait,
マーを止めるだけ。
there's more.
もうすぐゴールです。8
8:11:22
22
according to Jamirus' time.
無事に走り切りました。よかった。
Pachi pachi.
これで
GG,
ね、次の方に
Jamirus. Arigato. Thank you for the run so much.